I'm telling you your fucking reason. You don't got a goddamn pass with the rest of the fucking over. Because you don't get one. It's not fucking fair, and you got the fucking holdovers, and it get guys just fucking touch out the goddamn army and get passes like every fucking body else.
When we eat the beef and we eat the food over table, we don't know your certain.
Right, I don't give a shit. You don't got a fucking pass. I'm telling you, you don't have a goddamn pass.
Because we
I just fucking told you. Like, get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't give a shit.
Stay there.
I'm telling you your fucking reason. You don't got a goddamn pass with the rest of the fucking holdovers. Because you don't get one. It's not fucking fair, and you got the fucking holdovers, and it get guys just fucking touch out the goddamn army and get passes like every fucking body else.
When we eat the beef and we eat the food over table, we don't know your certain.
Right, I don't give a shit. You don't got a fucking pass. I'm telling you, you don't have a goddamn pass.
Because we
I just fucking told you. Like, get the fuck out of my face. Get the fuck out of my face. I don't give a shit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Rates for Vets. And this is a little taste of being in the military. So let's talk about it.
Are you there? You're on mute. Hang tight, folks. I just got here myself, so I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to jump down and see if I can give him a hand.
Yeah, I got it. There we go. Doggone between my cell phone and my computer, it just reacts differently. Anyway, everybody, welcome back to Rates for Vets. Today I'm going to vent a little bit. And get ready. By the way, which call was up here? He disappeared. Dan, I don't know what happened. So anyway, when I was in the military, it wasn't what you thought it would be, you know, be all you can be, get to travel. It doesn't work that way. As a dumb kid, I joined up in the military. Actually, I didn't have a choice, really, because I was going to get drafted anyway. They had a lotto. They picked it from a hat, and what birthday you had, you would go. Oh, there's Dan right there. Hold on here. So I just joined the military.
You're still a dumb kid.
Yeah, I know. You're such a dog about the whole situation. You know that?
Reggie's venting too.
Yeah.
I'm so pissed off.
Oh, I am too. So anyway, as I went to the military, before I got sworn in, I read my contract. And it said 3 years. I was a 2-year man when I signed up. But they tried to put in 3 years, and they had to change it to 2 years. This is how slick your government is. They ain't worth a shit. They lie, they cheat, everything they possibly can do. Anyway, as I went in the military, you're degraded right off the bat. You have no dignity. You have no thought of mind. you're a piece of shit. Even when you become a ranking officer, or I should say an EM, you're still a piece of shit. You know, I mean, they own you, body and mind, and they try to brainwash you. This is not something that you can do every day, walk around anytime you want to, drive around. You have to ask. You have to earn your privilege, not a right for your freedom. You have no right in the military whatsoever. Let me give you an idea of what I'm talking about here. Just a little sample here. And then I'll get back to it. And the reason I'm saying this, I'm having a gut feeling that we're going to have a draft coming up because I've been seeing more and more advertisement than ever before. You know, veterans get the best benefits if you need help. And they've never done this before as much as they have now. And something's in the wind. So I'm trying to warn everybody, do not go in the military. That's the worst thing you want to do. Don't fight for your oppressors that are oppressing you. They don't give a damn about you. Get off the freaking grid. Here we go. We'll start this up. Audio check.
You're good.
Deep inside you, oh, the things you've never known. It's been tough, rough going, but you haven't gone alone.
We do more before 9 a.m. than most people do all day.
All that you can
Hey,
be,
First Sergeant. Good morning.
you can do it in the army.
They served our country. Now thousands of veterans are being served a bill because of government oversight. Thanks for joining us for 10 Tampa Bay at 6. I'm Dave Wagner.
And I'm Carolina Lead. Right now, many low-income veterans receiving pension payments from the VA are being hit with letters saying they need to pay back thousands and thousands of dollars.
10 Tampa Bay's Aaron Parsesian shares the story of a local Marine who reached out to 10 Tampa Bay saying he'll be underwater if forced to pay what he's told he owes. Simplify.
Patrick McFeely is one of the few and the proud. Outside his Sarasota County mobile home waves the Eagle, Globe, and Anchor, alongside the flag he signed up to defend.
My partner passed away, so I came down here, and I love it down here.
The Marine Corps veteran makes ends meet with pension payments from the VA and, after he turned 62, Social Security.
It was like $2,400 a month.
Not a lot, but enough to get by. And things were fine until a few weeks ago when he got a letter in the mail.
Your entitlement to compensation and pension benefits has changed. As a result, you were paid $108,000 more than you were entitled to receive.
The Department of Veterans Affairs says McFeely was overpaid more than $100,000, and they will withhold money each month to pay back his debt.
And so when I called, and I got the runaround and saying that it's because I collected Social Security, and they didn't know it. And they said I didn't report it, but when it's documented that they know I was collecting Social Security at the time.
On top of that, the VA notified him nearly 10 years after he began collecting Social Security. Every year, overpayments to Pat ticked up roughly $10,000. Throughout, he had no idea there was any issue.
I'm hand to mouth, and I'm going to be 72 in January, so it's a little bit late to try to collect $108,000 from me.
So why did it take the VA so long to tell him he was being overpaid? In a statement, the department tells me from 2011 to 2022, 11 years, they were unable to reliably verify veterans' income due to data discrepancies. In 2022, when they were finally able to, they determined nearly 10,000 vets were overpaid. In many cases, like McFeely's, it spanned years.
At the bottom of this letter, it says how to manage financial stress. So now they want me to contact a suicide hotline, which is crazy. They're the one that put me in this situation.
The VA says they recognize the hardship this may cause, and because of it, are pausing collection until they determine a path forward and pursue options for relief.
Well, what can be done is putting reforms in place to ensure that this just doesn't happen from the beginning.
Congressman Greg Stubbe, an Army veteran, has grilled Social Security over these overpayment issues and says the federal agencies are the ones at fault.
And this is a mistake that the agencies are making. Why is it on the onus of the service member who, through no fault of their own, didn't know? They assumed these payments were correct, and now all of a sudden they got to cut a check for $120,000.
And he took the words out of McFeely's mouth, which will be hard to feed if the VA expects him to pay what they say he still owes after serving.
I don't think this is right the way they treat people, though. Too much red tape.
In Northport, Aaron Parsegian, 10 Tampa Bay.
Now, the VA says they are also putting a pause establishing debts for other vets who have been overpaid, approximately 30,000 of them. We connected McFeely with Congressman Stubbe's office to see if there's a faster path to relief. In the meantime, though, the debts won't be collected.
There's thousands of stories of how veterans are getting screwed over. Thousands, you know, and under the contract, they're supposed to help us out if something should happen. It doesn't work that way. They own the plantation. They can break the contract anytime they want to. So I'm telling you, if there is a war, do what they did in 1960s and 70s. Go to Canada. Hide. That's what they did. And I thought that was the most stupidest thing that person could ever do. Now I turned around and thinking they were the smartest people. I joined, they didn't. But they did. They took off. And it was a damn shame. Believe me, the military isn't what you think it is. If you want to come home dead or half your body's blown apart, your government's not going to help you. Oh, they'll give you little benefits, but they're not going to give you a home. They're not going to give you anything other than just benefits to keep your mouth shut. And you're just going to live just a little bit on it. A friend of mine who came back from Vietnam, he had Agent Orange. He fought for 10 years to get his benefits. 10 freaking years. He finally got it. But look how long it took. And he had it right on his records that he had Agent Orange. Another friend of mine died. They had to have a closed casket because his body was just blowing up. This is not all you can be. You're just helping out your oppressors. They sit back, cause the wars, and you're the one doing their dirty job. Don't go in the military. If you have to, learn a trade school. Go to trade school, I should say. Learn to be an electrician, a bricklayer, like me, heating, cooling, anything. But do not, repeat, do not go in the military unless you're as dumb as I am. And I was dumb. Because your government, your fake oppressors will not do nothing for you. They'll promise you the moon and break every damn rule in the book, just like they're doing now. And that's it. How you doing, dude? What's going on, Dan?
Good, but I have a question.
No.
Orange is orange.
What's the color of an orange?
I don't know. I mean, what's the difference between an orange?
It's the answer was orange. You didn't get it.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's why I was in the military. I was a stupid ass. Yeah. Shit.
Okay, my big question is this. Is because you don't get your cookie crumbs from your pimp daddy when you go in the military, is that the real reason you shouldn't go in?
No, the whole point is that you're wasting your life for nothing.
Is that, is that the reason?
Yeah. You're wasting your whole life for nothing. I mean, you come home in a box. I've seen many of my friends.
What about morality?
What about morality? Throw that out the window.
That's what you're doing when you're
what about morality? What about morality as in question as whether to what you're participating in when you go in the military. What are you actually doing when you go in the military? What are you signing up to be?
Oh, a mercenary, a killer.
Mercenary, right? A killer,
Right, a killer.
Not a killer, but a murderer.
Well,
and
okay,
a terrorist,
murder. Mm-hmm.
Right? A terrorist.
Right. That's right. I'll vote for that.
So the morality aspect, shouldn't that be the number one reason before anything else, not to participate in this bullshit?
Well, I got something else too I wanted to show people. This is why I had that warning sign, so I could show people what's going on here a little bit. Then I want to get down to the little nitty gritty here for a minute. If you guys will just wait for a minute. But yeah, you're right. What they did to us is just, I mean, seriously, you have no life. They own you, body and mind. It's in the contract.
Yeah, but
and
what
if you
about
disobey,
what mercenaries are doing to people? What about what people are doing to people?
Well, yeah, well, I can see why. If you don't, you go into brick. They treat you like shit. I mean, you have no choice of the matter. Either you get
should mercenaries do mercenaries deserve to be treated well? And do mercenaries deserve to get cookie crumbs?
Mercenaries, in reality, yes. I would say yes. Not mercenaries, but people who go to jail should be treated more fairly than the mercenaries out there. You know what I'm saying?
The question was for mercenaries and mercenaries alone.
No.
So then nothing to complain about. What
I mean, nothing to complain about. I got suckered into that one because of my stupidity, and I'm just trying to make sure nobody else gets sucked in like I did.
As far as the cookie crumbs goes.
Yeah. There's nothing for them. Nothing for them at all.
No,
come
as far
home.
as the deserving aspect of it.
Oh, there's no deserve. No. I'm ashamed of being in the military. I really was. Every time somebody knows about it, thank you for it. It was just a job. That's all it was.
They deserve to come home in a box.
It was more than just a job. I mean, for you, you ended up in the potato peeling department, so you didn't directly participate in the field, but you were still a part of the organization, right? The conglomerate.
Wait a minute. What? Oh, don't tell me Sly did this to you. No. I did that for KP, Kitchen Police. Everybody goes through
the avatar.
I want to show some people here something here. Here we go. Remember that? Remember I showed you that right there?
Yeah.
Remember what that is? We had to go through a gauntlet doing that shit. That's an air gun. It forces the vaccine into your arms. If you move your arms, it cuts you like a freaking knife. I found out they started this in 1967 and everything else. You can't say no.
Same thing I got in public school.
Really? Wow.
Yeah. Left a big scar on my arm.
Yeah. Yeah, they will.
Michigander was asking for link in chat there. Just we're going to put the link after we finish the intro part, Mitchie, and anybody else who wants to come up. We will open it up for open panel.
Yeah, we just want to talk about the military right now and what's going on and how people are going to get screwed over. They're going to get screwed over good. I'm just trying to forewarn everybody by my mistakes.
Instead of learning a trade, people should learn how to grow a garden.
Yes, sir.
A lot more.
Yes, sir. That would be good.
There's the self-reliance is the real solution, right?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't it?
Definitely.
Well, yeah. What's good about that, though? If you learn a trade, just like Michigan does, he does cars and everything else. He gets money on the side, and he does his gardening. He gets extra money on the side.
Yeah,
if you learn something,
the trade is part and parcel of the
slavery.
System of slavery, the entrapment system. So that is not a solution either. That's actually in conglomerate as well. It all goes together. The entire thing is a militarized operation. All the corporatism, all the things people are doing, all of it.
The problem is, dude, a lot of people don't have the money to do everything at one time. They got to get some sort of income to build up to be self-reliant on themselves.
Yeah, but you're confusing it right now. You're talking about people going into a trade to, like, when they're starting out in life, to make a career out of it, and that's the path to go down. That's not a healthy path. That's not.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is, like, at least they learn. If you're, how do I say this, Michigander, all right? I don't know how you became a mechanic, or anything like that. But he learned to trade, and he's bartering back and forth. Okay, well, I'll do this if you can do this for me. You know what I mean? If he doesn't have a trade, people don't want him. He'll have no income at all.
People in the corporate world don't want him.
Right, exactly. How's he going to survive if he doesn't have money to buy a better
Talk to New Guru
condition?
and learn self-reliance.
Oh, okay. Well, you heard that, guys.
That's the whole thing, right? Learning how to function within the system is not the true solution. When you're in the system, yes, you need to know how to function within it, and we talk about that as well. But as far as an actual true solution goes, that's not the answer. And it's very important to understand that. It's not the alternative to the military either. It's part of. That's another important thing to understand. It all goes together like a puzzle piece.
I'll tell you what, if I would have known now what you know, I would never went into the military. It was bullshit. I was lucky. Like I said, they had orders, they told me. It was a 50-50 chance of me going to Vietnam. However, I was lucky because I was in artillery, 105 howitzers, potato peeler. I was 5 miles behind the front lines, so
Right.
I was lucky there because I could shoot the shells and just, land where they told us where the coordinates are at. But
Right.
still, I could have got ambushed, but it was very far unlikely, but it could have happened, But it did. Like, wow, and a lot of people went to Fort Polk, Louisiana, which was the actual basis of the Vietnam War, how to survive. And I'll tell you, a lot of people were screaming in that bus, when they found out they had to go to Fort Polk, Louisiana. Terrible. Anyway, I want to show people something else here. This is how good your oppressors are for you. They want you to go to war while they sit back. But what about them when they're younger? Well, look at this.
In other words, Donald Trump was smart.
Right. But I'm just saying,
intelligent.
He was intelligent, but he wants us to go to war if that happens. You know what I mean?
Right.
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
He wants to let unintelligent people have what they want.
Correct.
Which is intelligent.
Well, yeah, for him. For us, it's stupid. Then we have, but when people get the draft, they're going to say, well, you're going to go to jail. I'll tell you what, take the jail time. Fuck them. Don't go to war. At least you'll come back in one piece.
I wouldn't worry about the jail anyways, but we'll get into that after.
No, they'll do it. They already have. They've done it before in the 60s. They hunt you down like a mother for FBI's, A lot of people took off, in the military. They're looking for them all over the place, the FBI. They were AWOL. Then they had jail time, and then after that, I don't know what happened to them. But then we have this guy here, Joe Bite Me. Same way, Dodge driver. But yet they want us to go to war for them. Same thing as Barack Obama. Same damn thing.
Because you're not actually going to war for them. You're going to war with the illusion that it's for yourselves, for their entertainment purposes, as you perform their rituals and kill yourselves off. Help the agenda of culling the herd. That's the truth.
Well, yeah, while they're making money through their friends, making war equipment, uniforms.
Money really has nothing to do with it.
Yeah,
it does.
That's really not their motivation. They have no
gentlemen. They get a
money.
kickback. They get a kickback out of that. I got proof of that.
They lead you to believe, but it's really got nothing to do with it in the big picture.
People who can print all the money in the world don't have to worry about that. That's the incentive for the lower ranks of the people as a
okay. Don't believe me then. I already know this for a fact. Because after the war, we Americans go over there as contractors to rebuild the country.
Right. You guys do that.
Mm-hmm. So, okay. So after that,
you take the crumbs, the cookie crumbs, monetary cookie crumbs.
Yeah, it's all about the money, dude. I don't care. They can print all they want, but still, it's just the money factor for them. They got to work to get the money, and they're all friends. They're cahoots with each other.
They're leading you to believe it's all about the money. That's part of the game.
Right.
Well, if it's a game, it's a rotten game, Dan.
Yeah,
it's a rotten game.
That's why
you guys went in. So you guys went in the military, then you would actually know what I'm going to have to go through, and I don't want other people to go
No,
through.
we do know what you went through. You went through
No,
hell.
you don't. You have to be there. Actually, have to be there to see what I went
watched
through.
MASH.
You know, damn.
I watched the show MASH. I know
MASH.
what you
Okay.
went through.
Yeah. Oh,
But
yeah. It
no,
was really
really,
funny.
no, it's not funny, and you really shouldn't pay any attention to it at all whatsoever, and neither should anyone else.
This is what a lot of end results are right there. Be all you can be, right in the bag. They don't even give a shit. They put a dog tag in your mouth for identification.
Why should they give a shit about people who don't give a shit about themselves? If people gave a shit about themselves, they would take the responsibility to question what they're doing and performing.
Ask them. I don't know. That's why I'm trying to stop it right now before this does happen, because it's coming. I can see it. I mean, they're
It's
really
the
pushing the
people
issue.
that don't give a shit about themselves. That's the message of what I just said. You see.
Well, if they don't, well, you know, shame on them. You know, I cared about myself. The more, you know, I wanted to survive in life. You know what I mean? But I sure the hell got the hell out of there fast enough. You know what I mean? I learned, and I just don't want the kids to be conned like I was.
Yes, and that's the smart message to promote, to show the truth about what's going on to the people who can't see it. Absolutely, but you got to get all the whole the big picture together when it comes to that. And there's a few things still unaligned there,
Well,
especially when it comes to the Muppets who are just doing their performance to bait scam and the glue that gels the whole thing together.
Yeah. Well, like I said before, like you said, if 360 million people just didn't think there was a government, there wouldn't be a government. There would be nothing. We could do what we want to do. The government to dissolve. You know, but you know,
there really isn't. Anyways, it's just people pretending that there is.
Well,
that's
exactly.
all that's really going on. It's just
I understand it, but this is why I'm trying to wake up young kids to save their lives, so they don't have to go through the hardship my friends did. You know what I mean? I was lucky. You know, my friends weren't. You know, and that little bit of benefits ain't worth a shit. You know, for them going to die anyway. You know what I mean? Just like the incident Camp Lejeune, 35 years, the water's contaminated. The government knew about this. They knew ahead of time. They didn't give a shit.
I think you should focus more on the morality aspect, because you know the cookie crumbs of the you know, here you get a little bit of money or whatever it is such the focus to entice people into it, that the thing that's really lacking before anything else is the reality check of the morality aspect of it. Where is that? Where is that being talked about? Right? Did you have any of your peers or anybody around talking about the aspect of morality when it came to the mercenary position of military?
No, at my time it was all gun ho. You know, do it,
right?
Do it. You know, but now things have changed.
Even in this day and age, that aspect is I don't really hear anybody talking about it. Do you?
You hear me? You hear me talking about
the morality aspect of the mercenary position and being no, I don't hear you. What I hear you talking about is how the government is just shafting you by not giving you what they promised you when you signed up to be a mercenary. That's not the morality aspect.
What I'm saying is, just don't go. Don't go in the military. There's nothing there for you. Nothing. That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I can give you.
Okay, but
morality, just don't go.
Help out the picture by helping people understand the morality, so that people who give a shit about morality will maybe take a pause and question it. Maybe I better think about this, because that's what a lot of people are doing. Don't you see? They're signing up for a position, not knowing they're signing up for a position to be a mercenary. They think that they're signing up for a position of patriotic duty, which is defending their own people.
No,
and
what they're thinking is
scam. That's an outright scam, right?
No, they're thinking I can travel. I can go everywhere. You know, I can do whatever I want to do. And it's not the picture. It's not the picture they're putting out there. Like you said, that's the picture. You're a mercenary, you know, and they'll tell you what to do anytime they want to do it. They want to tell you to stay in a barracks, you got to stay there.
Mercenary-minded people are going to go and do what mercenary-minded people do. So, it's already over for them. What you want to do is you want to help moralistic-minded people see the immoral aspect of this reality that's going on here.
It's sickening. It really is. I mean, a lot of my friends right now got PTSD. Oh, look at Michelle Bruce. When she shot them kids, she still had it in her head. She felt so bad about that, but she had no choice.
She had a choice.
Well, no, if she did, if the kid would have went and blown up the platoon, that's what the kid was going to do. You know what I mean?
She had a choice she had a choice before doing that to question the morality of it, and that's what people aren't doing, you see?
Again, if you're not told to do something, I mean, if you don't stick together in the military, your friends, you're done. They'll kick your fucking ass in a heartbeat in a bed anywhere.
We know killing people is wrong.
Sure it is, and it ate her alive because of it.
Right.
In the name of your country.
Yeah. But since I talked to you, I'm getting more visual about things. I'm like, damn, I would consider myself lucky for not even going into the war. You know what I mean?
So there's no dancing around the responsibility aspect of this. Who is the culprit? Who's the actual? Who is the action performer and did the actual, if you want to call it, crime here?
People with the boots on the ground.
I can tell you right now, it's the people who want to sign up. But in our days, we had to sign up or get drafted anyway, or take off, go to Canada. You know what I mean? Which they did. A lot of them did. And like I said, I just hated them people.
Or just band together and resist whatever comes your way from mercenaries.
People are not going to do that. Not here, not in America. They're just too ignorant of the fact.
Now, why?
They don't want to listen.
Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why. Do you have the solution?
Fluoride.
Yes.
It's more than just fluoride. Why? Why is the fluoride? Why are they doing this?
Fear.
Watch too much TV.
Yeah, that makes sense there. That does. Fear.
And laziness.
Taking over America. Yeah, America. Yeah, Merca.
Fear and laziness. That's why. And it's never going to change if, number one, that's not brought to the forefront to be observed, and number two, to talk about what to do to overcome the challenges that are presented that make people fearful.
Because they're paying attention to the fear mongering like you are now, right?
And it
I don't have fear monger, Dan. I'm out of it. I'm out of the picture. I'm just trying to help people out, young kids, so they don't have to go through the same shit I had to go through, and my friends.
You even said you're watching it right now. You could see it coming. There's going to be a draft. There's going to be a war.
I got no choice. I listen to the radio. Same thing. I watch TV. My old time favorites. Boom, county. Veterans Administration. We'd help you out. Come on over and get your. What the?
You shouldn't be paying attention to any of that stuff. It's not.
What am I going to do here? Sit here and make love to my wife 24 hours? You'll kill me.
Learn how to grow a garden. Figure out how to do foraging.
Dad, come on over and help me out then. If you can help me out, well, I'll do the rest. There'll be nothing in the world that could. I have
too busy showing Reggie what's edible.
There's two options in life: being part of a problem or being part of a solution.
And I'm trying to be part of the solution right now. Tell them get the hell out. Don't listen to your fake government oppressors. They lie, they cheat, they're demented, they're killers, and they're manipulators.
Is there more you're going to show us too before we go on with this, so other people can join in?
Yeah, at first it sounded like there was a bit of a cross of a video. Was there another video you were trying to show?
No. That's it.
Oh.
That's it.
Okay.
That's it. I just wanted just enough to explain to people what's going to happen to them if they start the draft, and by the looks of it, by the feels of it, it's going to come.
Can you share the link now?
Huh?
Can you share the link now for other people to join?
Do they have money? I mean, I don't work for free here, Newt's taking money like crazy out of me.
I'd literally take organic bananas right now for anything.
I'd like to have a blue banana. I've never had that, and I'm curious about that. Oh, I'm feeding the shit out of my wife. My wife's got nothing but vegetables. She's hitting the gym.
I can give you a purple one.
My wife is cussing at me.
I've got a purple banana for you if you want it.
You kinky mother. Uh-huh. No, that's the bottom line is, do not think about going in. Even if they try to draft you, leave, hide,
Why?
I've seen many mothers and fathers die or cry and when their son died or daughter died, and it's sickening.
What's your message? Why should they not join?
Why should they? Tell me why. Why should they?
No, I asked you. What was your?
I'm asking you. I'm turning it around now. Why? Why should they join?
Morally,
what's the benefit?
Morally, they shouldn't be joining. They shouldn't, because you're murdering people for no reason, for the name of your country.
You always see in those movies, what do you call it, military things, and snipers, and I want to be that way. That bullshit. Okay, I'll open that up. Here we go. Is there anything else you guys want to know?
Yeah, there's a lot.
Nothing I really want to know. I just
Newt knows everything already.
Hope you get the thing where
get the charge card ready
to get across to people. You gotta feed the mindset that is interested in being objective and what it is that might actually make them reconsider, such a thing.
Here's the deal, Newt. I can just tell them if they want to find out for themselves, they want to join up. Shame on them. They're going to find out the hard way, just like my friend did, telling me about the army. Oh, I want to join. I said, I don't think you want to do that. Oh yeah, I want to join. 3 months later, you got kicked out. If it was wartime, he would have been in the brig. Hello, Michigan.
Yeah. But again, that's the wrong mind to be focusing on. The one that's just going to go, they're going to go. It's people are going to do what they're going to do.
That's what I'm saying. It's up to them, but at least it's a warrant to people who hear me. I mean, there is a mindset though that you can actually make a difference to, the one that has a level of morality that can be objective enough to consider the moral aspect of the thing as a whole.
Good evening.
You can make a difference for them. What's up, Mitchie?
Yeah, not a lot. I've been sitting here listening, and everybody has very, very super high valid points. There's a lot of stuff that New Guru has that I agree with, and there's a whole lot that I don't. And the sad thing is when you start really digging into each and every aspect of it as a whole, you see more and more to where New Guru's right on a lot of stuff. But then there's still a point where he's not, just from watching Natural Nature. I know that. But right, you're not done yet, my friend. If you listen to these other two fellas on the food, we can mildly reverse what has been done. I'm sure of it. I'm doing it myself.
Well, I know you are.
Yeah, but listen, I'm just as fucked up as you are. Just I'm a little bit younger. They did worse to us than you with the water as a kid. So with that being said, I know so from research. And the thing is, enlightening yourself is very important. And that's where New Guru is correct. If you learn something and you say, fuck it, and keep doing it anyways, then you're asking for that boot in your ass. And unfortunately, that's part of the trap. And the military thing is done. There ain't gonna be no war. Just fucking relax. I don't care what you say. There ain't gonna be no war. You need to look around.
Oh, I don't care if there's a war. No, Michigan, listen, I don't care if there's a war. I just don't want people going into the war.
I understand that, bro, but the war isn't going to provide what the people want, so they're not going to do it. It isn't happening, okay? I'm just sorry. It's not going to happen. And I
hope
know
you're right.
Well, listen, I know a little something else because I was also violated by our military as our military. So with that being said, it'd be a shame to do it again. You know,
there already is war, but a draft, I think, is what you mean.
Yeah, that's coming up. I mean,
we are already in war. It's just a different kind of war. And the thing is, as far as like the kids and stuff like that going to war, that's not happening. It's already started, but it's in a different form of energy and stuff. I'm watching 24-year-old kids that I know that I've watched born and growing up, and they're looking just as old as shagged as I am at 24. And that ain't right. So, and they don't drink. These kids don't drink. They just play video games and eat tons of pizza and sweets and shit. So, with that being said, I've caught on to some other stuff, and through the program of what I went through, because you went through a program, whether you're going to admit it or not, going through the military, they program you to do certain things and act certain ways.
Yeah, but I beat the system in a way. I did. I beat the system. Trust me. I was the worst son of a bitch in military. Well, I did everything.
Well, listen, you know as well as I know, just the fact of sticking your neck out there and saying no and speaking against it, the boys that you worked with turn against you and everything. So just the fact that you're saying the right thing is awesome sauce. I feel the same way on that stuff too. We're going to start hearing about stuff that's going to be major, jaw-dropping. It's already going through right now. Unfortunately, we have shitheads and stuff, and that's the attention getter. This is where Guru's right, and yet he's wrong. You know, I don't... When it comes to the police and the government, I'm sorry, I hate to say it, but you can't use firearms. It's not going to work. They have a monopoly on violence. That's it. End of discussion. You have to think above it. Now, what I am personally doing to my personal self is I'm no longer going to hand them a driver's license. I'm no longer going to put tags and insurance on a car. And if they snatch me up, I'm just going to keep screaming. You kidnapped me. You stole my property. You're a brainwashed Nazi. Listen, eventually these people are going to get sick of hearing. So, and I'm not going to give them nothing. Well, they also...
Guru's not saying anything about... Go on.
Well, things are changing is what I'm saying, because I know they're violating me through the text so severe that they're hearing me say this, and I'm driving around with a vehicle and I don't carry a license. I don't put a seatbelt on. I don't have, collars on my dogs. I don't fucking have insurance on the truck. And they have sniper, AI equipment on these cars now that are setting off alarms when you go past the cops that tell them immediately, hey, this dude don't have insurance. And I'm ready to confront that. I'm going to tell them, so fucking what? I don't give a shit. I'm not your fucking slave, dude. What are you, a brainwashed Nazi? Don't you have something better to do than harass me, bro? We're being invaded by fucking, foreigners. What are you doing?
He's going to try to appeal to the mercenary's mind. You see?
Yes. And I'm going to tell him, look, I'm going to tell him, you do what you do, but if you abscond me and kidnap me off the side of the road, that's all I'm going to keep screaming, dude, and you're going to get sick of it. So I'm just going to put my hands up and be like, cool. I'm not going to fight and argue with these guys. It's retarded. It's fruitless.
Yeah, there are certain situations where that'll have a good outcome, and there's certain that won't. But I want to correct you on something. It's very important to understand this. I don't propose violence as a solution for anything. I propose self-defense as a solution. And I get to what you're saying and what you thought I was saying. That's what I want to correct. When you're up against them as a lone wolf or just a couple people, yeah, you're fucked. That's the position where they've got, I wouldn't say a monopoly, but the upper hand, until you take the responsibility to gain allies and gain the upper hand. That's the missing part of the equation that most people don't even fathom to think about. And that's what I'm talking about. If you want to go the distance, you can actually not only one over them, but a million over them, because they still got a certain amount of regulatory requirements that they have to pretend to adhere to give the presentation that they're legitimate to the public eye. And that's where in the Matrix, that whole, when you're outside the box, you don't have the limitations as the agents do inside the box metaphor comes into play. That is absolutely correct. And when you start thinking about that and start taking measures with other people who are intelligent and understand that, you find yourself in a much better position to carry out the things that you want to do in life, especially when you diversify that and you start to realize they have barely any cookie crumbs when you get to that point. But it's not like you just snap your fingers and you're there. It didn't take me 2 days. It took me years to find allies and groups of people where I can be free like that. And so one of the things that I'm doing is I'm bringing the understanding of that to the surface, and then also showing people the walking paths to start putting together what it takes to cooperate and be allies with each other and be the solution against this bullshit, against this violence. It's not going to happen overnight, but it has to be talked about first and understood before you can start making the steps to get to that point.
Yes, and I tell you one big thing right now, for the last 2 years, instead of complying with the enslavement of their system, I'll pick up vehicles and stuff and immediately take and sell and scrap them instead of putting them on the road. My people are like, hey man, what are you doing? You need that. It's like, no, I don't. I'm not paying that. I am not fucking paying that price. I'm sorry. Goodbye. And then the thing is, the money that I get from that, I'll go buy supplies for the whole year, and I'll be left alone. And they're like, what the fuck? And it's like, it's that simple. I'm not complying. Well, I keep doing that. And the thing is, now they're seeing it and they're starting to get it. So that's where the lead by example comes in. And like this little pickup truck I've got right now, instead of getting it legal because Dave has left, I'm just driving. I have legal.
It is little things like that that showcase, hey, you don't have to be so afraid. You might come up against a resistance, but you know, those steps showcase people that most of the thing they're afraid of is in their head. Not all, but most. You know.
Yes, but that's just it. I'm a legal beagle. I drive under the speed limit, and I help my community. I help my friends and family. That's it. I'm not a problem. I'm not a nuisance. I'm not a criminal. With that being said, the sheriffs know that because, like I said, they violate us with the text so bad. So, you know, they know I'm all legal beagle. I've been driving this rig around for months. You know, it's not a problem. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything like that. I'm just saying I'm not a slave to be, you know, pushed around, told, look, you ain't driving that without doing this, that, and the other thing. It's like, no, fuck you, dude.
I think submissiveness is arrogant.
Yes, and you don't have to be violent. You don't have to be vulgar and fucking cussing at them. You know, you just got to tell them, look, dude, I'm not your servant. I'm not your subject, and I'm not your slave. You're harassing me, dude. I'm trying to help people. What the fuck are you doing, dude? Come on, stop, because I'm just gonna keep screaming, dude. You're brainwashing out, and you kidnap me, and that's what I'm gonna do, dude. And they know it.
Right. So, and I understand why you're asking too about the, you know, other things that can be recognized in their system to mitigate. Is there certain paperwork and this and that? And those are definitely the steps that people should take when they're going down the path, is learn those things so that they can have a bit of an arsenal to be up against the challenge.
You know, and that's just if they pull me over, because they're probably not gonna. Listen, I know what's going on in reality, so they're probably not gonna. But if they pull me over, I want to just hand them that and say, look, dude, I just want to be left alone. I'm not doing anything wrong, and you know it. Just hand them the piece of paper and say,
you could probably just hand them a paper and say, I'm not a slave.
Yeah.
See what happens, right? You know, I mean, just that alone, right, is enough to tell somebody who is a little bit more clued into what's going on here to say, yeah, okay, I'm not dealing with your sheep-minded individual right from the get-go. I'm going to have to try at least different tactics. Is it worth my time? I just want to get paid. I'm looking for that easy target, right?
Yeah, but
so
unfortunately, you know, I understand reality. You know, if they're not bringing in revenue for their system, they're going to be in trouble. So I understand that I may have to deal with that situation.
That's their first objective. It is.
Yeah, but the thing is, at that point right there, I'm gonna say, look, dude, I ain't fighting with you, and I'm just gonna be like, you know, leave it at that. But if they cuff me and take me in, I'm just straight from that point. Well, you accosted me with the threat of violence. I've committed no crime. I've hurt nobody, and at the threat of violence, you have kidnapped me. You've stolen my property. You're a brainwashed fucking Nazi. What the fuck is going on here? Have you lost your shit? You know,
you're
and the
presenting
thing is,
that you know that the rest is a gaslight, all the excuses that they make. Well, if we didn't have licenses, how would we keep track of people and blah, 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 blah. Yeah.
Well,
you're just telling them that you're not falling for the scam.
Yeah. And the thing is, I'm not a sack of fucking, you know, cattle meat to be scanned to make a purchase. And at that point, I was flipping done. Y'all lost your shit. You all are fucking non-credible. Shouldn't even be on the counter. You know, what I mean, the person behind the counter shouldn't even be there because you ain't smart enough to fucking do shit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what would you,
but that's where you're right. That's where you're right. But the thing is, we can't be busting these little kids' balls that don't know no better. They weren't taught that shit. You can't expect them to know something they weren't fucking taught. That's where rights and for vets comes in. Unfortunately, he still has severe, tremendous value. He knows shit that other people don't. That's just a fact.
Rights, what did you want to say a bit ago? My lag here ended up, I overpowered and responded to Mitchie. You were trying to get something.
You already said it. You already said it. I was going to say that you're not out for violence. You're just out to protect yourself. That's it. You just want to live. That's you beat me to it.
Okay.
Hey, listen. I'm all for that too. And you want to know where the frustrating part for me is? I've never fucking hurt anybody, dude. And I've had them criminal Nazis steal my fucking firearms and shit, and just do dirtball stuff. And I don't even feel comfortable keeping a fucking bullshit revolver just to make sure I'm safe walking in my woods from a bear. That's fucking rotten, dude. That means you have absolutely gone too motherfucking far with whatever the fuck you're doing. And I'm not complying no more. I'm just not, dude. Fuck you. Go away.
Right.
You're retarded. Yeah, you're retarded, dude. And that's
Right.
how I'm gonna deal with it. Yeah, I'm gonna nice and calmly. That's how I'm dealing with it. Look, you're fucking retarded, dude. If you kidnap me at the threat of violence, we're rocking and rolling. But fuck you, dude. Leave. I'm not a criminal. You got better shit to go do, and it ain't me, motherfucker.
Right.
You know?
I think it's very important to understand, right? When I talk about some of the things that I do when it comes to this, that I'm very much advanced and far ahead, way past the finish line, speaking where I'm, like, for example, and it affords me the position to speak and say some of the things that I do. For example, this, the way I look at aggressors is the container of the aggressor is irrelevant. So if I'm being attacked by a bear, for example, I'm going to respond accordingly. And if that bear is, the bear is not interested in being reasoned with, right? You can't sit down and talk about, oh, can you just maybe rethink this over? I know you're hungry or whatever. The bear is whatever. He's got you on his mind. And so you have to respond in self-defense. And however you do and how successful you are determines the outcome of where this is going to go. And that's just the way it is, right? There's nothing you could do about this in the moment.
Yeah,
now, for me, I don't it doesn't matter what shell is over top of the aggressor. I don't care if it's a bear. I don't care if it's a coyote and a wolf pack. And I certainly don't care if it's a human shell either. If it's an aggressor against me, I'm going to defend myself to whatever means necessary to ensure that I can continue on in life. That is my responsibility in life. Now, that being said, again, I'm not a lone wolf, not by no means. So I have built up and done things that affords me more of a position, because there's other aspects when it comes to the human aggressor in this equation, right? The human's a little bit more, especially with the quote unquote presentation of authority of human pack, the mercenary group, who is already organized, who has training, and is definitely going to come to bat, and it's a war. It's a war, right? So, not recognizing that would be very arrogant and would be very stupid. So you can't just treat the presentation of aggression exactly the same as a bear. That would be very stupid, especially in a position of not having allies and a large group of allies. You wouldn't want to do that. So then that becomes the other side of the equation. What do we do in that case? What do we do while we're making steps towards that? Are we going to make steps towards that? How do we mitigate the threat of violence? How, and all those types of things. And that's where I've got information, and you guys come into the equation too. And what you're saying, Mitchie, is correct. That's absolutely some of the stuff that you want to be doing. Acquiescing just straight out is one option, and an option that most people take. Does it keep the peace though, or does it keep the game in perpetual motion? Maybe you get to carry on, and what do you do when you don't have the papers to acquiesce to? What do you do when you don't have the money, the $10,000 fucking bond, just so you can get out or whatever? Nobody's gonna back it. What do you do when the aggressor wants to fuck with you and blow your head off and put you in a cage, even if you completely comply with all their bullshit and nonsense anyway, right? So, and this is the type of thing that a lot of people really got to think about. Is acquiescing really helping the matter? Or is that really, especially at this point, just making people, out of fear, complicit to perpetuating the problem?
Well, that's where I agree with you, and getting self-reliant and stuff like that is a must. Because I could tell you right now, if one person sat there and spent a week doing like what I'm doing, sifting dirt from one spot that they know it's good dirt and putting it in another with seeds, within 2 weeks to a month and a half, depending on what you have, you're going to be able to feed yourself and somebody else.
Yeah.
If you keep doing it, and the thing is, it's super healthy food. You feel a lot better. So with that being said, I'm kind of wondering how far along Wrights is on eating super fresh, health foods. I don't know how far down the rabbit path he is.
I eat a lot of salads, but they're not fresh from the garden. Let's put it that way. From the fresh from the grocery store.
Corporate
freshly
food
sprayed.
Yeah.
Exactly. Listen to me, my friend. Get in your car and start traveling 30 minutes out of town. You'll start bumping into Amish and people with stands right now. Start doing that. It's worth it.
I already tried that. The only Amish I got was a ripoff. That's Guru.
You can do what I do and have it delivered, organic vegetables and fruits delivered to your house.
Well,
I know,
listen, I'm trying to do something with gold so I can financially get stable and buy better vehicles and such to move. Even though I'm still going to keep on that path of I'm not complying with that shit. Even if they take my vehicle, I'll just go buy another one. I'm not fighting. So, with that being said, I see gold as a clear path for me to do. To help people. Maybe I can get situated where I can bring you down crates of fresh veggies and stuff. Because my neighbors do it on the left of me. My neighbors do it on the right of me. Dude, I drive down the road and there's literally a stand at the end of their driveway, and it's a Goodwill system. And
now we're talking teamwork. Love it.
Dude,
Keep going,
I swear to God, I'm not even fucking lying. On the way home, I stop at the corner and I buy raw natural honey from the farm down the street. I'll give you the address. You can call him. He will mail it to you. Okay, I will give you the address. I will put it in your link.
You guys could set up your own little private CSA thing going, just.
Well, I'm New Guru. We were going to talk to you about that. We're starting that with mindful exposure, because we're going to start a off-grid health, well, and center community, and I'm going to start probably traveling and building. So.
Anything you guys need advice on or help or whatever, that's my activism. I'm wide open.
I'm going to need pointed to a legal team that can make sure I can travel legitimately, safely, and legally with a revolver. I'm not going to travel this continent without a fucking revolver. I'm sorry. That's just common sense. I don't give a shit what anybody says. It's nothing to do with militant. I like being in the woods, but once I get to other areas, I know the animals get even more vicious than what I'm dealing with now. That's not counting the people that are unruly. So I've never hurt nobody. I'm trained and certified with a firearm since I was 14, and I have certification for it. And I was trained since I was 6 with a firearm. So I'm very good with a firearm. And I want to carry a fucking revolver. That's all there is to it. I mean, fuck.
You see how there's like a lean towards even a sense of having to justify it, like as if it's a bad thing to have a weapon to defend yourself. You do what you got to do, man. I am in completely not only an adaptation of that, but I do it myself. That's one of the things that gives me the ability to stand on my 2 feet.
Now, hear me out. This is what really fucking annoys me is when I go to go into town, I don't fucking feel the need to carry my piece. But when I go out into the fucking woods, I like to tuck it in my cock. I like feeling it in my belt pointed down. I'm just saying. I'm not lying. I'm serious. I feel 1,000 times better when I walk off into the woods and I got my
Did I
piece and
switch channels?
you know. No, I have a. They did change the laws. I am able to travel with a cap and ball, but sometimes those just ain't fucking 100% on key. You know what I'm saying? I'm good with those. Very good with a round ball. Don't get me wrong. The pieces that I got, I can slap like on the old school westerns, and I'm pretty fucking good. But it's neither here nor
Right.
there. You know? Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you. You know, it depends on what distance you want to go as well. Like, there's all kinds of different ways to hide your weapons and shit. You know.
Well, I like it under my left armpit. I'm just more comfortable with the fucker under my left armpit. You know,
I mean, not on your person, even just so that you know. It depends. Like when I say how far you're willing to go, I mean like as far as legalities go and stuff like that. You know, I like the floorboarding technique and all kinds of stuff.
I just want to be left alone while I'm trying to help people. Is all. If I'm trying to go to a health and wellness community from here to Utah, you know, and I have my piece on me while I'm riding a motorcycle between locations, I don't want to fucking have to explain myself. And when I, you know, I mean, I'm not going to run from the cop, but if I pull over, you know, I'm not fucking dealing with no retarded ass shit on the side of the road. I'm trying to get somewhere. I'm not where I belong, you know. I mean, as far as, you know, if I get pulled over and
yeah,
fucking,
no, you're saying the rest of the narrative here. For example, you mean if you're like driving with a truck that's full of veggies and stuff?
Yeah, and I got
bring
a
in
fucking
it there.
pistol.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got a pistol in my armpit. I don't want some fucking retarded Nazi flipping the fuck out. It's like, hey, dude, I live in the woods, asshole. You know?
Right.
Fuck you, dude. Yeah, just
Yeah,
because you deal with fucking, you know.
There's some things to think about with that for sure. I mean, one of
I've done it.
the most the biggest thing for you is to choose your route wisely and avoid the bullshit state crossing points that like to pretend that they're doing a good service to your country by making sure that you don't bring apples that shouldn't be or bullshit like that. You know, the interior border checkpoints that are 1,000 miles in from the border and shit like that.
Actually, that's not what we're talking about. That's not what I'm talking about, because actually each location is going to end up being stable enough on its own that the feed will already be there on the property, because I'm pretty skilled at that now. I just need teamwork. Yeah, I've been doing it so long now. I can walk up and with a group of 4 guys, we could have a facility almost set up and food and shit in the ground in 2 weeks. If there's raw materials like trees on the ground,
Right.
we have hands full.
Right.
Yeah, I'm getting
nature is working 24/7, right?
You know, we are changing subtropical. I can see it and feel it here in Michigan. We're going to change subtropical. Something's going on with the cycle of Earth and stuff like that. Whether or not they're doing it, I don't know.
Yeah, late 1950s, 1960s. This is the same weather I was used to. Hotter than hell. You know, summer was summer, winter was winter, fall was fall. You know, and spring was spring. I mean, this weather is nothing new to me. I've seen this before.
Yep. I'm not scared. I sleep with my front door open during the storms just so I get fresh air. So, no, a lot of the stuff, I know some personal stuff through meditations and stuff like that, where there's not going to be another war like that. There's a lot of stuff fixing to happen when they pull the plug on this fucking cash stuff and try to do this digital currency thing. It's going to be a wrap for them. They won't have any, you know, everybody's going to stand back and go, whoa, wait a minute, fuck that shit. So it'll be all right. That's why I'm going into gold too. So if the cash goes floppy, I can at least stand up and help the people that have been helping me along for the last few years. So, and unfortunately, I think that's kind of what we're supposed to do. But then again, like Guru said, it's still kind of a slave brainwash system. You're just going from one currency to another.
And one approach of remedy to another, right? There's so many bait and switch remedy approaches.
Well, that's why I'm not going to argue with you. But at the same time, there's where the skill set comes in. If you take that gold and fetch that gold out of the river, and then you go home and you start making stuff, that's where you start getting into super
Yes,
intellect
sir.
too. That's
yes,
when
sir.
you get in.
That is it.
Yeah, So with that being said, I just see a clear path for me going into gold. It'll alleviate a lot of things for me and be just a more comfortable living, and I can help.
Absolutely. And in addition to that, allying with those of like mind who see that path and want to work together. That's what it's all about. Then now you've got some pretty immense power when it comes to the unity thing that a lot of people have no clue about, right? They really don't, because you've got so much resources. You realize the abundance that there, and the fear goes away, right? So it's like anybody who wants to challenge you up against that and say, well, we're just going to take this, whatever. We got millions of fucking backups. Who gives a shit? Go ahead. There's enough for everybody, right?
You know, well, see, there's lots of things that you say that I don't agree with, like with the fuel cars and stuff like that. You know, I agree with you that we've been brainwashed to use a cancerous material. Yes, I get that.
And it's harming other people.
Yeah, well, it depends on if you're using it in super mass the way they're doing it. But I also have meditated into other stuff, and you're right. You are right. Now, the thing is, I understand too that there's other tech coming along, and I can probably still run these old 70s toys that I like. Now, I just like them for a toy, but the thing is, they could still be a tool too. So, with that being said, we have tech coming along that we aren't even going to need electricity, brother. We're going to be able to use magnets and make electricity out of the axles that move our car and our motorhome. So, you know, I'm trying not to be cocky, because like you said about the electric motorhome, I didn't say nothing because everybody's running their mouth about electric vehicles, and it's like, dude, shut the fuck up. There's other ways to get electricity besides coal. You're running your mouth and you don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
So
yeah, absolutely is.
You know,
it's a holistic thing. That's where people they're just falling for that narrative, right? It's just the propaganda.
Well, that's just it. At 18, I was using industrial high-lows that would lift thousands of pounds, 4 stories high, for 2 days before I changed the battery or charged it. And it would go like 10, 15 miles an hour with tech, and we could pick a water wheel to charge that. We could charge that every night we went to sleep, and it'd be fine. We could get around. I know for sure, and they're just dicking us. So, with that being said, I'm done, dude. I'm done with, like, you know, I'm just done with that. And like you said, at a certain point, you're being a retard if you stay in that slave system. If you're uncomfortable, then it's your fault.
Not to mention the morality aspect again. That's why a lot of people, you know, a lot of people are very hypocritical and lip service when it comes to this. And if do no harm is not in the question of moral compass from an individual, then they're simply just they've got a psychopathic mind, and they deserve the results and consequences that happens because of that. And that's what people are getting.
But here's the fucked up point, though. They were fucking brainwashed.
You're roboting, Mitch. If you can hear me, hang tight.
Yeah.
Okay, you're back now.
They were brainwashed. Listen, we were brainwashed through MK Ultra, through the TV and stuff. All of us as kids. I was too. I remember being 13.
Now, whose responsibility is that to undo that?
Us. When we wake up, it's our responsibility.
And that's all that matters.
Yes, sir. And
that's the only thing that's important to focus on is the responsibility of taking responsibility for it.
Here's why I will never down on Rights Vet, and I will always back him for yelling to these people. Just take and say fucking no. It's best to say no than to fucking hurt people. So I'll stand with rights 100% there instead of going to war. But that's not going to happen. Listen, I think it's all fear tactics and stuff, because I know some other stuff. I figured a whole bunch of stuff out rights, and they violated a lot of us, bro. The military is really in a lot of trouble right now. It's going to be okay, but we're going to hear about some wild shit, brother.
I don't see why anybody would want to even go in. Really, seriously. I'm just trying to warn people. If it does happen, and I put it out there, if it does happen, and it sure looks like it to me.
Or some of the same reasons. For some of the same reasons why you wanted to go in, they're still brainwashed. They don't see it, and a lot of other reasons as well. You know.
Well, as a military person, I can actually tell them, don't go.
You know how they used to send. You know how they used to send dudes to the service if they went to jail? They'd give them an option to go to the service or go to prison.
They
You know
have
how
done
they
that.
did
Yes, that's right.
Well, they
Why
ended
don't
up
we
flipping
focus
it.
on that? That's a good focus, Doc. Let's
Well,
talk
listen.
about and
Yeah.
list the
Well, that's
reasons
just
why
it. Listen, they
people
took.
would want to go and serve.
Well, that's just it. To get out of being in trouble, it's a trap. It's tricking. It's even though they'll tell them this and that and the other thing, they're lying to
Okay,
use
that's
them, and
one
abuse them.
reason. That's
Yeah,
one
but that's
reason.
just it. Listen, I did the same fucking thing, but in another form, and they fucking violated me severely. I'm talking with tech that's fucking out there, brother. I'm talking where they were laying us all in like fucking lines and multiple stages and shit, and I'm
Mhm.
talking it's fucking wild, dude. And
All right.
I'm
So
now that I
getting out
know,
of
yeah,
trouble, it looks like a pathway out of trouble, right? That
yeah.
was the
And the thing
reason.
is, with you put your physical time in and stuff. Don't get me wrong, and they use you there, but then they're using you on another fucking level too. And now I
Right.
woke up to that. Yeah, now some of us are waking up to that other level, and it's a problem for them.
Let's talk about some of the other reasons too, because there's a lot of mindsets that I've discovered. I specifically sought out this thing as part of my research, the psychology behind it, because I personally never had any. I never fell for any of it. I never had any enticement for any of this. So, in order for me to relate to people, I really had to dig in and find out what it is that made people tick. And I discovered it's quite an array of things as to why people do. One of them, very, very much is at the forefront that isn't being mentioned here: patriotic duty, a sense of responsibility as if it's a moral thing to do, and to the point where they actually feel guilty if they don't agree to be a murderous terrorist mercenary. How about that?
Okay, hold up. Stop. I'm going to say something right there, raw from nature. This is where I do not agree with you. I've sat out here for years watching just flocks of chickens and other animals. And the thing is, you end up with a solid pecking order. You end up with weak. You end up with strong. And then you always have a defense mechanism that is natural. Like with the chickens, it's a rooster. If a dog comes fucking around with a female rooster or with a female chicken and she squawks, that rooster attacks the dog. It don't matter whether that rooster dies or not. I've watched it.
Correlate that to what I was just saying. I don't see the
There's
correlation.
a natural instinct when it comes to packs. Like if we're in a pack, there's a natural instinct, but then you get your wild bull, your one, that wanders off and does its own thing. And whatever happens, happens.
Okay,
But
but okay, I'm going to say
as
three
a
things to
general,
that.
as
I'm
in
going to say
general,
three
through
things to that.
nature, you're gonna have a pecking order, and you're gonna have a dominant one that when something happens, he comes out to fuck up the threat, and that's just what
Okay.
happens. I've watched it.
First of all,
Dogs, chickens, everything.
First of all, human beings are not wolves or chickens or bees.
Agreed.
And they're living like they're wolves and chickens and bees a lot, right? And that's one of the reasons it's unhealthy for humans. So it's not in human nature like that. It's in human nature to have the ability if they want to, but we can also jump it's in human nature to jump off a bridge just because we want to too, which seems to be very different from a lot of the rest of nature. Doesn't mean it's healthy or right. I don't think most people actually know what it's like to actually live as a human being because they've been monkey trained, right? That's the indoctrination. So there's that. And then secondly, I think you're confusing what I'm saying here as the gaslight in going into the military. A lot of people are getting baited into this idea that it's a patriotic defensive position, and it's not. It's not defensive at all. You're literally signing up to be a mercenary, an aggressive, violent mercenary to go and attack and destroy other people. And not only other people who are mercenaries in other nation teams, but just innocent civilianry that want probably nothing to do with any of this bullshit and bombing them and killing them and all this kind of stuff. This is not healthy and sane for nobody, and it's totally terroristic.
It is. And here's where the sad thing is as the morality aspect of it, they have America and Canada and others brainwashed to be taxed to fund this shit.
Right.
And
then yes.
Then they sit and cry about it, and then they send their children too. And it's fucking insane. It's like, what the fuck are you doing?
And that's the part where I think people, if they step back a bit and question, wait a second, what am I actually signing up to be a part of? Because we're not talking about this as a first time here. We're talking about repeat movies where you can see over and over again that you're being baited into a narrative where it's not defensive position at all. It's complete, even though, forget the fact that I'm not into nations and that kind of turf warism, tribalism. Forget that. That's my view and whatnot. I can even step aside and just let people do what they want and let people live as they live, type of thing. Put my own view out of the equation here. One thing that's not my view, regardless if you're doing that or not, going and attacking and killing people just because somebody else gave you a narrative is not healthy or sane. It's not. Not questioning your participation in that and your involvement in that and whether or not you should be doing that or not, it's a complete, absolute lack of moral integrity and moral responsibility. And that's what people ought to reconsider, stop doing.
Well, again, the stuff that I'm onto right now, we're at such a severe point of brainwashing, and with the military and people waking up and saying no to the military aspect, now they're violating us through other aspects. They're not doing it through conventional means, and that's what I'm getting at with the.
They may have been doing that all along too, actually, but yeah, that's another thing that people are coming to terms with it. Cycle weapons and weather weapons.
Hey, that's what the city grids are for. And everybody does, it's macro, and they do not listen. I've taken back so much of my energy from staying out here and not listening to music and stuff like that. It's amazing, and I am addicted to a lot of the stuff you're talking about. I was on blast point with it for a minute, and I feel a lot different on a lot of the subjects than you, though, when it comes to flushing and cleaning out. Because I was amping up, and it was almost like the Incredible Hulk stuff. My arms and stuff were getting 3 times the size, just from amping up and working. I wasn't doing anything. I was straight clean. It was just honey, honey, coffee, garlic, cabbage, stuff like that.
We don't differ in our view from that.
I was amping, yeah, but dude, I got pictures of it. I was huge. It looked like I've never looked like that my whole life, dude. I'm talking like, wow. I'm like, what the?
That's what happened to me too when I changed my life. Same thing, and many other people. So it's not a coincidence. At some point when it's a repeat movie enough, it's you've discovered something, right?
What do you mean repeat movie enough?
When you see the same thing happen to people when they choose to go down a certain path, it's not a coincidence, right? It's not like you're so people have chosen to do these things that you're saying right now that I completely commend and recommend other people do when it comes to the health path. Eating wild, naturally harvested forage food and food that from source, and fruit and vegetable and seed-based foods not only healed me, but opened up things that I realized was supposed to happen at a certain point for everybody. And I'm by no means just a coincidence as far as that goes. Everybody who goes down that path that I've seen as well discovers the same thing. So it's not a coincidence, None at all. It's physical fatigue. It's holistic abilities and physique, right? So physical, mental, emotional, everything, spiritual, if you want to call it that, and then other abilities that start to become unclogged and develop that were hindered, atrophied, as well. That you can't even really talk about. They just have to be experienced and understood. Words don't do it,
Yep, that's what the walkabout is for. They took the walkabout from us, and everybody got spun out. It's really sad. It's really sad. I'm confused though on the hunting aspect stuff, because when I tapped into that, it was just like, whoa, man, wait a minute here, And I really the peace and serenity and everything that came with hunting, I just don't see as it's that bad a thing. But yet at the same time, I know through the meditation aspect, I feel different. But yet I'm still eating meat here and there. You know.
You're just not there yet. That's all.
No, I'm there. I know what I want. I definitely don't want the other. I mean, I put a little bit of sugar in my coffee and it instantly makes my teeth hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm good with that.
You'll get to the point where it's just like, I can't do this lunacy to myself. I just can't keep doing it. It gets like that. The more you go down the path, the more obvious it becomes, right?
Well, like marijuana, right now, mentally, I'm vibrating, higher than the buzz it gives me. So it's just like really, to be honest, aggravating my lungs and making me tired.
Right. And the reason why a lot of people who are caught in the enslavement trap don't see to get out of it is because they don't have that thing to compare to it. They've never actually got to this point of vibrant health and seen these things. So they have nothing to fall back to as a comparison. And to them, if they don't have their superficial fixes to lift them up a little bit, they're just completely down and out. And they're just like, well, you want to take that away from me? I've got nothing left to live for. And they don't get it. They don't understand that. No. There's a whole other picture here that you've never discovered or been exposed to yet. And that's by design. It's meant to keep you unaware of that so that you keep chasing these other things for a multitude of purposes.
Hey, you want to know what my job is? I was in town snatching up just a little bit of fuel so I could drag my driveway and some smokes and get to eat dinner with my mom. And I stopped at my little sister's house and I was going to give her a little pizza oven thing that I had gotten. And it's a professional one from New York. But she was cooking dinner. And I was like, oh, I'm hungry. What do you got going? And I walked up to the pan and she's like, chicken nuggets. And I looked, I'm like, oh, that ain't chicken. And she's like, what? And I'm like, that might not be chicken. And I walked away. And that's what I do to them all the time. Whenever they're eating, even though I know I'm not going to eat what they're, cooking, I'll just go up and be like, oh, I'm hungry. What are you eating? And then I'll mess with them. Be like, oh, I wouldn't eat that. That might not be food, You know what I mean?
Every purchase that an individual makes in the system, every purchase, doesn't matter what it is fueling the system itself, is making them be part of the system itself of enslavement. And it's empowering those who understand that and are looking to take advantage of all those who either don't understand that or understand that and don't give a shit and want to do it anyways. The psychopathic mind, which is a lot of people. Yeah. So think about that to everybody who's listening. Every single time you go make a purchase in the corporate system of anything, the grocery store, all of your with monetary fiat currency and all this stuff, every time you participate in the system, you are the accomplice to the system. You are being the system. You are the corruption.
At this point, I don't care what anybody says. You've been forewarned. Gold and silver and copper is where it's going to be at for a currency, if you want a currency. I'm not going to be worried about it because, like New Guru here, I know that if we plant seeds and stuff and focus on that, you can feed yourself right if you know what the fuck you're doing.
You can feed yourself right. You can take care of the rest of your needs right, which isn't that much. Our needs are not like, they're pretty basic. Most people don't focus on that. They focus on all the distractionary luxuries that are not necessary, right? That keep people distracted from taking care of themselves properly.
That's another thing too I want to get into, if we may, for just a split second. I did notice over a couple years of experimenting with store food and my own private food from the land, if you get past the brainwashing of flavor and just eat the good health food like raw bean.
Right. Why does food need flavor?
Oh my God. The amount of energy and power I got when I ignored all that and just ate like raw beans out of the can, like Michigan fancy beans out of the can, just draining the oil and just downing the beans and just eating raw veggies and stuff. Man, unbelievable. I'm telling you. I can literally do things, and now that I'm stopping to think about it, some of it comes from the program I was in. I mean, they abused us like mules, man.
And still are.
Well, no, I use it for myself. I disagree with that. I don't use it for anybody else but me and my family. I'm smart.
No, and you said they abused you like mules. They still are.
You may be right to a point, because whatever program I was in, they're trying to dismantle it now. They're trying to hide it now. I did some research, and the facility that they stuffed me in, they have all over the world.
Oh, no, I meant with like the flavoring and stuff like that. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't buy none. I don't get into the. I'm not gonna say I don't eat any of the processed foods. I try not to. There's times here and there where I gotta fill the void, and I do it, but I really try not to, and it doesn't pay off when I do. So it's just not worth it. It's better to fast. I have learned that.
Once you've grown and developed, like, for the most part, it doesn't seem like there's really an end to that, as I'm discovering. But when your fundamentals are developed, where the secondary and etherical levels can start to take place, most people won't have a clue what I just said, I'm sure. Once that's developed, your intake of nutrition from ingesting comes down way far less, to the point where I really don't think it's even necessary to ingesting through the mouth at all at some point. I think I could probably get there now if I really wanted to. I just still enjoy, the routine of going out and harvesting a nice salad and so on and so forth. But I'm pretty sure I could probably reach that, at least very little, maybe once a month, 12 times a year or something like that.
That guru I see on top of that fucking mountain. I'm coming, guru.
Right, levitating.
Oh shit, I got 15 miles. Oh wait, that's 1,500 miles, motherfucker. I'm coming. No.
But I think you said
I've seen that.
You said recently you concur with that, right? That
yeah. Listen, I've seen that through meditation. That's what's up.
I mean, the reduction of what you need to ingest, comes down when you're eating proper nutrition and you're healthier.
We can get energy taking care of the plants and animals. I don't understand that, but I felt it. The animals were coming up to me and shit when I was peaking on consciousness through whatever I was doing. I don't know what I was doing, brother. I'm telling you, it doesn't feel like it was normal to me, because I was scaring people at the tractor store and stuff, and I was happy as a clam. Life was great, dude. And there was dudes jumping.
You had energy they didn't.
I felt it, brother. I swear to God, man, they fucking were jumping away from me and shit. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I was clean and everything. I fucking didn't have no dirt or blood on me. I'm like, what the fuck, dude?
The cleaner you get, the more you'll find it intoxicating to be near toxic anything, including people. So for me, like, I was always this way to some degree, but it's largely why I'm very introverted, and just especially in crowds, I cannot handle it for a very long period of time whatsoever. It just buzzes the shit out of me, and I have to go and spend some time after decluttering the energy contamination.
I'm from areas like Rights for Vets says, and he's sitting here telling me he's got a shotgun next to his door and stuff, and I don't fucking blame him. Listen, I've been sitting on my fucking couch at 6:37 at night a couple weeks before Christmas, and had dudes come stomping a guy through my front door for fucking dope money. I don't know who these guys were, and I was eating dinner with my stepson. And I jumped up and shut the living room door and pushed these three dudes out the door as they're stomping the shit out of this guy. And the next, I'm trying to hold the door shut, dude. And the next thing you know, I hear, shoot the motherfucker, just fucking shoot. I'm like, whoa, I'm on the other side of the door, motherfuckers, don't shoot. You know what I'm saying? Well, this was back in 2013 or 15, bro. I'm sure society's gotten better. So with that being said, that's where, the shit gets kind of whack, because I don't know where to go with that kind of stuff. And I know staying out here is just the best bet. But, Wrights is right on what he's saying. He's still got to tell people, and these people were brainwashed to this point. But somehow we got to figure out how to get across to these people.
You can only get across to somebody who is interested.
I get that, and it may be, take the point of the system collapsing and people, starting to starve out and mildly starving out. I don't know.
That's another reason why I'm excited for that, because it brings the issue at hand where people want to make excuses they can't anymore, right? They have to look at things. The nature of things confronts the results of it, confronts in your face, right? It's like arrogance will slap you time and time again at some point.
Well, here's another thing that I witnessed recently too. Probably 5 years after that incident down there, I was sitting up here in the county over some stupid shit with a criminal lying tow truck driver, and I noticed that a couple of the heavy, what you would consider heavy hitter gangster type fuckers that come in, to the prison system. They weren't wanting to go back to prison. They were trying to do better and stuff, but the system itself has already got them sucked in. You know what I mean? So the dude trying to kill himself, and he got a little baby girl and shit. He's geeked up about shit, and they come talking. They're sending him back for this amount of years and this amount of years. And he's like, "Fuck this shit, I'm done." And try to kill himself. You know what I'm saying? And didn't succeed because they have the system so set for enslavement. You can't even off yourself in these places very easy,
Yep.
Yeah, so it's and I've tapped into another system as far as meditation and stuff.
If you're chained to a wall, how are you going to kill yourself?
Yeah, but that's that basically. And the thing is, I've meditated into some shit, and this is on a whole new level what they're doing, and I can identify it. And I think that, because that's where I disagree with you. Some of us are here on this earth for other purposes. And I'm here to help fight that. Just say, no, I'm not here to hurt nobody or nothing like that. But I was born for a purpose to help people, and fucking say, no, fuck that. I'm not afraid of them, dude. They put me in the jail cells and stuff, and 20 minutes later, I know everybody in there from living in the area. So I know everybody from working with them and fixing their houses and shit and helping their kids off the side.
Where's the disagreement?
Well, I'm just saying, hold on. I know all these people from different aspects of life. So when they put me in a cell with these people, I'm actually like, hey man, how's it going, man? How's your mom doing? Oh yeah, you need this? Here you go. And we're fucking sitting.
Where's the disagreement though? You said a moment ago that's where I'm in disagreement. I'm not in disagreement with that.
Well, it's like with Wrights, what he was saying about them hurting the guys. They're using them and hurting them and then abusing them when they get home. I sat in the jail. I sat in a jail cell with a Marine, and this dude had brain trauma from IED, and I asked him because I grew up in this stuff, and this is before I was having my flashbacks and stuff. So this was before I was having my personal issues with the service and military stuff, and this dude, I was watching him for about 2.5 weeks. I was celled up with the guy, and 1 minute he would be, oh baby, I love you, I love you, I love you. Fuck you, bitch, I'll fucking kill you, fucking blah blah blah. Clack, hang up the phone. 2 hours later, oh baby, I'm sorry, I love you, baby, I'm fucking, and then the next morning, fuck you, bitch, you didn't answer the phone, fucking clack, You know what I'm saying? And I watched it, and the thing is, what's most disgusting is I watched the pharmaceutical in county jail pump this dude with so much fucking pharmaceutical bullshit.
Well, I want to bring it back to what you said a moment ago. I don't know if you're getting to this or not. It doesn't seem like it. A moment ago, you said some of us are here for different purposes, and this is where I'm in disagreement with you about that. I don't disagree with that whatsoever.
Okay. Because But rights was vets was right when it comes to what they've done to people. Some of these people didn't sign up for the shit, and when they did, they said they'd help them, and they're fucking not. They're fucking not. I went and picked my buddy up, who's a vet, from the bus station, and when I picked him up, he looked fucking horrible, bro. Fresh from a facility, from a hospital. He looked like fucking dog meat, dude. I was pissed. It's just fucked up, dude. And that's where we have to take some of that stuff into consideration. Some of these people do need help. We cannot just cast these people aside. They may be a burden down the road.
If I wanted to cast them all aside, I wouldn't be here helping rights. He was a part of it, right?
I get that. And I also, I totally 100% understand that we can't help everybody. But at the same time, you
can only help those who want to help themselves.
I get that, but sometimes you can never fucking tell. Sometimes it takes the simplest fucking act to turn somebody around, dude. I've seen it.
Absolutely. Well, fundamentally, everybody, the instinct of living is there for everybody, right? So fundamentally, but at the same token, it's in human nature to have that option. And you've got to grow up. We are not responsible for every blade of grass. Number one, we are individually responsible for ourselves first and foremost. And we have to take care of ourselves first and foremost. I mean, the idea that everybody should just delegate taking care of everybody else away and neglect ourselves, that's just lunacy. That's stupid, right? And mostly what people aren't doing is they aren't taking responsibility to take care of themselves. That's the number one message. Now, the question becomes how? How do you do that? How do you do that when you've been gaslit? How do you do that when you've been indoctrinated to focus on so many of these things, to neglect taking care of yourself? And that's where we can come in and help people who have a sincere interest in doing so. Those who want to continue down the path of self-destruction, that are adamant and determined to do so, regardless, and just make excuses about it, they get to. Not only do they get to, but they absolutely get and deserve exactly that path that they choose. Nature ensures it. There's nothing we can do about that. Nothing. That doesn't mean we have to give up on them for the rest of life. No. Because they can change at a moment's notice. I did. But for the time being that they want to go down that path, they get to. And as long as they want to on their own terms for themselves, that's fine. But if they are going to cause harm to other people, especially to other people who aren't interested in being harmed by that and aren't in agreement to being harmed by that, we then it becomes our business. Very much our business to take responsibility for that. Otherwise, we're in agreement to that. We're okay with that. But if you want to go, like right now, you're partly on the path of self-destruction. You still smoke. Right? Yeah. You do. Yeah. And you get to. And who am I to stand in your way? I'm not going to. I'll tell you the truth about it, though. And the truth is not something you don't already know. You know it's destructive, and whenever you want to take responsibility for it, you'll benefit from that. And as long as you don't want to, you'll also experience the results of that. It's that simple. Same thing for everything in life. And it's about being an adult, right? About being grown up and not being in denial and making excuses to that. At least recognizing what we're doing to ourselves. And especially to our fellow man.
Can I be honest with you, New Guru?
Always.
What if I told you that the smoke of the cigarettes was almost the death throes of the American conscience thing? Because like smoking was a major part of America, bro. And I had quit. Listen, I had been so clean from smoking cigarettes and weed and stuff that I was scaring the people around me, because my people have been smoking weed my whole life, and I just up and quit, and they were like, dude, you need to smoke weed. Fuck that shit. Oh, I'm good. And fucking the thing is, it was getting fucking gnarly, bro. It was that noticeable, the changes I was going through. And I picked that, matter of fact, I picked that dude up from the my buddy, my Marine buddy. I picked him up from the bus station in the next town over,
Mhm.
and to celebrate, we stopped for fuel, and I was like, you know what? I feel like an American cigarette, and I got a non-filter Camel or Lucky Strikes or something like that. And it's been on since. But it's because it was an American thing, and I bought a new American hat and everything, and fucking I'm not gonna keep smoking. It's just I do enjoy it. I really truly do enjoy smoking.
All it takes is one little thought, and all of a sudden we're off on an unhealthy tangent, and who knows for how long. It was the same for me. For me, I was at a bus stop. I was at a bus stop in the middle of winter. I'll never forget. And what a hypocrite, you know, against my parents. I swore up and down I would never smoke. I hated the fact that they did. Here I am, standing at a bus stop, just bored out of my gourd, thinking, what can I do to solve this boredom, waiting for this? Why don't I go buy a pack of smokes? I'm just going to have one or two out of it. Just out of nowhere like that. Ended up smoking for 20 years. That's all it took.
Yeah. You can recover from it pretty quick.
Well, I'm doing quite well now with health, but not at the peril of some damage that I did to myself.
Oh, yeah,
Certainly not in denial about that. You know, it's stupid, right? It is. It's stupid and irresponsible.
I do a hardcore work exercise to where I drag like 250, 300 pounds of wood out in a sled like a mule with it wrapped around my shoulders. And I was pulling it uphill, probably a mile and a half. And I made about halfway. Damn, dude, you did a number, bro.
But let me just state, if you want to help others realize things and turn a leaf and whatnot, which I reckon is a wonderful proposition. It's noble. It's compassionate. It's even healthy and probably to a sense instinctual. To have a success in that, you have to start with getting yourself right. Because first of all, you are that piece of the equation that you have the most say over. And then if you're going to propagate wisdom and intelligence and options and this and that to other people, you're not going to stand much chance of success if you're not practicing what you preach. You're going to come across as just a bunch of lip service.
Well, yeah,
and you also have already a lot of resistance that you're up against with the programming that people have in their minds, right?
Okay, that's what I just sat and had a good conversation with Mindful Exposures on. Is look, I love the meetings and everything, but it's a bunch of fucking lip service where there's no movement forward action.
Right.
Except for on my end. Now I'm stressed when it comes to finances. So for me to make a simple $40 gold pan appear is difficult. And I've done that, and now I've gotten a gold sluice. So I'm taking the appropriate steps to make moves towards fetching gold no matter what. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, check this out. I'm gonna fucking sell this truck, this little Jeep truck that I got. I'm gonna just I'm literally gonna go sell it to get another bore box gold sluice, and that way I have 2 units, and the other unit I'm getting is even better. So I'm gonna focus on that for now. I mean, it can't hurt. It honestly can't hurt.
go fetch a shitload of gold, trade it in for the resource that it can it's just seed resource, right? That can be divested and invested to all things that provide for the self and help other people who want to do that. That is the solution.
Here's another solution. I know Wrights wants to get out of the city and have his own, right? We're trying to set up a multiple location community thing and get grants to do so. I don't know how skilled you are with this stuff and if you're interested in helping her figure some of this out. But I know there's communities and stuff that have homestead farms and stuff like that they don't want to go dilapidated. and the people and families have died off. Now, you just have to search for this stuff. Now, I don't like dealing with a lot of governmental stuff. I'm not that good with paperwork and stuff. I'm just being the physical aspect and the work in the farm and everything. I get all that. I might have to be taught how to run like a seeder or something like that. But a lot of that hardcore farming stuff is unnecessary. It's
it's totally unnecessary, and it's also insane. It's unhealthy. Like you're talking about agricultural type of things.
That doesn't mean the equipment is useless. But the thing is, we can get these farms and turn them into smaller type community farms. And like Wright said,
correct. You can heal them. You can refurbish the soil. Yeah, absolutely, you can.
Yeah, but that's just it. We can all do this. And the thing is, like Wright's, if he's getting older up in age and he wants his own spot, we got, a cabin. He can pick what he wants to live in. We'll have it built, or we'll build it. And then like he can water veggies or whatever for his part.
Peel potatoes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? But that's just it. At the same time, though, we can help him reverse some of the issues that came along with what they've done with regular feed of society. And we can, he's under the impression that there's a time limit on his life. There is no fucking time meter on your body, brother. We could fix a lot of this shit. I'm telling you. We just have to understand what's going on.
There's a lot of things too that can be reversed health-wise that a lot of people don't realize, that even that seems like they're kind of a lost cause. Let me tell you something. And of course, there are certain different aspects, like if you're at the point there is a point of no return, and the longer you pursue something, the harder it is, and the longer it takes to reverse things. But from a person who came back from literal dire straits twice in life, like two things that were deemed impossible to not only survive but recover from, there ain't nothing, as long as you're not past that point of return, that you can't reverse. And that's one of those things as well that I've experienced time and time again, seeing other people, many other people, thousands at this point, who have also went down that path. A lot of them, not only full recovery, but also to the point that the stuff we're talking about, also started to realize and discover some of these other attributes that we're all meant to discover, that most people don't have a clue about,
I want to get more into the herbs that we eat to help keep bugs off us and stuff like that, for health and stuff like that. Because I know there's certain veggies and stuff we can eat that will keep
bitters.
Yes, skeeters and stuff like that. I don't actually have too bad of a problem with them, but certain times.
Bitters, lemon water is probably making a big difference in that.
Okay.
I'm
addicted to the lemon honey water.
Just try if you want to add to that, just put some of that lemon water in a spray bottle and just spray it on your arms and see what happens when you go out. See.
Try rubbing mothballs all over you.
Fuck you.
Someone told me that was the way
I get
to
it.
do it.
Okay, listen, I get it, buddy. I'm done with the mothballs. All right, listen, I did what I had to do. I'm telling you right now.
Did he get hammered enough on the last one? Did he?
Hey, at least I took appropriate measures to protect my boys. Okay.
Yeah, with petrol, right?
Hey, listen,
so
man.
If you wanna do birth control, people, just soak your nards in gasoline. Okay. That's the moral of the story there.
Hey, but on the tech stuff and the health solution stuff, listen, we're gonna see some amazing stuff start coming out. I'm telling you, I'm watching it as a cycle. I can see it. If we keep speaking the way that we're speaking and stuff like that, we're gonna make a major dent and stuff. Even when it comes to these brainwashed Nazis. Now, listen, I know it sounds rough, but they're getting shook nationwide. It's the
truth is, I'm not starting anything here, and neither are you. We're actually continuing something that is huge that most people just don't realize.
Yep, and I've personally, just over the last week, come to the conclusion that the only way to help fix this shit is, like you said, stands. You got to have them boys, and I'm willing to sit in the pokey cell for a couple hours to a couple days. Now the thing is, all the sheriffs around me and stuff, they all know me from here to Grand Rapids.
You see, like that's very important. To anybody who's listening, do you see how? Reflect on yourselves and see if you have the same mindset as Mitchie here when it comes to that, or is your mindset just the idea that you'd be willing to even go in a cage for a couple days or this and that just because you're not going to bend the knee and agree to their system, right?
They've enslaved my people just so much to the point where I can't stomach it no more. I'm done, dude. I can't even stand to pay the $3.50 for a gallon of gas. I can't. Fuck this shit. It's nuts.
And that was the same as me, you know, before I had teams, if we want to call them that, teams, allies, whatever you want to call it. Before I got to that point, it was the same. I did stuff that was, I literally went out of my way to prod and test and poke the bear to see how big are you? How much full of shit are you? Right? And I never ended up in a cage because of it. I never did. I discovered, now I didn't go full on throttle and say, here, come and get me to the big beast. I knew, you know, I was methodical about it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
but I did some pretty interesting things to see, you know, one of them is quite funny. I bought just a beater car, didn't register it. No plate, I bought my own plate. I think at the time it said "fuck the police" on the back or something. One of those ones that I had, and I just spray painted all over it that, you know, the police are tyrants or whatever. And I literally went and I sat by a cop shop to see what they were going to do. And the only thing I had in response was just a few cops that came out and they chuckled, they nodded, and then they went off.
See, that's the kind of the response I'm hoping to get, because I'm not going to get vile with them, and I think that's really where everybody goes wrong. That's why I don't like a lot of these auditors, because they just aren't professional. Fuck you, you're not helping. You're being a dip. You're not helping, dude.
Oh, there's a lot of them, of course. They're not honorable about what they're doing, or what's that word?
Yeah, it's just not helping, dickhead.
You know, they're in it for a business, right? They're in it for a paycheck.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that.
I guess you could look at it that way too, but yeah. But that's just it. Like, if they snatch me up, dude, the first time I'm in front of one of them judges or cameras, the first thing coming out of my mouth is, who's taking responsibility for this attempted murder with this poison you call food? No, I'm serious. I'm gonna be adamant at that. I say, listen, that's poison. What the fuck?
And while you're at it, who's taking liability for this kidnapping that just happened?
Yeah, and the thing is, they don't want to hear that stuff right now. They don't realize people are on
right.
That
who's
stuff.
liable? Just even that word.
That's
using
just
that one word. Who's liable here?
When you start saying you want evidence, you want this food, you're coming back, and then you can, you know, the thing is, they know it ain't fucking food. They're gonna be like, oh fuck. And they're just
when you start using words like that, like liability, they're going to start to think twice, because they're getting people on the naivety that they've signed liability to themselves for their own tyranny and oppression, to take responsibility for that when it gets done to them. That's what gives them a get out of jail free pass to do it to you. They say, we're just providing the service that you voted for, that you fund, that you pay your taxes for. I'm just trying to help you. I'm doing the service that you want. And they're right.
This is where I agree with you with the identification. And it took me a second to get deep into it and think about what you were saying about the identification. It's like, you know what? Fuck that. I just thought about it. It's like, wait a minute, man. These motherfuckers have been violating me since I was 15 years old with their identification shit.
Right.
They have more than enough. Yeah, they have more than enough identification of me than they need in their car. They don't need shit from me. Get away from me. You can run. This is my name. You know, leave me alone. I'm trying to travel. What are you asking me for? You don't have anything better to do?
And without your consent, what business is it of somebody else? What business is your business of somebody else?
Yeah, I'm just gonna
unless if you agree to it, right?
Yeah, and I'm not signing nothing. That's just it. And the thing is, I also know that once they take you to the county, they stuff you in a certain room until you sign shit. And if you
until
you
cause harm to another, it's nobody's business. But when you do cause harm to another, it's not their business. It's all of our business now.
Yeah, I just, the stuff has gotten too far, and the thing is, it comes to that intelligence thing, and the thing is, like I said, I know they have invaded my privacy with the text so far that I'm no longer going to hand them the ID, and I'm going to tell them that. I'm saying, look, dude, you've invaded and violated us so much. You don't need my ID. You can run my name in your little computer over there and leave me alone, please.
You don't have to confess, and that's what it is. Confess to not only having one, but being operating under that capacity. You don't have to do that. Why would you want to testify against yourself? That's where people are stupid. Show me your ID. You just, oh, brother, you're gone. you just confessed on record. I am an idiot. Yes, you get to do your way with me because I signed up in contract and gave you that authority. And I agree you have that authority. Stop doing that. At least get the contract part straight so you're standing in honor. If you're gonna agree that you're operating as a citizen right now, and then you're gonna try and stand and resist what you signed up, agreed, funded, and paid for to happen to you, you're the one in dishonor. You're a juvenile child. You are lost at sea, and you should be taken care of like by nanny state because you don't know what the fuck you did. You don't know who you are, where you are. You're incompetent. You don't know how to handle your affairs. And they're trying to deal with you now. It's like, oh my God, we got another insane monkey slave that doesn't have a fucking clue. They fell for the bait scam. That proves that they're an idiot. And oh my God, we got idiots running around everywhere. If we don't do something, nobody will.
It's really not that hard to get out, from their control on the food stuff in certain areas. It's a little harder here in Michigan probably than a lot of places. But like right now, I'm confidently, like I said, going slow with the dirt. And the messed up thing is probably 2/3 of the dirt that I've done so far is for marijuana plants. So like the other rest of the dirt I'm doing slowly in steps because I know that vegetation I can grow in my greenhouse extra up till Christmas, and I can go and spend 2 hours every morning or every other morning and have my own healthy vegetation that's going to go in a step cycle from now until the end of season at least. But that's where I'm on the board with the vegetation stuff where I have
just
to go
that alone. And even if you're in a city, if you've got land that isn't being used for food, you're just dumb. Or not just food, but anything value-wise for food, anything of self-reliance that's important, medicinal material. I don't care if it's a small front yard, even whatever, right? If you got a parcel and you're not using it for growing something of yourself, it doesn't get more. That's the ultimate naivety, projection of naivety, right?
For health purposes and stuff, I'm thinking about turning my front counter that I cook and eat off from. I'm thinking about turning it into a microgreen.
A grow up? Yeah, man. There's so much real estate to be used. Doesn't even have to be the ground.
Yeah, but that's just it. Walking around here grabbing stuff to munch on in the morning. I know if I do that right in a cycle, I can eat from the left side to the right side, and that thing will never stop growing. And
yes, sir.
It'll smell good.
You know what else will never stop growing?
Huh?
You.
Oh, yeah.
You'll continue growing the way you were meant to grow, and that's the message here.
Yeah, and I meditated into some heavy stuff, man. And I'm telling you, some of us, like I said, are here for other reasons. I'm telling you right now, I think I've meditated into whatever nanotech system they're running. I think vibration wise, I can meditate into this shit. I seen something one time, and the thing is, I know they're using tech that is out cold. There's no doubt about that, and you know that too.
Massive amounts.
They're trying
yet against all that, here I am thinking for myself and being self-reliant, talking about.
Listen, I'm very frustrated with certain stuff because I understand what they did, and I also have bumped heads with them physically in society. And then just by not being a coward and standing up to the fuckers, they know, that I'm not, I mean, the only option really they got is to come put me down. And that's not for some reason an option. So, I mean, I'm not afraid of them. Like, fuck you, dude. Come assassinate me, bitch. You're still a piece of shit. Yeah, you ain't learned nothing. Fuck you. But anyhow, I did some research and stuff, and when I started hitting consciousness on some of these programs and stuff, they started destroying them. Me and Dave sat here, did research, and the facility is in a certain shape. Remember how I told you about they put the heads in lines and stuff in rows and everything?
Yeah.
Well, we ended up doing research all over and satellite research, and they have these facilities all over the world. They've been doing it to kids all over the world. And apparently we're stronger when we're younger.
And not just kids, man, like things that they've got shit growing that you and I can't even fathom that they've experimented on. And it's probably been going on for thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands, or who fucking knows. But it is going on. There's no doubt about that. And most people don't have a clue about it. And I think there's a lot more than just that's going on to ourselves as well. That should make it clear when I say, people argue over flat Earth and whatnot, and I say you guys are all off on a tangent here. You're missing the point. It's neither. It's a fucking triangle and it's a petri dish. Get it right. We live in a petri dish. We're being experimented on.
Well, I think that might have come to a severe halt.
There's still chemtrails as far as I can see.
I ain't seen none here today. I didn't really pay attention, to be honest, but yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. No, I again, through meditation and stuff, we're gonna be okay. There's a big change coming. I don't know how to explain it, but I do know that a lot of these poisonous constructs across the board are slowly being dissected. Hollywood, the music, all that shit. If you go watch it, as a whole, I'm not saying I get into it, but with the rap trash, all that shit, it's slowly being dissected, and these people are disappearing. You seen anything of that Ellen Jenner ass shit? I haven't heard any, and I walk through places at certain times. I don't go turning TVs on or nothing, but I keep militant like schedules, and I pay attention to what the fuck is going on around me. So I noticed that I'm not hearing these certain voices and stuff on the TVs when I'm walking through. So
I see dead people. I see dead people. I see dead people in a while.
I see them. I see them all my life. I'm living amongst dead people.
I kind of meditated into something about that too. So what happens when we get on this full range? I mean,
people think zombie apocalypse is coming. They don't get it. They don't get it. The projection of that in the movies is telling you that you are the zombie apocalypse. You've been living it the whole entire time.
Basically what I get, and I'm starting to get from the mocking of the zombie movies, is the people that are, killing the zombies. They're just people who woke up, protecting themselves.
Yeah, you got it. That's exactly it. People will figure it out. Hey, I'm living amongst this shit.
and this is, to be honest, this is my view right now. I'm waking up right now and realizing I'm a zombie because I wake up in the morning and I cough that fucking loogie up from that cigarette.
They realize that it's a disease, and it looks like the disease, once somebody's been zombified, the chances of them unzombifying themselves is, and they're not going to sit there and wait for that to happen. If the zombie wants to kill them, then, they got to do something.
You shook me so bad when I was vegging out the window that one day on the live stream, and you're like, the fluoride death stare.
Zombies smell like laundry detergent.
I was just like, you motherfucker, dude. I have been researching that stuff, and when you said that, man, you gave me a flashback from hell. I'm like, motherfucker.
And then the vampire thing, right? The thirst.
Oh yeah. Well, that's just it. I don't know where to go with that. I can't tell whether that's physical in this realm or on the
Both.
energetic.
Both.
Both.
Both. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I kind of get the feeling that he wants me to hunt them.
Well, you're surrounded by them.
What do you mean?
They're all over. You're partly one of them.
Okay.
You have it integrated. That's why the meat is attractive.
Okay. Now that's something that I was kind of getting spun on. I didn't know who to talk to really about it because I'm seeing signs and insignias and stuff, and I understand them, and I know what the fuck they mean.
What is it that a vampire in the depictive form typically is seeking in the fairy tales of it?
Blood.
And the other aspect, and you just touched base in the etheric fairy tale version of vamping, what is the other thing? And blood actually is more the physical way to acquire this. But what's the other thing that vamps are looking for?
Energy.
Energy, correct.
Okay. Now, with that being said, I've been amped up, and I've noticed my dogs feed off it.
Right. This is very interesting point you're bringing up here.
Here's the thing. I don't know what the fuck, but ever since I was a little kid, I amp up to the point where I can taste the adrenaline on my tongue, and I can slow down time. Like when I go to get in a fight with a guy, it's like he's moving 3 times slower than I am, and I'm just like faster than fuck, dude. And I walk right through and walk right back, dude, and do what I gotta do. I've always managed. I'm not saying I'm no badass or nothing like that, but I've always managed. I'm still here.
No, it's there's aspects of that. Now these are some of the things. I know why you're also. Just be blunt, man. Don't worry about other people thinking you're a kook. They're going to. Just don't worry about it. So. You're not a kook.
This is how I think about it, because I've had people make threats of mental evaluation stuff. I said, you don't want to do that, I'll shove my 10-inch cock down your throat and make you walk away crying. And they're like, what? I was like, dude, I'm certified in mental fucking health. You're not going to fuck with me, dude. I'll fuck you up and make you walk away babbling and crying.
Just remember, the ones calling you a kook, they can't see.
Yep. And that's just it, though. I will, too. Listen, I'll make them, they'll walk away fucking mumbling their lip, crying. They'll be biting their bottom lip, trying not to cry if they come fuck with me like that. And that's what some of us are here for, different purposes. And I realized that. I woke up to it. I'm shook. I went back and did like a matrix number thing on every point of my life. And oh yeah. And I'm not going to be arrogant or nothing like that, but I want to help people. I want to get through this bullshit. I'm tired of struggling and living rough. It's bullshit. But I'm not complying with these motherfuckers, and I ain't stepping in that system. You're not.
The more you complete the self-reliant picture, the more, no matter what goes on around you, you're not struggling and living rough. You're in heaven and bliss, man. That's my life. All this bullshit that's going on, and fuck, man. I have absolutely no complaints about life. I'm loving it.
And I agree that it's hardcore, a major important part of the energy stuff. And I'll give you 100% props there. And also, I'm gonna have to throw it up to Mindful Exposures. She's been busting my chops about that stuff, because I can't even go buy a part for my truck without getting fucking ripped off, dude. I finally managed to get a brand new floor for my fucking trailer after living rough for a while and just dealing with it. And
having to pay for something is already being ripped off, no matter what the price is.
Hear me out. I didn't just buy the cheapest. I bought like mid-grade, not the most expensive, but I bought good stuff.
Do you get what I'm saying, Mo?
Yeah, and it's fucking trash. It's fucking trash. Now I invested that hard-earned money, and it's fucking trash because people are getting immoral.
No, listen. Having to do something to acquire money to pay for something is the ripoff.
I get that, but still, it's beyond the fucking point. It's fucking immoral to sell people trash, and you know.
No. It's not beyond the point, because if you learn how to be self-reliant,
I wouldn't fucking
the
do that to
ripping off
somebody
is
else.
gone.
It's fucking bullshit because I wouldn't do it to somebody else.
Yeah, but when you're participating in that system, you are doing it to somebody else and yourself at the same time. You see, everybody's ripping each other off in the monetary world by design. No matter what price tag you're putting in on it, you're ripping each other off.
I can't argue
because you're participating in the system of zero sum and Ponzi.
So
there's no way of getting around it unless you secede from it. Then you're out of the corruption.
Yeah, but you know, I mean, I guess, and the fucked up thing is you're right, because once you get situated in certain aspects, the food and everything you need to survive is fucking there. There is
correct.
So
and now you team like you were talking about. You team with other people and you work together and you share in the abundance together, and everything is glorious, right? And that's the other side of the equation that people don't realize.
But here
it's heavenly not to live where we rip each other off and just share.
Yeah, but then you get when you do that though, you get in a point to where the system, if you don't pay your taxes, if you don't have funded income to pay your taxes and stuff, they show up and they fucking, with the threat of violence, kick you off your land.
Okay, so then it becomes a question of how do we mitigate that?
I'm just smart enough, again, to have to give my energy away to get that property and somebody else to pay that slave tax. That's brainwashed.
No, there's other ways. There's other ways. that is one way, but and some people, there's an interesting aspect too, that some people actually love their slavery, and it's like, okay, well, if you want to be the doofus who embraces that, then okay, you can be the tenant who pays for it all. Go ahead, right?
So you know what? Listen, this is I love my situation that I have, because I have like my own like world. It's like my own town, and the thing is, all I do is a dude calls and he says start a fire, and I ask him how many people, and then I prepare accordingly. And the thing is, we just sit here and ride quads and party and stuff, but the bad thing is, I don't like the vibe off hardly anybody that comes up here, because they're fucking brainwashed city trash.
And
it's like a
what's next then?
It's like a torture aspect the whole time they're here until they leave.
So why bring them there then?
It's not mine. I don't own it. It's theirs.
I see. So somebody else is bringing them.
Yeah, the people who theoretically own the land, I'm just a caretaker, but they own the land. They pay the taxes, and I stay here and keep it up and keep everything clean and build and do this and that and work in a greenhouse. It's pretty much been abandoned since COVID hit. So I've been out here alone. It's pretty much been mine. They've showed up a couple times, but nothing to shit,
Right. So you're there sort of caretaking the land, and then these people show up and they're having a party on it, and they've been invited by the actual owners?
No, it's there. It's a company. It's a large company, and the guy brings up all of his crews and stuff. And
I see. The owner? The owner is he brings his.
Okay,
I see.
They own a big company, and then they show up. They come up from Detroit area, and they come up, and they'll have trailer loads of quads and stuff, and jet skis.
Got it. So that's the trade-off you have to give, of course, when you're.
I have to run around here. Well, I don't have to, but I run around here and facilitate camping and barbecuing and all that stuff, and we live. And the thing is, it's really kind of not a job. It's more like of a community set. But it's some of the guests that come up are immoral trash.
Right. So it sounds like to me you need to finish the picture and get on to which I guess is why you're looking to acquire the gold to pay for land where you have the full say over.
Yes, sure. And the thing is, that's we're talking about doing the LLC stuff to where if we have to, I'm okay with it for now to get away from the scam system.
Don't just do an LLC.
Well, whatever it takes, to get away from that. So that's where you guys come in. I want to do the physical aspect. I don't want to have to think about that. Okay. I want to use my energy in certain ways, and I've been shown that's what I have to do.
You got it. You know, I can help out if she's going to take the legal end of that, be a consultant when it comes to that, and make sure things are delegated appropriately, where everybody is not only legally sheltered, so to speak, but also where the delegation of entitlement is also properly and fair, to avoid, because that can happen too, right? Especially in teaming. It's very important to have everything clear up front and understood before things start, and also leaving way for the fluidity of as things change, right? So maybe at some point something different comes along, and there has to be always the ability to come and go fluently.
Yes, and the
So
thing is,
never be a marriage to anything for life till death do us apart.
now here's the thing. I have the facility here. I finally got a number on it, and I may be able to snatch it. It's 50-50 because the owner's daughter knows that you know, she's not that dense to where she knows I'm skilled, and she knows that, you know, when I say something, that's what I fucking mean.
Mhm.
And they also, that's just it. Their business is so big that they're tied into other people that I know, and they know that I'm not bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, because I know people down where they're at. You know, I was trained as an enforcer down in Detroit.
Mhm.
So yeah. And so like that's what's weird, dude. I'm known from here to fucking Bradenton, Florida. So, and it's just fucking weird.
Just make sure when you call me into the picture that people are past the lip service part and they're ready to actually make the moves. Ready to be proactive, right? I'm also I can be there for discussions, though. You know, if people want to brainstorm ideas of directions, and you know, and consult with that type of options.
I know that Mindful Exposure just got with Missing Link, and they're going to be doing another stream on this situation, and we're going to start coming out a little bit more.
Yeah, sorry, I asked about that. Was she on there before? You mean it's not the first time?
I'm not. Oh, did he already have the stream with Mindful Exposure?
Yeah, I'm asking. It sounded like
I
when you're
missed
saying that it won't. No. I'm not saying she did. I'm asking you. It sounded like the way you put that it won't be her first time up.
Oh, I don't know. It'll be. I think it's her first time up on my Missing Link, but she's gonna go up. Mindful Exposure is gonna go up on Missing Link, and start coming out more about the off-grid wellness center living stuff that we're gonna try to do. So,
is it ready to do that?
She's got all the paperwork stuff written down because I'm watching certain stuff, and I want to try to get these grants going, because if she can get the grant going, then we can snag the property and cuff off instantly. Now the property that I have here, I have like a 3 acre, maybe a 2.5 acre corner, that if we set this up and do that, that's the corner I want my cabin on. And if I had to walk away later, I could walk away and leave the rest of the facility to everybody and still have my little corner with my little chicken pen and everything and be just fine. It wouldn't affect me. I just turn the other way and go, you know what I mean? Because things do change. You never know. But that's not what I see in the future. I'm just saying, if need be.
A good setup is where there's everybody involved has their own quarters, and then there's community sort of
area. Yes.
Cooperative group.
Listen, I have the most beautiful area for that. I'm talking to where people can be like 3 city blocks away, but yet the greenhouse is in between us. So this is this is just an absolute beautiful property. But also from living here, I know what to look for. So I know how to set these facilities up fast. I got a number out of the guy, but it's too high. And if I walked up to him with cash, he's also one of them bullshitter types. Like, he's got to look better than everybody. You know what I mean? So, with that being said, if I walked up with cash, they would take it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So I haven't talked to her about that. I forgot to, because I just had the conversation with the owner about it and said, hey, look, dude, this is what I'm doing, dude. So give me a price. Yeah, I said, whether I do it here or not, this is what I'm doing, dude. So give me a price. And he knows when I say something, that's what I mean. So, but yeah, I want to get a head off on it. But like I said, the cabin that I want to hand build for myself, I can put on the corner of this land plot situation, and it's beautiful, perfect setup to where I'd be, you know, if I had to segregate myself from that situation, that's the only thing I would ask to be put in the paperwork, is that them 3 acres were left, you know, for me, for my cabin area, left alone. The thing is, if I left like the area, I'd leave the cabin open for somebody to use, because I personally know if you don't take care of it, you're going to come back to 10 foot of lead, you know, weeds, mildew, and muck all over your stuff, you know?
Very simple to do. You can subdivide quarters.
Yeah, but I'm just saying though, but like if I say I want to go on the road and go to a different state for 7 years,
yeah,
and leave the cabin to the facility. I'm just saying, but then what if I decide to break off from the facility? If I break
then
off
you
from the
then you can change delegation, and you can do it
exactly.
on paper. You just delegate it over to somebody.
Exactly. Well, what I mean is like, say we have a community set up and there's 70 acres, but my
Mhm.
cabin is on that 2.5 corner lot. If I leave the community set, I want to keep my cabin because I hand built it.
That's why you subdivide that corner.
Yeah, gotcha. 10-4.
You keep it as part of the community, but legally you partition it to, you have a survey and you subdivide it, so you've got entitlement to it, right? So you do that, but there's a difference between legal parcel subdividing and where it's actually fenced off. You don't have to do that if you don't want.
Yeah, I don't want to fence it off. I'm just saying I want that, you know, for security for myself, because that's where I'm going to hand build my cabin. Now,
Yep, that's all you got to do.
I never quite get that far with talking with Mindful Exposure, because she don't understand, you know, what I'm getting at. But basically, and the thing is, I probably wouldn't. If something came about to where I felt I need a break, I'd probably just leave the cabin open for the facility and then go about my business. Say, yeah, I'm gonna go over here and help these folks over here. I'll be back. You know?
Right. So that's where there's the shared community territory, and that is that you would have as its own parcel after the subdivisions, the remaining part, and those it's technically, I wouldn't call it a business, but it's just a co-op, right? It's a cooperative arrangement, and it's up to everybody in their agreement how they design the co-op. So that's what I was saying earlier. One of the aspects of a healthy co-op that functions and thrives, not just scrapes by, but thrives, is the ability to have fluidity, where if you want to do that, you get to go in and out, and there's enough room for people to do that as they see fit. That's very important to have that aspect. And that could mean somebody doesn't, you know, there's no expectation if I go and I come back in 2 weeks or something like that. These types of things. In order to get to that point, there's a starter thing where everybody involved has to sacrifice in form of commitment to get to an establishment. And after the establishment happens, then it's a matter of just living in cooperative function. Whoever's there can just contribute to maintaining the gardens, maintaining whatever the maintenance is required. And everybody can just sign up in terms of the favorability of what they love to do and do those little requirements. It becomes very minimalistic, you know, once it's established, but it can take some time.
You know what? Listen, and a lot of people, like I've tried to talk with Mindful Exposure, a lot of people make a heck of a lot of more big of a deal than it has to be, because
you better believe it.
Oh my gosh! Listen, I can go down goofballing around, smoking a big fat doobie, drinking my coffee at 7 a.m, giggling, and petting the 40 pot plants that I'm growing, and still have a garden in the back. And we're garfing, man, and it was very little effort for like an hour a day, every 2 days.
I'll just say, from my experience, right, of traveling and living amongst all various kinds of intentional community types, many different structures and mindsets and sizes. The one common denominator is when the simplicity of just working with things cooperatively with nature is the first priority and kept as the priority. Those are the ones that function with longevity and are healthy. Any sort of turn and brought of corporate mindset into the equation, and ironically, lo and behold, coincidence or not, that's when things start to fall apart. So ideas of monetary gain, money for profit and all that kind of stuff. And I'm not talking about, again, when things are a segue and being established and people are working out and there's still an aspect of monetary involvement and stuff like that. That's okay. But when monetary ideologies and capitalism and all that kind of stuff is at the forefront of the equation. In other words, greed. When greed is at the forefront of the equation, it will fall apart. It's a weak foundation. So that's where you got to be very careful about wisely choosing.
The New World Order.
Wisely choosing who you're allies with, and make sure not only that they understand that, but they're committed to keeping that priority, and also anybody else who's. Remember, I was telling you the other day, just having a wide open door for anybody to come in and out of the thing is not actually an intelligent thing to do. There should be a level of foundational understanding when it comes to that, if you're going to accept other people as involvement in any sort for the equation, so to speak. That's what will keep it going as a success.
Oh, but then you're getting militant, because then you're giving people labels and names and numbers. And you laugh, yeah. Are you chasing rabbits?
You
what
rule.
Are you doing? Yeah.
Cooperative function. Cooperative function. It's all about consenting to cooperate in line with nature. The mindset has to be there, right? And if it's not, then it will be a struggle. You'll have the wrong person.
And listen, I've sat in the motorcycle community and watched guys, because you have like a basic level of dues payment. So like you have a basic payment you bank a month. And the thing is, you got some guys that will come to put effort in the form of labor, and then other guys will donate. So like you got one guy over here, like, just for instance, Wrights, his age, he can't get up on the roof like I do, but the clubhouse needs a roof. So
right.
he funds the roof, and then I get up there and physically put it on because I'm the young buck and can climb the ladder. So we both just worked as a team, and that's where the monetary system still comes into play. But yet,
well, that's one way. But what if everybody's broke?
Yeah, well, that's just it, though. Then you still have to figure it out and work as a team. That's where vets' rights would be best taking care of the garden, while I was off cutting down the cedar tree to make fucking cedar shake.
Right. Everybody's got a value to bring to the table and a passion, and that's the key.
But that's also where it comes, where Wrights was, where Wrights was right about teaching people skills, because without these skills, if you got no skills, you got dick.
Yes, sir. And the fundamental skill is mindset.
Yes, I get that. Mindset's important too, because
it's the fundamental importance. Without that, if it's not going to go anywhere, you have to have proper mindset. You have to have people who are willing to cooperate. In other words, ego's got to be out of the equation. Whatever logically makes sense to get the job done. You're taller, reach for the fucking thing. Don't wait for somebody to tell you or point it out and ask you. You want people who have an inclination to take initiative on their own, and with enthusiasm and a sense of compassionate love for being part of this team, right? Not to be confused with patriotism, folks.
You know what's funny? Ego stuff always did fuck a lot of stuff up in the biker stuff. Shady ass.
Right, because that's not that's an authoritarian approach of corporatism. That's where, that'll function for a while, but it will implode, and it's not healthy for anybody, because we're humans. We're not wolves. We're not bees. And we're not chickens. Although most humans act like chickens. And we'll peck each other to oblivion.
Oh, they'll fucking eat each other.
Right. So, we're talking about coming out of that. We're talking about the other side of the equation of, living in a healthy function as human beings, the way that our nature is designed for us, the way it feels right, the way it is healthy for us.
Oh,
Prosperity has nothing to do with money.
Hey, the rights. I was gonna put that out there too. Don't underestimate us humans' rights. Man, we're fucking stronger than goddamn cockroaches in nuclear wars, bro.
What did you say? Cockroaches in nuclear wars?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Humans are harder to wipe out than fucking cockroaches with nuclear war, man. I'm telling you right now, dude, they've been trying to wipe us out for fucking ever and a fucking day, dude. I'm telling you, dude, we're stronger than cockroaches. We're stronger than cockroaches. They could flood this place out and we're still gonna make it.
It's called unity. People don't want to stick together. They're just going to die. That's all there is to it. And the government doesn't want that. They don't want unity. They know what's going to happen to them.
I had to get very verbal with the brainwashed people around me, and I noticed a lot of it floated with the people that went with Trumpet and shit like that. They would just argue with you instead of working as a team.
Yep.
And
that's right. Mm-hmm.
Right. The reality is, it's the people. Most of the people don't want unity.
No, they don't. They don't. That's what I'm trying to get at. Yeah, they don't. They don't care for it.
And so they should have what they want.
They think we're nuts.
Kind of, sort of, but they were but they were brainwashed at that point, and I know so because I watched it come about.
And until they are willing to take responsibility for that brainwashing, they will continue to embrace the path of destruction.
Eat it! Get that meatball out of my house! Eat it! Get that meatball out of my house!
And want it and deserve it, and they should have what they want and deserve. When corruption wants to implode in on itself, the only logical, sane thing to do is step out of the way and let it.
Hey, you know what? You know what blew my mind? As I got older, Peggy was kind of hot for Married with Children, and Al would always sig her and not give her no dick. He would always sig on the hot redhead and never give her no dick. I'm just saying, he always sigged on his family and shit. He sigged on his boy. His daughter was a butt slut. Oh, wait. And then came 2.5 Men, bro, in that other fag TV show. What was that? Family something or other. Al went from Married with Children to the other messed up TV show that he polluted everybody with. What was it? He had a gay son, and his daughter married another guy that she just, took his dick and balls and put it in her purse, and the little kids were all fucked up.
I don't know that one.
And then Al Bundy marries a younger woman and stuff, and has a second family. Real weird stuff. I mean, he just, totally polluted it. And then, hey, did you know that 1 out of every 2.5 men have the AIDS?
Have what?
AIDS.
Did you know that AIDS is nothing but a fictional scam?
Yeah, I'm cracking a joke. Charlie Sheen supposedly has AIDS. Supposedly Charlie Sheen has AIDS. It's a joke.
Wow.
One out of
2.
It's just a joke. It's probably not even funny. I get it.
Well, 3 out of every 2 people have cancer, so go figure that math.
Say what?
Just wait till that sinks in. 3 out of every 2 people have cancer, so go figure this math out.
So then why are they having a kid?
2 over the head. 3 out of every 2 people have cancer.
Everyone has cancer.
The third one's dead. What?
3 out of every 2 people have cancer.
I don't get it.
I know. It's okay. It's all a scam. There's no such thing as 3 out of every 2 people.
Side effects include death and
Yeah,
probably will die.
Okay, I get the mathematical equation now. I didn't quite catch it at first. I was trying to get it. Okay. Yeah, I get that too. It's actually not a scam. It's a fungus. But yeah. Something. Who knows? I don't know.
Kind of. Well, it's oxidation, right? And there's various forms of oxidation. One of them being fungal.
I just know that I watched a scientist take a cancer cell and he did everything he could and he couldn't get it to open up to kill it. And then he took honey and it started feeding off the honey and sugar and opened up and then the baking soda went in and dissolved it. He did it right on my
As so below, above, so below, as so external, so internal. Isn't it uncanny how the actual solution is divestment holistically? If you want to solve cancer, you must starve the beast. You must starve what is causing the cancer. In other words, you have to stop feeding the growth of it by turning towards everything in the equation that is also happening as a cancer externally. You have to leave the system. You have to eat healthy. You have to breathe fresh air. The stuff we're not doing that's leading you down a path of destructive and destruction and preliminary death. Preliminary aging. That's all it is. It's all together, man. It's the same thing. If you get a growth that's premature before your time in your body, it's a significant projection and consequence of the path that people are leading that's cancerous externally. Same thing. That's why it happens. It's and it's proper that it happens because that's nature's way. That's called attrition. That's nature's way of keeping everything in balance and in check. So disease functionality falls off the equation, doesn't it? Without any judgment or anything like that. It's just, here you go. If you want to go down a path of destruction, then integrated in the design so that nature itself is perpetual motion and eternal. The destructive path kills itself. But nature doesn't. Nature continues. it recycles itself and goes on. So it's only the individual perspective that gets either the beating or the beauty. Be wise to this. Don't be on the wrong side of attrition. Be healthy.
See, and that's one of the very important things that I learned from the military. Motherfucker went by attrition no matter what. And when I seen the food situation, I knew right then, it's like, yeah, you got to get above this shit.
Damn right. I mean, it's not even, once you get a little bit above it enough, you look at it and go, it's quite a massive undertaking, the gaslight and the con job, but it's really very childish in terms of the level to overcome it, But people are so entangled in the atrophication result of it that, it's like child's play for somebody who isn't and wants to just puppeteer the entanglement and just play with. It's like playing with adolescents, 4 years old. How hard is it to gaslight a 4-year-old? Not very, right?
Fuck you, you motherfucker! I'm gonna vote for fucking Trump.
You should. You absolutely should.
Fuck that shit. I wouldn't vote for that fucking demon. What do I look like, a fucking tart?
I'm gonna go work for Trudeau. I'm gonna work for his.
Fuck that guy too.
Campaign.
Yeah.
I think Castro stuck his Peter in his butt. I'm just saying, them guys are freaks. Them guys are freaks, yo.
I hold the Canadian flag.
I'll just give you my leaf.
I like maple syrup.
At the end of the video there, I saw that there, right? So this has been a Maple Leaf production. Please change that. Please change that to upside down Maple Leaf production.
I thought upside down. Okay, I will do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait a minute, I can't do it now. It's already in there. Shit.
For the next time.
Would you believe me? Would you believe me if I told you it's warm enough in the day to sweat?
Shoots.
It's middle of June and it's warm enough in the day to sweat a little, but yet cold enough at night. I got to start a fire. It ain't been like this since I was a little kid, man. 83, I think I want to say 83 or 86 or something like that when I came back from Colorado.
With Wright's grace and agreement here, I've got two videos that go very much with what our discussion is this evening. One of them is from Larkin Rose. He talks about the draft and puts a pretty interesting perspective on it. And the other one is something from Paul and Slaves, something that from Carl, what's his name? Carl Lentz, I think, who is a little bit, who is one of those guys that's, again, controlled opposition-ish, but also tells a lot of the truth as well. So there's a piece of some, it looks like almost he had this interview in the late 70s. It looked like after his interview, it was going to go into like the Love Connection show or something like that, but it was kind of funny to watch. But his, what he was saying on there, there's a piece in there about legalities that was just brilliant, the way he put it. So I could find that. Anyway, is that okay with you, Mr. Big Thumps?
Do it.
Okay, give me a second here. Let's do Larkins first.
Right. You're right on with the draft stuff, but I wouldn't worry about it so much, my friend. I'm telling you.
Well, I'm not worried about it. I just want to make sure everybody else realizes not to go. That's all. If they don't want to go, then fine. If they do, then that's another thing. I just want to give a warning. That's all.
Yep. Keep telling them just to say no. Like everybody else says, won't be no war if nobody shows up.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm gonna step aside for a minute and go check out Missing Link, but I'll be right back.
All right.
Sure. You know, we could have done that together too, Mitchie. While you were here, we could have saw what Jesse was up to. Actually, I'm kind of curious myself. Is he still alive?
Nope.
Jesse is still alive.
Oh, good. I thought you were talking about Mish.
No, I know he's gone. Let me just see. With Pascal, a record Swiss investment banker, filmmaker, and author. And he's talking about Palestine and shit. Fuck that shit. Okay. Give me a second here, and I'll call up Larkin's video.
Speaking of which, you've seen the Big Mac Eater. She's still around. What's her name?
Sweet Leaf or Cat. Is Cat?
She's still around?
No idea. I don't think she's been live for quite some time. As far as I know.
Wonder what happened to her.
No idea. No idea. Oh, so his very first latest one. Perfect. About the draft, it's called. Okay, I'm going to put my screen share on.
All right. And I'll get it here. Or you can get it right. Yeah. No?
Mm-hmm. I'm good. Okay, quick sound check.
Hey, Larkin Rose here. There's lots of authoritarian.
Can hear it.
Very good. Let me put that full. And here we go.
Hey, Larkin Rose here. There's lots of authoritarian crap going on that people should be upset by and outraged by and all that fun stuff. But on a regular basis, I see people misinterpreting something that happened and getting sort of more scared than they need to be. Another one just happened regarding the military draft. So I wanted to cover that because I think it's one more thing that scares the crap out of a lot of people without them really understanding what's going on. So just made the news that Congress passed a bill automatically registering all males between whatever 18 and 26, whatever the age range is, I don't freaking know, for the military draft. And there's lots of people going, this World War III, it's the end of the world. Now, the military draft is insanely evil, registering anybody for it. The notion at all of forcing somebody to be a pawn in the warmongering machine is utterly evil. This particular piece of news, I think, is being misinterpreted by a lot of pro-freedom people, and understandably so, because it's very understandable to be worried about the psycho homicidal maniacs in Congress deciding to do warmongering and dragging off a bunch of people's kids to go be pawns in that evil. But this story, I think, is actually good news. Now, you're probably thinking, how the hell can that be good news? For many years, there has been a law, and you must obey the law, a law saying that all young adult males in the U.S., when they reach 18, I think it is, they must register for the draft. They must sign up to be dragged into being pawns of the war machine. And that has been unenforceable for many decades because huge numbers of people just don't do it. A lot of them don't even know there is that requirement. And the government does their propaganda game of trying to, don't forget to blah, blah, blah. Don't forget to sign up to be cannon fodder in the next warmongering lunacy that the political psychopaths engage in. And a lot of people just, they don't know it, or they do know it, and they're just like, who cares? And it's unenforceable because 80 gajillion people do it. And I haven't looked up the numbers recently, but I think it's basically nobody ever gets prosecuted for not registering for the draft, even though technically I think it's a felony to not register within whatever the time period they give you. You must volunteer to be conscripted. It's a stupid, insane idea. So when they come along and say, well, we just passed a bill that will automatically register all those young people, what that tells me is they know they're not doing it voluntarily. They don't care. They're not paying any attention. So it's basically Congress saying, well, we're just going to do the paperwork at our end instead of pretending we can nearly keep up with the fact that young people, for some odd reason, don't want to sign up to be pawns of the war machine. Gee, I can't imagine why not. So they're just going to sort of make it happen automatically because paperwork and stuff. And that'll just happen automatically. Now you don't have to do it. Well, what's the point of that? Because that way they don't have to be public about the fact that millions and millions and millions of young people are basically doing this to the federal government because they come of age and they're just like, I'm not signing up for your warmongering bullshit. Well, okay, we'll just do it automatically so nobody has to be able to see how many people are just disobeying us. Because that is the biggest thing that ruling classes need the masses to not see is successful mass disobedience. And when it comes to registering for the draft, there has been very successful mass disobedience. In some cases, it's just mass obliviousness. They didn't even know they were supposed to, which I'm good with that too. And the ones who didn't know they were supposed to, was like, screw you, I'm not signing up for that. And so if they have it be an automatic thing, then it ceases to be a potential story of, look at all these people who just didn't sign up. The law says you must sign up to be a pawn in the war machine. And millions of young men just are like, nah, we're just not going to. And I know a bunch of them. And so that side of it, that side of the story to me is just funny. It's not concerning. It's people weren't signing up. So they're, well, we're just going to automatically have our system just do it. Now you just registered automatically because you weren't doing it when we told you to. To me, that by itself is just kind of funny. It shows mass disobedience or even just mass ignorance of the requirement. But a part of it that isn't so funny which I want to get into because, again, I think it's something that a lot of pro-freedom people are unnecessarily scared about, is the concept of a military draft at all, which is absolutely evil and absolutely insane and always has been all over the world in any country ever. And it's one of those things that conservatives who pretend to give a crap about the Constitution are absolute spineless anti-freedom hypocrites if they support a military draft. Where the hell in the Constitution? Or wait, instead of me asking you, I'll have Daniel Webster, you can look him up if you don't know who that is, I'll have him ask on my behalf, quote, where is it written in the Constitution, in what article or section is it contained that you may take children from their parents and parents from their children and compel them to fight the battles of any war in which the folly or the wickedness of government may engage it? Who will show me any constitutional injunction which makes it the duty of the American people to surrender everything valuable in life, and even life itself, not when the safety of their country and its liberties may demand the sacrifice, but whenever the purposes of an ambitious and mischievous government may require it? End quote. Let me paraphrase that in the modern vernacular. Who the fuck do you think you are telling people you have to hand over your kids to go play our war games? Go fuck yourself. And here's the thing that matters. I don't think Congress is actually stupid enough to try to implement the draft again. I don't think they're that dumb. That's a bit of a guess. They might be that dumb. They might get that desperate. They might be that insane. And by the way, probably the only situation in which they would even try that is with Trump as president, rah, 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 with a bunch of supposedly conservatives, idiots who may go along with it. Because, well, if Trump wants it, because nobody's going to do that for Biden. Nobody's going to say, yeah, I'll proudly send my kid off to war to fight for that demented twit who can't form a complete sentence. But a bunch of delusional Trump supporters might be dumb enough to proudly send their kids off to die pointlessly for the Orange Fuhrer. Even with him in there, I think it's really unlikely they'll even try it. Here's the more important thing. Whether they try it or not, it will not succeed. They will not reinstate the draft and have it be successful, because there are lots of people, I'm one of them, who aren't going to put up with that. Now, there are a lot of things government can do that people can protest and whine and say, I'm going to write to my congressman and tell him to. If somebody comes to arrest a young man because he didn't go off to be a war machine, I think it's absolutely moral and righteous and necessary to kill that person. The person who came to kidnap the young man for not doing it. I would do it myself. I would encourage everybody else to do it. There are a bunch of authoritarian crap that I put up with. Everybody sort of decides their own lines. Like, I have a driver's license so I don't get harassed by the fascists. I used to have a carry permit. Now I'm in Arizona. You don't need it. To have a firearm just so I don't get harassed by the fascists. There are some stupid things I'll go along with. There are some things that are beyond the line. Conscripting young men to go be pawns in a war machine, fuck you. I will kill you before I allow you to take somebody. And I know I'm not the only one. There are lots and lots of people who would absolutely do that. The moment they tried to reinstate the draft, lots of people will be having protests about it. I don't care about that. Some of us are going to be resorting to outright physical force to destroy any apparatus and any human beings who are trying to violently conscript young men into being cannon fodder on the other side of the world. Go fuck yourself. If you try that, you die, and you deserve it. And that backlash, even if it's from a tiny percentage of the population, and I don't even have like draft age, a son who's of draft age, but I would still do it myself. But if you're an actual father and you're like Trump or Biden, you're going to send them off to Russia or China or wherever you psychos decide to start a new war, Ukraine, maybe the Middle East, who knows? If you're an actual father, I'm going to say this very clearly. If you're an actual father and somebody comes to conscript your child to be a pawn in their war games, you better fucking kill the people who show up to do that, or you're not a father. You're a spineless coward. And I don't care who you vote for, and I don't care what your political leaning is. Thankfully, there are a number of people, myself included, who absolutely have that attitude. This is one line, just screw you. You're not doing this. And the thing is, if a big percentage of people go, we're going to protest and whine, okay, they don't particularly matter. But if a conscription, here's where you sign up. All you young men better show up and sign up and bring all your belongings because we're shipping you off to the other side of the world. Anybody manning that office should die. In case I'm not clear enough, I'm saying it is absolutely moral and righteous and necessary for anything remotely close to freedom that anybody directly involved in trying to conscript people to become either murderers or dead people should die. Exactly the same as if some gang just kidnapped some young man and said, well, now you're going to be part of our gang and you're going to go do violent stuff because we told you to. The morality is identical. Whether you have a law backing it makes no stinking difference. Whether you call it the military or just a street gang makes no stinking difference. And the thing is, it wouldn't take anywhere near a majority to create a backlash, which would immediately make a draft unenforceable and like a very nasty backdraft against anyone who did that. So, in case I wasn't blunt enough, any politician who votes to take your child and forcibly drag them off and send them into war on the other side of the world, if you kill him, you are absolutely justified in my book. Abso-freaking-lutely. The person who gives the order, yep, steal their child, send them off to play in our war games. You deserve to die if you do that. And some of you will. And that's the beauty of a little bit of resistance. Because if a few people engaged in that start to die, the rest of the cowardly, spineless assholes in Congress who would never in a million years put their own necks on the line or get anywhere near anything that actually endangers them will immediately back off and go, let's rethink this. We've reconsidered and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Anybody who tries to reinstate the draft should fear death. I don't know how much more clear I can be. Now, the protest thing, like if you want to say, we think this is really bad, okay, that's not what they're scared of. They know you don't like it. They know you don't like the idea. They don't care. As long as there's no actual negative consequence to them and you threatening to vote for somebody else in a few years, that's not enough of a consequence for them to care. They will feed the war machine and not give a crap what you think. But a tiny percentage of people who actually have the principles and the spine to say, nope, this is my line, or one of them anyway. You're not going to kidnap young men and make them go be cannon fodder. You get to die if you try that. That is the proper, moral, rational, and even constitutional, for those of you who still believe in that. If you believe in the American way and the U.S. Constitution, a government that comes to steal your children to send them into the war machine against their will, if you tolerate that, you will tolerate absolutely anything. And your children shouldn't have to pay the price for you being a spineless piece of shit. So if you're an actual father and they come to conscript or draft your son, you better fucking not let them. I'm not going to let them, and I don't even have a son of draft age. But it only takes a tiny percentage of people to make evil that's that blunt and bold immediately become unenforceable. So no, I'm not scared about this story of how they're slightly rearranging the registering for the draft process to make it automatic. Who gives a crap? But yeah, if they're dumb enough to actually try a draft, there better be a nasty, drastic backlash, which ends that overnight, because they realize, yeah, if you push it over that line, there's going to be a war, and it's not going to be your war on the other side of the world. It's going to be right stinking here between people who at least kind of, sort of, sometimes believe in freedom and the evil shits who think they get to steal your children to make them pawns in the war game. Fuck that.
Now, who is that fella?
I'll vote for him.
Larkin Rose.
He's got my vote.
Outside. No, outside. What?
Who I have a lot of coinciding views on, but he's off on some things too. But I try and point out and highlight the stuff that some of these outspoken people are on the right path about.
Before you guys were born, in 1971, they stopped the draft. I think in 1975, if I'm right around there. It was in the 70s. I'm not quite sure, but anyway. The reason why they did that, because, oh my God, guess what happened? No jobs. And guess what they did? The kids joined up for themselves in the military. They didn't have to do the draft.
Right.
And now people are getting wise to the fact, and they're like, whoa, not all of them, but a few of them. And I ain't going to that draft. And I agree with him. If a son of a bitch comes into my door, tries to take my kid, fuck them. You're a murderer.
I think it's mostly distraction because, like you just said, I think in the same token, in this day and age, people are a lot more desperate. So, they paint a picture of a draft to distract from the fact that they really don't have to. It's more just a mockery than anything else.
Well, I talked with my grandfather before he passed, and he told me to keep doing what I'm doing out here. And I found out he grew up underneath a tent most of his childhood, and his pappy was off as drunk, I guess, disappearing. And he said that it was expected of all young men to join the service back then.
Right. That's where the culpratism rests on the people. Because if nobody, as we stated many times before, if nobody cooperates, it doesn't happen.
Well, I agree with that part, but I may have learned something from some stuff that I got from my grandfather that there might be a purpose and reason why some of that happened, and we're going to find out here in a minute.
Brainwashing.
I agree with that, but there's some other stuff. It has to do with those things we were talking about, the other species.
Well, the government sticks their nose into everybody's business. And if you don't obey the government here, well, we're going to war. We're going to show you people. What a bunch of shit.
The government sticks its nose into the business of people who want them to stick their nose into it.
Yup, you know what? My grandfather made that comment to me about weapons. About some weapons. He's like, don't nobody need to know what I got. And he was, a straight-laced guy, didn't drink beer, nothing like that, But I found out through stuff in my personal investigation stuff. You got good and bad people and everything, my friend. There's good military and bad military, and you know that.
There's nothing healthy about a military.
You know what? And I am absolutely not going to argue with you there, because I've always felt that way my whole life. And my issues with the service are violations through their trickery with the prison system. So
a military's purpose is to serve to enforce the engagement of nation state. And there's nothing healthy about nation state engagement. Without that enforcement, there is no nation state engagement. Yep. That's where people don't realize, though. It's all like gaslight, right? It's just dyslexia. So under the guise of safety, security, and protection for this thing called a nation, which is an illusion of unity. Forget the fact that it's not unity, it's actually segregation and the cutting off of the natural development of a human species in terms of diversity and natural function. Forget about that part. We don't want to look at that. But in the name of that, we're going to create borders and walls, and we're under the name of protecting people, and then we're going to gaslight everybody that we need to protect the species from who? The species.
Well, I'm trying to figure out why I keep hearing fighter jet. I got fighter jets over my state 24/7. I'm fucking tired of it. I don't want to hear fighter jets 24/7. The fuck is wrong with you fucking idiots, man? Don't nobody want to hear that shit. I live in the woods for a reason, man.
Some people love it. Some people love it. They love the whole patriotic militarization of BDSMism. You know what BDSM is?
Kind of, sort of, yeah. I always find them people to be fucktards.
They are, and that's what everybody in this game of corporatism is participating in. It's just who's going to be dominant, who's going to be submissive. Not who's going to be slave and master, who's going to be dominant and who's going to be submissive. Submissive is not enslavement. Submissive is complying to an authoritative presence. Cooperation. It's one step above enslavement, peasantry, but with the cooperation agreement. So, you know, enslavement is a misnomer, unfortunately. It's not a proper semantic. And that's where people are just like, they look around and it's like, I don't see enslavement. And they're right, you know, because you're agreeing to your peasantry. You're cooperating with it. You're embracing it. You love it. You want it. You want, you know, they could pretty much just open the cage doors and like a bird who's been completely brainwashed, you'll look outside the cage and go, oh, I'm not stepping out of there. It's too fucking dangerous. Close the cage, please, and give me the keys. I'm going to keep myself inside for my own protection.
Hey, Guru, you would be shocked at how many people are speaking out right now against a lot of this stuff, including the militants themselves. Missing Link this morning had a guest on that was ex-military and something else. And man, was he cracking off on him, dude. You should have checked it out. I don't know if you caught it or not.
No, I was resting today.
Well, I'm catching a big pattern, and everybody's saying the same thing. I'm telling you, we're going to be okay. You know, we just got to take care of each other. You know what I mean?
Well, I'm personally not worried about whoever the we is you're referring to. You know, I'm already.
As a whole, in general, as society, stuff like that. I think a big thing is just going to be getting out of the city. Somebody else said something about that, about really there's going to be communities, and I see that happening too.
The society already as a whole is not okay, but it's not my problem. I'm all right anyways, and I'm working with people who are also all right anyways. That's the thing. The people who don't want to be all right, they're choosing the path of not being all right, and that's fine.
I get that. I get that, and I see the level of the community sets to where there's people that step back that are already at that level, and they'll let guys like you kind of get out there, go float around, and find the better ones that are going to come along. I get that.
I'm not concerned with patriotards. I'm not concerned with the mind that doesn't want to take responsibility for itself. That doesn't concern me one bit. Not my problem. Somebody else's choice to be a liability of life is going to be, the consequence for that is going to be their own and not mine. That's the last thing I'm going to allow to enter into my realm, so to speak. I'm looking for allies and assets, people who are, you know, want to be intelligent and cooperate and make the most of what life has to offer and make no excuses about it. Regardless of how many idiots don't want to do that. Well, I don't care. You know, find the assets and, you know, enjoy the heavenly aspect of life. And not wait for anybody else to figure it out to do so. You know, can you imagine if everybody just sat around and waited for everybody to wake up before they actually decided to wake up themselves and take responsibility for themselves? What would happen?
Dude, I'm shaking the people around me because I refuse to work on these junk shit ass processed cars. I've washed my hands, and that's what I'm good at. And I've literally just said, nope, I'm done. Sorry, I can't help you. I'm cleaning everything up and I'm stopping. And then when I proved my point, because we had to keep going back to the part stores for either bad parts or the wrong parts, I got my point across. Like, look, they're sucking up my time and energy with this bullshit. I'm done. Sorry. And I'm literally focusing on that river. And the thing is, I got my point across. So.
Right. There was one thing that Larkin was especially not accurate on in what he was saying, and it's important I pointed out, is that, you know, people can put on a piece of paper a mandate all they want. It doesn't mean fucking shit. If you're dumb enough to fall for it, then you're dumb enough to, you know, as you said, which I've used a couple times now. I love this saying. If you play stupid games, you're going to win stupid prizes, and you deserve it, right? So that's one thing. But what people are missing in this day and age is this is not like the days of the plantation. And I was talking to Wrights about this a few days ago. This is not like the same structure of a plantation as it once was. Perhaps, I don't know. I never lived in the time where it actually was like that, where you actually had literally a master of a plantation or a slave owner of a plantation that was cracking and whipping his slaves into obedience and making sure that they produce in the fields and do what as they're told, and so on and so forth. It's not like that. In this day and age, it's cooperative peasantry. And instead of a slave owner, you have literally the people are oppressing each other. The people are the culprits in this day and age over each other. They have decided to be the slave owners of each other in this sense. So in this draft sense, again, you have just narrative setters, politicians, actors is the right word, just presenting this case of, okay, we got to go again, just writing a novel for everybody to read a script. And now it's like people are going to believe this script. And if you believe it, you're stupid. Now, that's all fine and dandy. If you want to go along with the narrative and be a retard, go ahead. Where the rubber meets the road, though, half where I agree with where Larkin was going with this. I agree, fully with this part, but half where the solution is. At the point where the enforcement of participation comes into play, where you're forced to participate, whether you like it or not, it's no longer consensual. This is a problem. In this day and age, though, it's not. Your politicians aren't coming to your house and forcing you to go to war for them. They're not. They're not the culprit. The culprit is your fucking officers who might do the work for them, your peers, your brothers and sisters, even your family members who might say, go, or you're going to jail. It's each other. We're doing it to each other. And that's where we have to take a stance to each other and make sure that we don't let that happen to each other. Instead, the unity is cooperation. The solution is cooperation to resist such type of tyranny and oppression of each other that happens from ourselves to our brothers and sisters. That's where the true aspect of problem is. That's where the real root of the cancer lies. It's right around us. It's not this scapegoat narrative writer in political arenas that you see on the TV. They're just stage fear mongering. They're just propagating these ideas, which again, if nobody paid attention to, would make no difference. But since people are paying attention to it, okay, oh, we're going to have this war. We have a draft, blah, blah, blah. We have to go. Okay, fine. Go do your war. Have it. Go kill each other like fucking monkeys in a fucking battlefield. Go be retards. Fine. But force me to participate? You're the aggressor against me now. I'm going to blow your head off.
Yep, dude, anybody that I see, if they let this election go through, dude, anybody that I see voting for any of these fuckers and they do try to start some shit, I'm saying, you need to go over there. What? You voted, right? Yeah, take your ass over there with them dumb motherfuckers.
You be the first one. Yeah, this idea that the politicians should be first and go, well, okay, whatever. You know, no. If you voted, if you paid taxes, if you funded it, you go and you definitely lead by example. That's right.
You said it was the lesser of two evils. You picked
Right. Right. You got it.
I told you I'm running for fucking Guatemala, bitch. Fuck you.
Right. And if you think that you can drag me along with you in your fucking game of mercenary bullshit, you're not going to have a chance to play that game of mercenary bullshit. You're not even going to make it there. Because you're telling me we're going to play it right here, right now, then. Me and you. Not happening.
I'm gonna go to one of these fruit ripe fucking jungles and go hang out for a couple weeks. I want to go check out Guatemala. I hear that that's actually where off the coast there's where a lot of Atlantis may actually be. I hear there's structural evidence of Atlantis was found off Guatemala.
I did it.
What?
I went to Costa Rica for 3 months.
I think you should all go to Guantanamo Bay. Just go hang out there.
Fuck that.
Well, why not? You live in America. It's, you know.
I'll keep the key.
Every one of you who participate in American politics and votes and pays taxes, you're all complicit in that too.
To be honest, that's when I knew shit was going south. I'd say probably 1999, roughly.
I remember that, yeah. And that's only the one they showed to people.
Yeah, I'd say 96 to 99 is when shit started going really south because I noticed that they started forcing me to do certain things with my paychecks. And I'd be like, what the fuck? And I just didn't want to deal with a bank account. I had experiences at 18 years old trying to buy a car, and they kept trying to steer me off to trash. It's like, no, I don't want that, dude. If I'm getting stuck in a fucking payment, I want this, you know? Well, what the fuck you talking about, dude? I make like fucking $500 more than what you need. I want this car, dude. You know, I don't want that piece of shit. And I could tell he was just trying to sell shit. And it's like, dude, nah, man. And I walked away, and it just gave me a sour taste. And then I went to get a Porsche. I went to get a Porsche from a friend of the family, and I had half the cash right in hand, and I went to get the loan for the other half. And they just kept paying bullshit. I'm like, what the fuck? My buddy just fucking did it. The fuck you talking about, motherfucker? And I was like, I'm fucking done with this place. And ever since then, I just have focused on cashing my check and putting my fucking money in my pocket and walking away. You know, fuck you. And it's gotten harder and harder and harder and harder. They want half your fucking check to cash it, even if the check is from that facility. And it's like, well, what the fuck, dude?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's bad. They can't even honor their own goddamn check without fucking.
No, dude, it's an awesome fucking thing because of what we were talking about before. It forces people to come to terms with the fact they shouldn't be there anyways, and now you got to think about other alternatives.
That's just it. I was awake then, but the thing is, it's gotten worse and worse to where I just don't deal with it. You should see the look on people's faces when I tell them, no, I don't have a bank account. I ain't had a bank account for a decade. What?
Same thing when I say I don't have a cell phone.
And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, man, I don't fucking do that shit. I try not to even touch cash. And they're like, what? How do you live? I use my mind. Yeah, I use my mind. What? Well, yeah, you can't think, motherfucker.
I was about 27 when I had a cell phone last, I think. That's the day I went to the dock and threw it in the ocean. So that's 21 years ago. 21 years since I had a cell phone.
2012, I think, or something like that, is when I was forced. I was kind of forced to get one as an enforcer because I was traveling. So one day I would be at the bridge. The next day I would be at GR. The next day I would be in Town Erie. The next day I would be in Gaylord. The next day I'd be in Ludington, and nobody could keep track of me. And dude is like, dude, you need to get a fucking phone right fucking now.
Like, I get it all the time. It's time to catch up with technology there, isn't it?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm making websites and shit.
You know what's funny though is as I reflect on that situation, because I still have every single one of them phones. I still have all of them. And I reflect on the situation and the amount of fucking time that was wasted.
Right.
But at the same time, the amount of things that I've done, the things that I've done by channeling through that device, networking, is outstanding. I mean, I can do some really gnarly stuff. Yeah, the war thing, like listening to that guy, the war thing isn't gonna pop off like that. It's not gonna happen. No offense. I mean,
It's just another fucking distraction theater.
yeah,
It's the whole point. The
is.
whole thing is theater. The
Yep,
whole
yeah.
thing, top to bottom. It's meant to just gain people's attention for the sake of distraction and to make something that is imaginary relevant.
No, I'm on a level of consciousness and meditation and knowledge and stuff though that we're being fed off on an energy level by other things at different levels of energy. So that has a lot to do with what's going on. Yeah.
Yep.
So
there's definitely that too.
Yeah.
But again, you have to be a willing participant, right? Like nobody's sitting there in anybody's house and forcing putting a gun to your head saying, turn the television on and sit there and watch it like a fucking retard.
Yes, I know, and that's what's fucking scary when you walk up to your people and they're in a zombie state trance. It's like, oh my fucking, it's like, oh my God.
Right. So you do that, right? It's an addiction. It's an addiction. And they've designed it that way. You know, it's not like it's just an accident. It's absolutely, of course, intentional. It's designed to feed off of the parts. It exploits the parts of the human anatomy and nature that are sensitive and vulnerable, such as dopamine, the ego, the hypnotic proposition of the subconscious mind. It exploits all of that. But you still have to make the choice every single time, which it becomes addiction. After a while, you know, something becomes, you do it repetitive enough, it becomes a habit, and then it becomes second nature way of life, and to the point where it's rather addictive because of the way that the body is designed. We adapt to the point where we get used to something, and this is a very deep sort of look at how the body works. The body exaggerates intentionally variances. So, for example, hot and cold. When you feel like a water in a tap, you never first feel the actual temperature. You feel an exaggerated hot or cold version of it. And that's a protection and defense mechanism. And it's the same with all other aspects of that. So, the level of uncomfortableness that you experience when you shift an environment can be quite illusionary in an extreme sense, an extreme experience. And a lot of people, especially when they're not used to that, the adaptation and adaptability of the human anatomy and psychology gets atrophied. And so it gets amplified more out of proportion. And then you tend to duck. You go, oh my God, that's really uncomfortable. I don't want to do that. Just give me my coffee. Let me go back to my little passive head in the sand way of life. It's comfortable, right? It's comfortable. My routine is comfortable. My rituals are comfortable. And you irresponsibly perpetuate a level of an ignorant walk of path in life to your own demise. And literally what you're talking about here is to reverse that, you have to first recognize that and then actually make a determination for yourself that you're going to stop doing it. You're going to stop harming yourself. You know what's happening to you. You know it doesn't feel right. And you're not going to allow that to happen to you anymore. You're going to go on a healthy path instead. And that's what it comes down to, right? And if you don't do that, then not only are you affecting yourself, but you're being part of the conglomerate, the unhealthy conglomerate, where all of this possibility of happenings to people becomes reality. You become the corruption.
I know you don't like the fuel cars, but I'm super like in heaven with my road driving home at like 45, 50 miles an hour playing Dukes of Hazzard. It's fucking awesome, bro.
Yeah, I know that dopamine rush and is heavy.
I fucking love it, dude. It's great, dude. Like I was coming home and I'm thinking to myself, man, dude, this is like an 8-mile straight shot, windy, curvy, uppy, downy, jumpy, herby, fucking mountain hill road, dude. It's like this is better than Dukes of Hazzard. Fuck this shit, dude. And I hammered down, dude, and then I realized after like the 4th or 5th curve, I watched the dogs jumping from one side to the other. I was like, oh shit, I gotta lay up. I got dogs back there.
I know. Here's the conundrum. Here it is. You ready? Stupidity is fun.
What's stupid about it? I mean, I was traveling 5 miles under the speed limit.
When you end up with your head in a ditch like a peacock as a quadriplegic, you'll find out.
Oh, that's where that equation play stupid games, win stupid
prizes. Right.
Listen, I got some aches and fucking hurts, bro, for some wrecks, bro. I don't cry about that shit. Do you hear me crying about that shit?
Doesn't change whether it's stupid. And remember, you
I
played
didn't
Russian
fucking
roulette.
say that. I did not fucking say that. All I said was, do you hear me crying about it?
No, but again, I'm still telling the truth about it. I'm telling the truth. It's you play Russian roulette long enough, and you're gonna get that trigger one of these times.
I remember the first time I crushed my right shoulder. That was fucking stupid. Very fucking stupid.
The pursuit is stupid because of that reason. The pursuit of Russian roulette is not a healthy, wise game. It's stupid. It's one of those stupid games, stupid prizes to play, and everybody plays it. I mean, life has an element of that to a certain degree on its own. There's no getting away with that. But okay, that being the foundation, is that going to be the excuse for us to let's go bungee jumping every single day and just assume that rope is going to hold out on us every single time? You know.
Now wait a minute. See, there's that experience in life stuff because I want to fucking fly. My own ultralight. I want to try to do that flying thing.
The Rice Rage quit?
No, he sent me a thing. He went on the phone. Oh, did he drop?
Yeah,
he's taking a call. He'll be back. He said in a bit.
I was gonna say I might go make a dirt road run. I might take off and go visit a buddy for just a second and come back. It'll take me about 45 minutes.
Just make sure you drive no less than 130.
Actually, I don't fuck around at night. The moon is out right now, and the deer are running. And I noticed I noticed the last 3 days that the females all seem to be running around with double pups. So I'm shocked by that. I'm seeing a female run across the road with 2 tiny babies all over, man. I'm talking, and then like yesterday I was heading into town and I seen 2 females and each female had 2 babies, one right after another within like 200 yards. What the fuck is this shit? It's like some Matrix shit.
Are you gonna go? I still have the other video to do. Are you gonna go soon, and are you gonna be a while? Or,
actually, I'm waiting for a response. I just had a buddy. I don't wait for nobody no more, so I'll just go into town even if I'm running out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And I just had a buddy get at me to see if I was okay, and I told him I could use some weed.
Are you gonna go and come back?
I don't know yet. He hasn't responded. He hasn't responded to tell me to come pick up some weed, so I might just do a bomb run for some weed. I like cruising, and at night it's fun.
Okay, I'm asking because I could either do the video now with or without, or later. Wrights isn't here at the moment anyways. I'm not going to do it till he's back at the very least.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm not going there nowhere right this second. He hasn't responded.
Okay.
But yeah,
right.
Listen, let Vets rap on that. No stuff. He needs to figure out how to get past their break wall because they segregate a lot of this stuff.
Working on it. He had 2 almost 3, maybe 3 really good breakthroughs last live. Really, really deep ones, but I don't know if they stuck it or not. And that's the one thing about where he's at with the indoctrinative crud. These last layers are, so deep. They take a lot of rehashing, especially when you got memory challenges like he does too. And a lot of the times he's also here when he's 98% spent. So, but he did have those breakthroughs, and he had them in such a way where there was no way he could have stated the things that he stated if it wasn't understood. It's not one of those things where it's you can fake it type things. Not that Rights does that, but either you clearly get it or you don't with those things. So it was really good to see that he was able to get that. So we'll see if he can recapture it again and be a little bit more awake, so to speak, even further.
Yeah, no, we're gonna go into some pretty interesting times, man. I'm watching this this new magnetic motor tech, and man, yeah, it's gonna revolutionize everything. I mean, you can do this system out of freaking a soda bottle and put a pulley on it.
Hey, Chad, just noticed you in the chat.
I know we're gonna see some really gnarly tech. Like I said, the government has gone so far with their retardedness that you have sheriffs that have quit and given up their pensions to get together as teams to go after these nutballs, the nutball government officials like Clinton's and stuff. And I don't want to dwell on this, but the information and the amount of evidence these guys had compiled that I watched and witnessed them put out here online. Yeah, it's some gnarly stuff that's about to hit the fan just there. Not only that, but I'm watching weird stuff like our officials' buildings are slowly being shut down and they're being downsized. So we're seeing less police, the buildings are being shut down, the probation departments have been shut down, all kinds of stuff's going on.
And why are they being shut down?
I think we're about to go into some stuff where it may just not be as bad as everybody thinks. And they're just going to cut the system and say, hey, motherfucker, if you ain't smart enough to fend for yourself, you might have an issue. Now whether somebody still gets off their dead ass and goes to the pizza parlor to work for the day or not is another story. But I think as far as the governmental shit goes, I think we're going to see some gnarly stuff. I can see it as a pattern. I can't explain it, but like I'm to the point where I'm not complying with them. And most everybody that I know is to that point. Now, how big their balls are to say no is another story.
Right.
Yeah. But everybody, listen, I'm watching old school heads like that, like Rights. I'm watching lots of people that are just done with it. And it's not that they want violence. They're just done with it. I'm serious.
Yeah, it's being done with the violence. The whole thing is violent.
Yeah, well, kind of to a point, but I'm just
what
saying,
isn't violent about it?
Well, a lot of it's fucking brainwashing, but
that's violent.
I get that, but
that's very violent, right? It's extremely violent.
I get that. What's up, big guy? You thought I shut you outside, didn't you? You ain't got any drug.
Up to the bottom, violence doesn't just mean two people duking it out with their fists. The entire corporate system, top to bottom, is head over heels, appallingly violent.
I got a German Shepherd that's way too smart, bro.
It's a genocide, man.
I don't even know if that's the right word, with the exception of some things like the chemtrails and whatnot. But again, genocide implies like more enslavement. Back to that thing again. It's more like
voluntary suicide.
Suicide, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know about all that, man. Too, it's like a fucking, it's like what would you call it? A Matrix rebirth fucking cloning center too. Because it really, if you think about it, like I got a buddy that's got 5 kids, and I've watched all 5 of them born and grow up. And at certain stages, they all look the same. And at a certain age, they all look like him, you know? And fucking.
We're talking about what's happening to the masses, though, on Alaska. You know, the
that's
poisoning and all that shit.
Yes, sir. That's what I was getting at next. The thing is, I watched what they've done to my nephews at 15, and I got a buddy that's got a 24-year-old kid, and he don't drink, and he don't drug, not even weed, and fucking dude, he climbed out this car a few weeks ago, and I was like, whoa, what the fuck, dude? Little kid almost looked as ragged as me, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And the thing is, I know the kid. He ain't lived a hood life. He ain't lived hard. He's been up here in a little one-light town. It's just the dietary and the education system. Just fluoride face. That's the only thing I can think of to say. Fluoride face.
Right. Which is especially at this point, and for the longest of times now, self-imposed, self-embraced, and encouraged and indoctrinated upon by each other.
You know what I noticed from that TV screen and video game stuffed in this little kid's face at 24, what it did to him? I noticed that these other things feeding off us with these poisons sucked the energy out through his head because he was bald and you could see. And he's young. He's only 24. And the other brother that he's got isn't bald. The other 2 brothers that he's got that didn't get into the video games and stuff, that actually did stuff like sports or wrestling.
Right.
They're not bald, but they still got the fluoride face thing going. Yeah. But I'm just saying, as far as the tools go that they're using, you know what I mean? As far as like the TVs, the games. And the thing is, I noticed it out of other family members of mine and stuff that I've watched throughout my life using that same equipment. They have the same side effects. So it's like that Petri dish thing you were talking about. And they're watching it. They're documenting it at the hospital. It's fucked up.
And they know. You can't be a part of that day in and day in and not know. you know the results. You see it.
Oh, I've caught on to some really, really deep stuff, even with the scar patterns when they do surgery. Now, whether it's as deep as the doctor understands what he's doing, I don't think so. But I caught on to some stuff even with the surgical procedure. It's fucking wild, dude.
If I'm a psychopath and I want to perform a mass scam on a populace, my first priority is, logically speaking, as far as I can tell, and it looks like it's just basic math, and this is exactly what they've done. Recruit all the other psychopaths. Now, how do you do that and incentivize them? With the psychopathic tool called money.
Got another $1 trillion?
Right. And I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about your white coats. I'm talking about your blue collars. I'm talking about all of them.
I was actually going to try to get into this with rights for a second, but I had a.
What happened?
Did we lose you, Rich?
I got a big storm coming in. I didn't know I had a storm coming in. I gotta give me 1 second, if you would, please, fellas. I gotta take care of the truck real quick and close my shop.
Yep. Go ahead, man.
I have a work trailer that I keep all my dry tools and stuff in, so because I don't have a garage out here. I rent a garage, but I don't have a garage out here. And I use one of them big giant trailers with the drop deck door. And I put a manual tire machine on the drop deck door, and I got a tool hanging on the wall. I love the off-grid life. But like you said, you need to know where the line is when you get into the slavery and the living.
You do, and for that, it comes down to being honest.
I'm starting to see that the greenhouses are where it's at. Doing the greenhouses and veggie stuff is 99% where it's at.
Greenhouses are very useful in a lot of ways, especially during the development phase of self-reliance. Greenhousing and permaculture-based raised bed garden food forest ideologies and principles. And once things are established, once you're surrounded by perpetual ecosystem of food forest, fuck, man. you got it made, you got it set. And it doesn't take all that long that people think, to learn the art. And it's not, it's always a learning curve. There's always some challenges and this and that. That's part of the fun, Yeah, that's why you have to have the right mindset when you do it. Oh, yeah. And when I say being set, it's important also to understand what I mean by that. It doesn't mean set where you sit back and there's nothing to do left in life. You're set in the sense where you understand your part in the role in nature, and you're able to function and go in any environment, and you no longer have fear in how to work with nature and be a part of the abundance, and it sets you free, from the dependency of corporate reliance. But it takes a while. It takes a commitment, a valiant commitment, to learn all the stuff that we needed to learn from the get-go, that we were distracted from learning and chose not to. And for that, anybody who wants to, you're in the right place. Anybody who doesn't want to and just wants to make excuses and fall for the scapegoat and blame game and waste your time in life, 99.9% of the other areas of YouTube and all the other platforms and the television and the corporate world is waiting for you to get back to. Chad's scared to come up anymore.
You intimidate him.
Yeah. He knows he's 2 + 2 = 5. That's their math. Whose math?
I think he's talking about the government.
The government's math? That's the math of the sheeple. The math of the sheeple is 1 - 1 = 100.
They stink like laundry soap.
Yes, Tideaholics.
Tides
are us.
It's all I smell when I go out in public. I smell it when they drive by in the car. I smell it coming out of their dryer vents in their homes. I smell it in the grocery store. Smell it everywhere.
It's finally becoming a distant memory for me. I'm finally far enough out again where I don't get hit by that fucking day in and day out.
Every time I take Reggie for walking into town, that's all I smell. That fucking shit.
I bet. Nasty.
Like I said, when people drive by me at 100 kilometers an hour on the highway here, I smell it just wafting out of their windows of their car.
Yeah. You don't have enough. You don't have enough nature trails just to take them there.
Not close enough. No, it's a bit of a walk. It's a bit of a walk. Plus, he gets bored. He wants to go for a walk into town because he likes pissing all over the posts and everywhere else. All the other dogs have been pissing.
Right. He's doing his patriotic duty.
He gets bored of walking just in the trails by himself, by ourselves.
He wants to piss on the corporate world.
Mosquitoes are really bad too in the forest right now. Just get eaten alive as soon as you step in there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, man.
But there's no back roads like you used to go.
Country roads, yeah. Like I said, he doesn't want to go down them. As soon as I start walking down them, he lies down on the ground and refuses to go. But as soon as I start going towards the town, he's into it. He wants to go into town. He likes to go piss on where everyone else is pissing and the other dogs are. He's bored of just walking down the country road now.
Maybe he wants some animal engagement.
Yeah, he does. Plus, I think it's hard on his feet, the gravel roads. He wants to walk on the paved road and go into town.
Come.
Bobo, lay an egg.
He sucks eggs, though. He's an egg sucker. He is an egg sucker, though.
Do you have in mind getting another dog?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I gotta wait for him to go. I want to, but he's too old to have that kind of energy around him trying to play. And oh yeah, he'll get hurt. The floors are so slippery here and shit. He's too old to have put up with a young dog's energy. I could go adopt an older dog, probably. Another older dog.
You could. One that's more like where he's at,
But I don't have the energy for that right now. I'm having a hard time.
You're an old dog yourself.
Yeah, taking care of us two guys as it is.
Yeah.
I want a corpse floor.
You need to put yourself in an adoption home.
Let's get in that right now.
Yeah, interesting times, man, for sure.
I see that.
Excuses, Chad.
I just read that.
I am the Chad. What's up, buddy? It's storming out there. You don't want to sell it, crap. Hey, man, that storm went right around me and let me get my windows up before it hit. I was out there in this dark lightning all the way around me in a circle, rumbling, thumping. No rain yet.
Chad, you want to come up and express your anger towards Trudeau. You know how much you hate Trudeau.
Oh, that Castro booty hole.
Fuck government.
Yeah, baby.
Hate the government.
Hey, man, they're letting these motherfuckers scream death to us and shit downstate, dude. Right there by rights. It's crazy, dude. When I went through there in 2015, man, I was, dudes were fucking flipping the fuck out, dude. They're like, the biker dudes were ready to go to war. So I think we're pretty much already in a civil war.
Listen. The monetary system is civil war.
I get it.
Civil war has been life for the corporate citizen since its inception.
Okay.
You're at competition with your neighbor.
Okay, I'm not in competition with my neighbor, but I need a truck so I can work easy. Wait a minute.
In a zero-sum game and a Ponzi scheme, you're at competition with everybody else participating.
I don't care about what they got. I just know what I need, so I guess I don't really need to go there either, do I?
That's the point. To get what you need in that system, you're in competition and at odds against everybody else in the system. That is civil war.
Well, what about I want to take off and go to fucking Oregon for a minute to visit somebody, but I can't fucking just go to Oregon and visit. What the fuck?
Welcome to zero-sum reality
What the fuck you talking
and civil
about?
war. You got to go back and watch Class
I'm
1.
trying to get to Oregon. I ain't talking about no fucking civil war, bro. Funds. Reality, it costs funds. No matter what, I got to put the shit in my gosh dang car. And
Right. That's why you're having a hard time, because you live in civil war.
No, okay. All right, fuck the fact about the Civil War. Okay, now, I was thinking fucking just take a motorcycle. But that still costs money too, so I got to get in that slave system, you know?
Right. You got to participate in civil war.
Oh, fuck. There ain't no Civil War in the gosh dang river fucking panning for gold.
Agreed. That'd be like looking at all the grains of sand and, wondering where's the abundance. Trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of grain of sand. Where there's abundance, there is no civil war. Welcome back, Rights.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry about that. My son-in-law called me up.
Did you fall asleep?
No, he was asking about the TV, how well it's doing after I put that in there, the new Firebox. Yeah, so he's just checking up. Then we started talking about other stuff, and I told him I had to get myself going.
I noticed something looking at 3 generations of family marriage Bibles and certificates.
What was it?
Yeah, I think through meditate, I was like,
hi, Chad.
I was like meditating, sleeping, but I wasn't. And then I got a flash because I sat there doing research at my grandpa's and stuff and reading the marriage Bibles and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a flash. I think that the way marriage works, when you sign that stuff, you're like signing a curse to take on all fucking spiritual problems from the other family too.
Did you ever watch Beetlejuice? Never saw the movie Beetlejuice? Oh man, it just reminded me. There's this. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see if I can find the clip. There's a part in Beetlejuice where this football team is sitting in an office, and they're all dead.
And they like, I think I'm dead, boss.
Right.
Okay.
Every time an epiphany like you're having happens, it just reminds me of that. It's like coming to terms with.
Fuck you, dude. I thought about that too once. That's that's one of the spots I remember that movie with the fucked up fish and the lady with her fucking throat cut.
Yeah. Let me see if I can find that clip. Beetlejuice.
Nice fucking honkers. No.
All team.
Nice fucking model.
You did see it.
Yeah, I'm remembering it now.
The Netherworld waiting room.
Daylight come and me want.
Yeah.
Well.
Hey, Rights. Hey, Rights.
Right here.
Are you dead, man?
I'm dead. All I want to go home. Beetlejuice.
That's from that moving.
Beetlejuice.
That's from the movie Cool Runnings.
Oh, with John Candy.
Is it John Candy? It's the Jamaican bobsled team. Yeah. They flip over. Like, hey, man, you're dead.
Yeah. That was a good picture. That was. They don't show that anymore. I don't know why, but yeah.
Because it's good.
Oh, Jake.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Wasn't that John Candy?
Yep. Sure was.
That was a good flick. Unfortunately, a lot of that stuff I know. I know that Guru doesn't believe in what do they call it, manifestation, but that's actually what the TV stuff is for. I had a meditation thing, and I got smacked in the face with it from when I was a little kid in Colorado. I went to sit and watch movies with my dad and his business partner and his family.
Oh, somebody should.
At a cabin, and
Hold on.
was an H-
Okay, you can do it now. He's good. Go ahead.
Was he? Okay, thanks.
it was an HBO special, and you know how the HBO used to start.
Well, hold on. Sorry, Mitchie. I gotta let Chad up. Rights, what did you do? He thumbed himself out of the equation again. Rights, if you can hear us, you hit the wrong button. You put yourself down. You gotta
he was probably
recalibrate
trying to
yourself.
he was probably trying to bring me up.
Yeah, he was.
He got it, and he knocked himself out. Bad baby.
I did.
Bad baby.
Oh no, I'm on my cell phone, and you gotta really be careful with this damn thing. It's touchy as hell.
Sorry, Mitch. We had to try and fix broken.
Yes, I was fibbing about the not wanting to come up thing, but yeah, my internet does wonk me out sometimes, so I might you might actually lose me.
We heard
So-
you. Yeah, you just broke up.
He's willing to come up here and lie about it face to face now.
But I was also waiting for the old man to show back up.
Oh. Wow, you young stud, you.
He wanted to hide under the big thumbs.
Hey, do you know that's what the Chad? Hey, there's a term, the Chad, and that's what it means, like a manly stud you got.
There you go, Jed.
Now, what was I
know every
saying
meaning.
before
I
stopped?
know every meaning of the Chad.
What was we talking about there for a second? I lost track for a second.
Mothballs and the effects of.
No, I was communicating. I was communicating with somebody, and it took my train of thought. I'm sorry.
It's called Stone. It's called Stoner Brain, eh?
Yeah, it was important too what I was talking about, and I was right at the punchline of it too. What was I saying there, fellas? Come on, Dan, for fuck's sake.
I'd like to help you out, but I kicked myself out when you're talking shit.
Oh yeah, the family curse taken on through marriage thing.
I thought you were talking about going somewhere and you can't afford to do it or something.
Oh yeah. I want to. That's what I'm saying. When you get a clear path to do something and you hit this, I don't know what to call it. The only thing hey, fuck you, man. Anyways, you can once you get to a certain point though, you can see a clear path. You know what you should do and what you shouldn't do.
I need to do a line of matcha. Can you snort that shit?
I don't know. Try it out. Let me know how it goes.
Try it. Start selling it on
And
the
I
street.
And I
Hey,
can
man,
hear
wanna buy some matcha?
And I can hear Dan in about 2 months. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that again.
Oh, fuck that.
Want to buy a gram of matcha?
Only if there's mothballs in it.
I can't see any other way to get funds around, and I can't step back into that slavery system at the factory.
Prostitute yourself.
Fuck that, dude. I'm watching people that are fucking thumping it at these factories and shit, and they're just not getting nowhere. It's like, what the fuck?
Sell potatoes.
Well, that's what we got rights for. He's gonna peel them.
I'll peel them.
It is interesting times. We're gonna be alright. People are bugging, dude.
So,
It's like-
Rights, how do you feel about the draft now mellowed out a little?
No, I still got
Did you-
that feeling.
Did you
I like
not
the idea.
Did you not watch the Larkin video?
Yeah,
about
I know.
the-
I did like his idea. Yeah, shoot the son of a bitches. Walking yells,
Well,
try to steal
no,
your kid.
he's saying the majority of people aren't even going to pay attention to it.
Well, I love that idea. Wouldn't that be nice? If that
Well,
would
I
happen.
think it's what's happening. That's
You
why
know?
I don't think you should pay attention to it either.
You know what?
Well, I wouldn't so much. But go on.
No, I'm sorry.
Respond rights.
Okay, I'm just saying that I normally wouldn't, but I just got that gut feeling in my, my head here that there's something going wrong here because I have never seen them do so much advertisement on this shit all of a sudden.
Yeah,
I
but
mean, it's
you
just popped up for the past month.
You have to try not paying attention to that. That's all fear mongering. That's triggering.
I
to do
I
it.
don't look for it. It comes to me. Radio. If I watch my old time movies, join the army. Oh, what the, commercial. Oh, Connie, man, you just got to get your benefits. I like that stuff.
But you're paying attention to it. Even if it's coming to you, don't pay attention to it.
I'm watching TV. I mean,
Well, flick
That's
the
your first
channel to
Why are you watching TV?
look away and look at.
I'm watching my
something
old
else
time movies.
when that comes on. Yeah, but as soon as the commercial
Robin Hood,
comes on, do something. Look somewhere else.
Like Robin Hood, in tights. That's a good picture.
Let me just elaborate. The movies are part of the indoctrination. That's number one. It might be a deeper level of thing to understanding, but at the very least, if you're going to watch them, you can watch them online without commercials.
Or I go to, they have commercials for a minute, 1 minute commercials is what
When
they
the
have.
commercial come on, hit the mute button and look somewhere else.
Hey, I'm
Don't
laughing
even
right
look at
now. Hey, I'm laughing right now because they've segregated this area with the grocery stores and stuff like that, and you got one choice: a high-end family-run place for miles. I'm talking like 50 miles or something like that, or you have Dollar General, and the Dollar General have popped up like 20-fold compared to the other stores. And now there's a big movement right now. They're trying to shut down all these dollar stores. Like within 10 miles, within 15 miles, there's like 8 or 9 of them, and there's only 2 grocery stores in that amount of time, and they're owned by the same family.
Really?
Yeah, and it's a
Who's trying to shut them down?
there's a big movement. I just had, for lack of a better term, a smackhead from a town over. He's just a guy that I do car part swaps with. But he just messaged me a thing. They're protesting the places because they're selling them shit food and products.
That's not the answer. Protesting.
No, but I'm just saying that's what's going on up here. So now people, and the thing is, everybody talks to everybody, so they won't go to these stores.
Yeah, that's the better answer.
Like this guy that I'm talking about, I gave him 3 chickens, so now he doesn't even have to leave to eat. His chickens give him 3 eggs a day.
But okay, so they're not going to go to those stores. Where are they going to go instead?
Well, we have friends that do pigs, cows, chickens, and hogs and stuff like that. So everybody does grow animals up here.
Meals
and,
with faces.
Yeah. Anyways,
if your
everybody
food can look at you,
listen, buddy. As long as they're not eating my fucking left leg, I will gladly give them a chicken and then hatch another one. Okay, so for now, that's gonna have to do. We'll have to figure out the level of vampire later. That's not my fucking problem.
Hey, Chad, you can get involved in this conversation too,
Or chickens.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just being typical Chad. And
Chad's too scared.
Chad just did not.
Hey, Guru, have you been told today?
Many times. Mitch tells him to go fuck off every 5 minutes. Fuck off,
Chad,
Guru.
Chad's too scared.
Fuck off, Guru.
Oh, listen, and it took me a second to contemplate that one, but it worked.
And I know you want to suck Trudeau's dick.
No, that's definitely your realm. In more than ways than one, that's definitely your right.
I was going for a rhyme there, Guru. True Guru rhyme.
The thought excited you. I get it. I understand.
Fuck off is a term that is understood worldwide and in every language. It doesn't matter where you're at in this world and you say fuck off, it's gonna fucking register. They will fucking understand. So fuck off is that universal term that's just fucking awesome.
I can proudly say with pride with the rainbow over my shoulder, I have no idea what dick tastes like.
Yeah. Oh my god, dude. What the
Now,
fuck?
who here on the panel can concur with the same testimony?
This is a
Who
family
wants
show.
to go first?
I plead the 13th.
Yeah, there it is. Somebody's too scared.
I assume it tastes like skin.
God, dude.
Lick
What
your
the
wrist.
fuck? I don't know. Hey, let me ask this chick down the road here. Hold on.
Let me ask the chick
God,
down
what
the
does
road
dick
here.
taste like? Skin?
Yeah, I bet you she'd punch you, dude. Blue motherfucker.
I plead the 13th. I don't answer questions.
The 13th.
Be proud. Isn't it Proud Gay Month? Proud.
Not my pride anymore. Fuck that shit.
Oh god.
I'm sorry. I went with a friend of mine that I
Come
know.
on, Chad, what happened to your patriotism?
So let me finish, please, Guru.
Hold on, Chad.
Okay.
Chad, you're breaking up a little bit.
No, I went with a friend of mine who's a lesbian to a pride event, and I was like, "Yep, no, I'm gone." It's I don't know what the fuck that was. It was fucking crazy.
Wow.
They're I don't know what they are anymore. The LGBTQ plus community. Yeah, I know.
They're the same. They're just the next level of wokeism that all you patriotards are. Same thing.
Wow.
Mainstream mental.
Right.
Listen,
Patriotardism is the
fucking
first
label me,
level
man.
of woke.
Don't you label me.
I'm not labeling you. If you want to call yourself a patriotard, be my guest.
Jeez. Don't you label me. Wow. Oh. Unreal. So how's Canada doing over there, Chad? What you getting into lately?
What are we getting at? What am I getting into?
Yeah. I mean, your news, right?
I've been covering a few things here and there, mostly researching some stuff. I've actually been working on a homeless story for a while here. I have to get done by the end of the summer. So they gave me the story. I was working on it last year, and they asked me to restart it again and have it done by the end of the summer. So I've been doing a lot of research and scouting out a few spots, like where some of the larger tented areas are for the homeless in the city. So,
could you do me a favor, Chad?
What's that?
Do you remember that guy that he had a car and wasn't working with it? You remember that?
I remember that.
Oh,
do you remember that?
You had a video, Chad, where I think you already know. Yeah, the car thing, the limo or whatever.
So you got to play that one again. Yeah.
That was pretty funny.
On.
You sound ecstatic too.
Have to find it.
Okay. Yeah, give us the link. I don't want to show people that one. That's hilarious. Oh, it's hilarious.
Hold on.
Okay. This is the car you could have worked out of Michigan. Oh, go on, dude.
I'll show Beetlejuice while he's finding it.
Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, Michigan could have worked on that car.
Send you something. Hold on. Yeah, show your beautiful video there, Guru.
Chad wasn't lying. His internet does suck.
So.
You want a cigarette?
Oh, no, thank you.
I told
I'm trying to cut down myself.
Keena Davis.
But you didn't believe me.
Is this what happens when you die? This is what happens when you die. That is what happens when he dies. And that is what happens when they die. It's all very personal. And I'll tell you something. If I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't have had my little accident.
Maitland, how do you do? Take the handbook and go to the 6th door.
We forgot our handbook.
Come on.
All new
How much-
arrivals report to waiting room number 8.
How much can you play this, dude, without getting,
Flight 409 is arriving at gate 3.
How do I look? There are no mirrors on this side.
As long as we're
I'm always
talking,
walking right, so we're
covers
good.
some of it
I'm
over.
getting a little flat.
I don't know if they allow this or not, but this is their.
Peterson Party report to door number 9. Peterson Party, please report to door number 9. All new arrivals report to gate room
Oh, I see. It was a trailer.
Yeah.
When I want to feel my most powerful.
Okay.
It starts with Venus.
I don't see how they can argue with that.
Sorry, didn't see you sitting there. Women. I don't know what her problem is. Normally chicks. Pardon me. Did you do that? Very nice work. Let me ask you something. How do you get them down so small? Hey, there goes Elvis. Yo, King. Looks like I'm next. Good thing, too. I gotta do a photo shoot for GQ in about an hour and a half. Yeah, they've been after me for months. Doing some kind of underwear deal, I know. But... Hey, what are you doing? Hey, stop it. Hey, you're messing up here. Come on. Whoa! Whoa! Stop it! Whoa! Hey, this might be a good look for me.
All right, Chad, it's all yours.
Have you ever seen the League of Their? Oh.
I'm
Have
waiting.
you ever seen the League of Their Own? Oh, okay. You want to bring it over here so it'll play probably better, Chad. I don't know what.
No, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to drop the link in private as soon as I have it.
Okay. Yeah, the League of Their Own is hilarious. There's no crying in baseball.
I can't remember if I saw that or not.
Oh, what a picture. That's a classic.
There's another one in the waiting room, but I couldn't find the football players. Surprised it didn't come up fast.
I think we're about to get rock and rolled up here.
Ooh.
And my buddy just gave me a heads up. There's a bad storm heading north to south.
Oh, great. That means it's going to come over here.
The only one I can think of with the football players is the Deo one. No, Deo one, or the song.
Well, you're breaking up bad.
Got you a little bit. I think he said he liked the
Yeah,
ending.
we got hit by it here. It was pretty intense. Rain.
Yeah, we got it 2 nights ago, pretty heavy. It rained pretty hard here.
The weather with the weather.
Uh-huh.
We had it the other day. Yeah, so did we. So did we.
I know you got it, right, Chad?
Still waiting on YouTube to load it up here. It's just taking long, unfortunately.
Is it on your channel? I could find it if you're.
Find it really easy. The video once YouTube loads. Yes, right. No, it's not. Okay, so it's Rebel with a Car or Rebel Without a Car. I think is what it's called. It's on the no. If you go to the no BS News Hour, it would be in his section because that's who it is. It's Charlie LaDuff out of the States who did it, but I think it's called Rebel Without a Car.
It's on your channel?
No, not on my channel.
What channel is it on?
No BS News Hour.
No BS News Hour. Okay. Rebel Without a Car, Part 1. Well, this one looks like Charlie LaDuff.
Yes, sir.
Okay, hold on a second.
Well, this is going to be good.
Have you ever stopped and watched how many bugs die when it rains?
No, I can't say I have.
That's trippy, dude.
Bugs don't die when it rains.
Fuck yeah, they do. They drown like a motherfucker.
What's the last thing you see when a bug hits your windshield?
I don't know. I fucking try not to hit the car in front of me or in the other oncoming lane.
You see their asshole.
When they stop. Huh?
Hey,
See their
Chad.
asshole.
What?
Is there like both a series, part 1, 2, and 3, and another one where it's like all of them together?
I think there's one that's all of them together, but I know there's part 1, part 2. There's only 2 parts.
Oh, there's 2 parts? Because I got Rebel Without a Car, Part 1, Charlie LaDuff, Part 2, Charlie LaDuff, and Part 3, Charlie LaDuff.
Well, part 3 might be like them talking afterwards, but like you know what I mean? Like after the video's over.
All right.
If we get through, if you're gonna play them in order, if you're gonna have to play them in order, start with 1 anyway, because 1's where most of it falls into.
Yeah. Okay.
And then it probably have to go overlap into 2 a bit anyway, but you know, and then we can figure
The
out.
big long one actually looks like some interviews intertwined with it or something. So that's, I guess, if people want the full story, they can do that. All right, give me a sec. I'll put part 1 up.
Yeah. I will say this though, I'm actually very, very glad the old guy that's in this, he actually has another assistant that he has to work with, or a couple of people we've brought in since then that have to take the brunt of the pain. I'm not usually with them. I'm usually like, meet me here now. It's like, okay, not a problem. Do you have the car? Yeah. Do I need to go back there?
Was there when I was playing that Beetlejuice stuff, how was the connection? Was there any lag or anything? Did it come through okay?
No lag.
Yeah, a little bit for me at the beginning, but that's just because of my own internet guru. So
yeah, okay. All right, here we go. I'm just gonna mute that turd music.
He talks
French
over it.
there.
So.
They use cool. They speak French there. They use kilometers. And they got a cool dude named Vinny, a real OG. Wants to give me a stretch limo Cadillac.
I got a pretty sweet limo here that drive over back to Detroit and everything. If you want it, you can have it. You know, it looks like a rolling cat house inside.
Now, I never met Vinny. Don't know him, but I know Cadillacs. And for free? I like free. So Byron and I make the 500 miles to Ottawa. I haven't been to Canada since COVID. I'm in Union Station in Toronto. Here's what I know so far. Gas is outrageously expensive. Traffic is horrible. And I'm going to be driving the stretch limo 500 miles. It's been sitting in the garage for 3 years. Vinny's been texting me for months. The thing's all ready to roll, he says. Mint condition, remember? But now that I'm on the way, Vinny starts dropping some foreboding little hints. I just got a text from Vinny here, and he says, he doesn't type too well. I'll call and put it on my big shop charger. It's charging now just to ensure no glitches. I mean, what do you mean? Like, the battery doesn't work? So then I get this thought, wait a minute. Does this thing have tabs? Is it insured? It hasn't been on the road in years. And my passport's expired. So the Canadians, being the nice people they are, let me in the country.
So when you go back home, give them both of this. You might get sent in because you're giving them an expired passport card.
Yeah.
Just be aware they may send you an immigration.
What do you say? We just go? Yeah, let's go. It's the adventure. Yeah. Should have taken the plates off of your car and stuck them on this car.
Because that's so much more legal.
As the train rolls off from Toronto to Ottawa, I'm realizing Vinny never actually sent me a clear picture of the Cadillac. I'm starting to get a sinking feeling here. Vinny said he's going to pick us up at the train station in a limo, but he didn't. What we got was Vinny. Pimp hat, silver cane, Fu Manchu, ruby ring on the right hand, his left arm contorted like a chicken wing. I'm here to get the limo. He sent the limo home.
No, not my limo, guy.
I got a feeling this whole thing is going to end up with me on the train on the way back.
It's all good.
It's from Canada and Detroit. I never met him. We kind of met online during that whole Canadian trucker COVID deal. Vinny's got lots to say about that.
At the library apartment, they used to be the Lost Society Upper Canada's building right over there. And they suck everything out of your phone. That's how they found out everybody was donating the convoy and everything.
Fact, I come to learn, Vinny's got lots to say about almost anything.
They don't teach the young kids English anymore. Like when my first old lady went to school over there, they taught them English. See the one with this? This is a toonie. One day my old lady throws the credit card out at Irish Bayou, out the Cadillac thing, so I pull over the caddy. It's Crown Divine Right that runs this place. It was found, and it wasn't found on your rights, American rights. When I walked up the middle of the road, I put my camera on his face. He said, "What are you doing?" I said, "Same thing you're doing, spying on people, but I'm just doing it closer up."
Doesn't he ever stop talking?
This is actually a consulate of the Royaume de France, the king. I got a letter from him in here, the guy who would be King Henri Duc d'Orléans.
Turns out Vinny likes to be surrounded by cool old things that don't work really well.
Come on in.
His tiny apartment also does double duty as a podcast studio.
You're going to see me, you're going to swing it on me.
Ryan from Ottawa. DNA presents. Take it away, Vinny.
And a sort of carnival-like museum. Now, Vinny's show doesn't have very many listeners.
Hello. Hello.
But it doesn't matter because nothing can keep Vinny from talking.
And tonight we're going to talk about your rights, why Canadians are taking it up the ass from the Americans.
I've been in Canada over 24 hours now. And I haven't seen hide nor hair of this fucking limousine. I've seen buses. I've seen trains, but I seen no limousine. We got to take 2 buses for 1 hour, and Vinny's yapping the whole time. And I'm starting to hear some clues.
Hello, you want to play? Okay, Vargas, I got the guys here, and we're going to be there as soon as I start the car.
Oh,
Yeah, to put the hose on.
The
for the mechanic. Yeah, is he there? No. Okay, well, we'll do it ourselves. I don't care. It's not hard. We just got to screw the power steering line in.
Okay, wait. All right. So the car, this limo, how long is this limo?
About the length of, it's a little bit longer than this FedEx truck.
How much does this car weigh?
It weighs 7,200 pounds.
And it doesn't have power steering?
No.
Well,
we can steer it Armstrong with two people steer. You could steer it going straight, but when you go around a corner, it takes two people to move.
All the way to Detroit? I get a headache. Then. You know what I hear a lot? Charlie LeDuc newsman, I thought you were dead. I'm not dead. I'm doing the news, the real news, right here, the No BS News Hour. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Facebook, Odyssey, or download it wherever you get your podcasts. Power the people.
Yeah, so you got to play part 2 because part 2 Guru.
How much does this car weigh?
It weighs 7,200 pounds.
And it doesn't have power steering?
No.
Well,
we can steer it Armstrong with two people steer. You could steer it going straight, but when you go around a corner, it takes two people to move.
All the way to Detroit? I get a headache. Then. It didn't occur to you to take it to the shop maybe like
I can't
a month
see. Look at me. Look, I would if I could. Nobody helped me.
Well, what about this guy? I don't drive.
He don't. He don't.
Now, this is Chad. He sort of appeared out of nowhere. He likes the Blues Brothers and dresses like one. He's Vinny's unpaid gopher. And Chad doesn't know how to drive.
Thank you. It's the Casa de Vinny. So you were a biker. You went to law school.
Yeah, I've got good and bad things in my life.
You might have murdered a guy.
No, it's not that bad.
Are you a paid gopher, Chad?
No, I'm not a paid gopher.
All right.
Not
Just
anymore.
correct
I'm head of the camera team now, so.
You got a trophy wife.
I'm the
which is with her mother.
Camera guy. I also do some interviews too, now.
Somehow you got a stretch limo.
I got things, but I'm getting old and I don't need half the shit I got anymore. If I die, who's it gonna good to? My kid don't want this.
Oh,
stuff.
you're dying, so you're giving your stuff away.
Well, I'm gonna die pretty soon. Look at me, man.
This in the reality show business is what's known as the big reveal. Vinny leads us into the bowels of a dank and dingy basement of the parking garage. The limo is hiding in the far dark corner.
I gotta find my key. Some damn gold-plated keys. When you bought a new Fleetwood back in the day, they give you gold keys.
Vinny, that's not a license plate.
This is just because, see, somebody stole my plate. I'm just trying to find my flashlight. Here it is. That's the VCR. It goes from the back. You gotta get a TV though, because my cousin took the TV out. I need more people. It'll go back.
Oh, you wanna?
I'm just gonna push it back a little bit.
Okay.
See, it's rolling. I need some more muscle power.
Hold on. It's not rolling. Well, okay. Oh, it's rolling.
Yeah, but I need more help. It'll go back.
Oh, this is gonna be long.
Once it moves, it's.
I'm only.
He wants
499 miles from home. What a beaut. But you have to overlook a few things like a dead battery.
See the miles on it? Look.
Yeah, just turn on the lights.
I can't because there's no battery in it.
A powerless steering on a 4-ton car. A steering wheel as limp as a wet noodle.
Don't worry about the wobble in the wheel. It ain't gonna. It's just this tilt.
What?
It's tight to turn and to go. It don't hurt nothing.
Plug in window wipers.
When you want the windshield wash to come on, you just plug it on right here.
Okay, it starts raining really bad.
Yeah,
and I pull over and then plug it in.
Yeah, you plug it
What
in.
are we
There's
watching?
tips to it right there.
the gaping pool of oil, the shellac
Patriotism.
vinyl
Hey,
top, the spray painted rust.
See, it turns blue once it's clean. That's just dust sitting in
No,
the background.
I still see the brownness.
Yeah, a little bit.
So that's how it's not coming out. But hey, the lighter worked. He told me his blue book.
This is how the dad makes
It is
money.
blue.
So while Vinny went upstairs to get the battery trickling on the charger and a screwdriver to take the plate off of another car, Byron and I discussed the options.
Listen, man, it's like this. I'm all for an adventure. You know it. We've been across the Rio Grande. We've done a lot of stuff, right? And I don't even mind walking down the freeway. But I don't know how I feel about getting in a car. The steering wheel shaking all over. It could just come off in your hands like a bad Bugs Bunny movie.
My neighbors be pissed off if this is in my driveway, man. There's that to think about. His wife decorated it nicely, though. Yeah, we're gonna... How do we break it to the guy? Just have to tell him.
This battery ain't gonna start the car because it's weak, man. I'm gonna buy you a brand new battery.
Dude, I love you. I love the gesture. I'm taking the train back.
You don't want to take the car?
No, I don't think so. You can sell that here, but
I'm not interested in. I give it to you because it's a prop. I'll drive the damn thing to Detroit myself, but
yeah, I mean it's not ready to go today. You know that.
Yeah. Well, all it takes is a battery and hook up the hose.
You know what I hear a lot? Charlie LeDuc newsman. I thought you were dead. I'm not dead. I'm doing the news, the real news, right here. The No BS News Hour. You can find us on YouTube. You can find us on Facebook, Odyssey.
The all-new Hyundai Kona SUV with a next-generation infotainment system and over-the-air updates.
I'm all for an adventure. You know it. We've been across the Rio Grande. We've done a lot of stuff, right? And I don't even mind walking down the freeway. But I don't know how I feel about getting in a car. The steering wheel shaking all over. It could just come off in your hands like a bad Bugs Bunny movie.
Dude, I love you. I love the gesture. I'm taking the train back.
You don't want to take the car?
No, I don't think so.
I can jump this one off. I'll show you it runs. Let's at least do that. Even if we don't move it, I can show you this one runs. But I just got to start this one up to... Every time I go under here, I bust my head. I think my gas is in the trunk.
What are you doing?
I'm starting this car up to start.
Why?
Because I got to jump this car to start this one if you want to hear it run.
But I didn't want to hear it run. I wanted to get on the train to Toronto. This whole adventure was coming off the rails.
It'll crank it if I put that battery in and crank it with this, jump it with this car, it'll start right up.
We don't want you to do this.
Yeah, but I want to start the car up to show you it runs.
Hey, Vin, enough.
This is a Hot Rod 460. It's got an exhaust leak in the front, but it runs perfect. That one runs better. Get the jumper cables out of the back of this Cadillac. Hold on, I got to get the keys to it. I got to get this key off of this thing, and I got one fucking hand. Can you get these fucking keys off this thing?
I'm bleeding because I whacked my head off the
Okay,
wall.
I'm sorry.
Wait, you hit the beam?
Yeah, that beam.
You just said before you hit the beam, you're going to make me hit the beam. Come over here.
Yeah, and I did.
And then he did. He said, I bet you I walk into the beam.
And I did.
And he did. Oh, Canada. So Vinny wants to convince, you're gonna convince me that it will start. Which, I came all this way.
What is he fucking doing, man? I'm coming back.
He's doing that with one arm.
Okay, hot is red. Okay, let me try it.
Good engine.
Runs perfect, didn't I tell you? That's water.
It's dropping oil, bro. But it moves.
If it's not water, it's power steering fluid.
Probably.
Yeah. I got to lock this down and we'll take it to the garage.
Okay.
Now remember, this is a 4-ton car with no power steering. So Vinny sat in the front to lend me his one good arm. And off we go to the mechanic.
I'm having a fucking hernia.
Yeah, that's why you need a strong guy up here, not me. Just go straight up. I'm telling you, this would make it back once you hook up the thing. It runs like a fucking top, buddy.
Oh, it's smooth. It shifts.
It rides nicer than your 77, like I told you.
Oh, it doesn't, no.
Their 77 rode nicer?
Yeah. Your brakes are spongy in this, too.
Yeah, well, that's nothing. They just ain't been worked.
Well, it's a 7,200-pound car, bro.
Yeah. It stops perfect. Okay, just double park here beside these cars. Find a spot there to park.
Just gonna let that run, let that battery do what it's gonna do.
The brakes were as soft as a fish belly. Turns out there wasn't any brake fluid in the front cylinder.
No, it needs a little bit in.
Sure does.
I got some in the trunk, buddy. I gotta pop the trunk to get it. I'm gonna go down here and see this guy do it for us quicker.
That's why there's no brakes. Come down here, dude.
So I added some fluid.
Down here's it.
Good thing we were stalled near the mechanic shop, because the brake line was dripping like a stabbing victim.
I mean, if you're gonna have a limousine, stretch limousine, an old one.
I love petrol, don't you?
You want it to be a little nicer than this. Like he said, you're gonna have it for a prop, I guess, right? I wanted to take it around the United States and use it as my news truck. But, you know, I mean, no, 10 hours, no. We lost Vinny. Vinny left with our microphone, and we need it because we got to go get a train and no way to get there.
This is what Vinny does.
Does Vinny always leave you standing on the side of the road?
A lot of times, not on the side of the road, standing beside a car, but a lot of times on Parliament, he'll go off to go somewhere and talk to somebody, and I end up watching his equipment.
Ottawa, Toronto train today.
They say a Canadian is sort of like an American, but without the gun. And that may be true. But in Detroit, at least, we prefer to drive our stretch limo with brakes and power steering. They also say the Canadians are more nice when they're being mean than Americans are when they're being nice. And it was really nice of Vinny to offer me the car. Very nice. But I didn't feel bad about leaving it. And I won't go home empty-handed, because I'll go home with a kooky new friend, Ottawa Vinny, the motor-mouthed, freedom-loving OG.
Freedom-loving.
You know what I hear a lot? Charlie the Dub Newsman, I thought you were dead.
That it for the series? I don't see a part 4.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be a happy camper going that far and not getting the car at all, you know?
Well, part 4 would be them talking. Part 4 would be more or less probably them talking about it afterwards. If there is a part 4 group.
There isn't. There's only the whole big thing, and that's like an hour and something long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a happy
Well, yeah,
camper, let me tell you.
That's Vinny.
So, for the brake system, I understand about the brake system because of Dan. I already know how that works.
You want to hear something? You want to hear something wild? You want to hear something wild? You guys are cracking off with this crazy ass skit about this Cadillac, and I'm getting messages from my guy. I got to take my El Camino back over and drop it off to get finished, and then sell the I don't even got to deal with it. Yeah, I'm gonna take it over to a buddy's and drop it back off, and then he's gonna give me a little bit of cash for this pickup truck, and then I'm gonna give him this pickup truck to finish it.
Can we introduce you to Vinny?
To who?
to Vinny. Get yourself a stretch limo, buddy. All you gotta do is fix the steering wheel, the power
It's
steering,
been
the brakes.
it has been fixed since then, though, right?
Has it? Oh, okay.
Well, I drove
Yeah.
a Hearst, one of those.
I actually feel more safer than I did that day. Put it that way.
Now you get to pedal it with your feet.
Well, Ma.
What is he stuck with a limo or something?
He has a little limo that he bought years ago, and he was trying to give it to the guy in the video there, right? So, for nothing.
That's
and you know,
that's the
and
kind
he
of car you
wanted it.
pick up for $200 and spray paint it, all kinds of anti-government stuff, and fuck the police and drive to the cop shop and sit there in it and uninsured. And
Well,
have fun.
yeah, like I said, I'm almost tempted to get my driver's license just to do it. So he'll give it to me.
Wow.
He won't give it to anybody unless they have a driver's license, but he's drinking and he wants to give it to. But I mean, if I get my driver's license, he says, "You get a driver's license, they'll give you the car." I'm like, which one? The yellow one or the limo? No, the yellow one. I want that. Keep the limo. I'm like, oh god.
Where's this at?
In Ottawa.
No car is worth getting a driver's license over.
Yeah, well, I want it. The only reason I'm getting it is so I can get the fuck out of Ottawa. Because if I tried to drive in Ottawa without a license, they would lock me up. So that's just not funny. I am very infamous.
For some reason, I can't even go into Canada. They call me an urban terrorist and turn me around.
Me too.
I've never hurt anybody. I've never hurt it. I've only been in a jail cell for misdemeanor DUI and misdemeanor marijuana possessions, which no longer abide because they're
If you're not on some kind of terrorist watch list at this point, shame on you.
Yeah, but I've never done nothing wrong. That's fucked up. That's how retarded they are. I've never hurt anybody, never done nothing wrong. Like, fuck.
I'm a far right wing.
That's the same. That's the same with me. And I mean, I'm on watch because I went to the convoy and protested, which is legal, which is perfectly legal, no matter what.
Yeah, you had a gun. We seen it. We seen that gun.
And then of course supposedly threatened to shoot the prime minister. Gee, a cameraman. Going on a photo shoot, hoping to get a shot of Justin Trudeau during the photo shoot.
You terrorist, you.
All over his ass. Mm-hmm.
Hey, I noticed body language really well. It's something I was trained for on the streets and stuff. And I was just passing through, but I noticed on a few movements of some of the news broadcasts of like Justin Trudeau slinking away from the Chinese guy and some other movements and stuff out of Justin Trudeau when he was here. And the thing is, it reminded me of that Gavin Newsom. So I was wondering if like that Gavin Newsom wasn't putting a mask on to look like Trudeau. I'm just telling you, and I pay attention to that stuff, but there was a couple slinky ass movements and walk gestures that Trudeau did that just kind of fucking. I know it sounds.
Oh, I've been close enough to, and have got really good videos or photos of him, right?
I'll be right back.
Yeah, you are correct in that. He does move like that. Like that's his normal way of moving.
There's 3 or 4 different Trudeaus out there, body doubles.
I'm just telling. I just caught it. I'm sorry, but it looked to me like Gavin Newsom walking. I'm just saying, dude. I think it was 2 or 3 times it stuck out to me like that. One time was he was like the Chinese guy shoot him away from him, and as he walked away, it just stuck out. I don't know why it just stuck out. It was just weird.
Yeah. Oh yeah, He's very, yeah, no, you are correct in his movement. He is very much like that. He's always like that. That movement is always there. Anytime I've seen him in public, when I try to film him, like I've gotten him going, trying to get into like most times. Usually, we're gonna get him when I get him. He's usually when he's jumping in his vehicle, right? And if you get close enough, and you usually have security guards trying to block you all the time. So sometimes you don't get a clear shot because you got somebody else in the way. But you know, he's on a public side. He's jumping in his vehicle on a public sidewalk. I happen to be right there. Oh, gee, I turn the camera on. Oh, cop, or a cop or a security guard jumps in my way. So I can't film him.
Yep.
You're breaking up bad, Chad. You're breaking up real bad.
Yeah, I know. I know. Right.
Yeah, it's pretty wild stuff, man. These fuckers are nuts, dude.
Yeah, well, I get 3 months. 3 months. I don't have to deal with a motherfucker. So.
Okay, my friend, I'm gonna step out for a minute for communications. I may or may not be back. I got a bunch of messages coming across. Make some of that make some of that slave labor happen.
Sounds like if it's any good, pass from my way.
I'll be back. I might or might not be back. I'm not sure. Let me talk to this fella. I'll be back.
All right, gotcha. Well, that eliminates that now, eh? Got down to 4 now.
Down to 4. Wow.
I'll be going to bed soon.
Oh, you trader, you can't do that.
Got him, man.
Article 15, Section 5 states, any man that sleeps, that's it. You don't wake up.
Well, it's all right. We'll play Guru if Dan wakes up with a dick drawn on his forehead.
Yeah. Oh, it's pretty cool over here tonight. Don't have the air on now.
Yeah, it's actually really nice tonight. We had a big finish of that storm that you guys are getting. Here around no, that's the one that's coming. That you're getting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got it good.
Yeah, that's the one you're going to be getting. We just had it here, and it was.
You won't be getting it. The weather goes from west to east. And you're
did we lose Mitch again, or did he have to go?
He had to go.
He had to run.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, did he have to run to the store now? So he'll be gone for a while, or just?
He said he might be back. He might not.
Okay.
Yeah, he's talking to somebody about something.
He's talking to somebody with the car. And no, not the limo guru.
Yeah, I wouldn't be a happy camper going over for nothing, coming back with nothing, you know? Wow.
Yeah, my latest, I think my most recent video, I don't know how much you watch me Guru anymore, but my most recent video was that I dropped. It's not relevant. Well, I put it up on my channel because the fact that it was raw footage, something I caught. So, but it was the guys taking down the Canadian flag off one of the Canadian flags off the Prime Minister's office and putting the Pride flag up. So that was my most recent one. Before that was me.
I'm not understanding most of what you're saying. The choppiness now is just really crazy. It was good when he first came up, but
let me tell you what he said.
Oh fuck! How the fuck could I have missed that? Fuck! Now I get it. All right, continue.
Why don't you buy a headphone or something, headset?
He's saying it's his internet connection, but sometimes it's good and not. So maybe it's just where you're sitting or something. Like, is it a cell connection, or what's the internet that you're using?
It's a cell. It's a
cell.
It's a cell. Well, it's not a cell, but I'm on a Wi-Fi connection, and it's a boarding house. So there's like 40 people in the boarding house. Like that's how big it is. There's 40 people in this rooming house. So, 40 guys.
You're living in a boarding house?
Yes, currently. Yeah, rooming house basically. Like I rent a room in a house.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Got
like
it.
and there's say 30 to 40 guys in the building, and we're all trying to use the internet all at the same time, so it gets kind of choppy.
Oh, I see. So the bandwidth is being used too much.
Have you cleared your internet on your phone?
I'm not like Chromebook.
Like closed all your.
Yeah. Yes. The only StreamYard running right now.
Closed all your tabs.
Yeah.
There's only so much he can do when he's sharing a connection with many people. So it's going to be a matter of how many people are on it at once, doing so much usage. So that's why sometimes, all it'll take sometimes is for 3 people to start watching a YouTube channel, and his net will start to get a bit choppy,
Well, I can handle that for him right off the bat. Pull that fire alarm, will you?
5 guys on Pornhub at the same time.
No, I think your translation did well enough. I understood that perfectly. Just, Chad, you should pay Rights as an interpreter. He does a good job.
He does a good Arthur impression.
He said I do a good impression. Blah, 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 blah.
Fuck, it stinks like farts in here when I fart.
Jeez. Should do it in the elevator and walk away. Watch what happens. As the door closes, you hear people. Boy, there. Wow.
I don't know if there's too much of a solution for that there, but we can try. Corkscrew might help you out.
A wine bottle cap, cork.
One of my friends in Ottawa here, and
Firecracker.
He let one rip in the elevator for the trains. And I heard him let rip. We were sitting with right at the back of it. I looked back and we were people getting on to go on the elevator, right? Like that it didn't know. And this is oh!
Be careful, Patriots. Justin Trudeau is letting off atomic bombs out of his asshole.
And he sells his parts.
So, Chad, don't you believe Trudeau's got body doubles? Like there's 3 or 4 or more of them out there? You're not seeing the same one every time?
I would say, there's a couple body doubles.
For sure there is. Guaranteed
I've seen at least 2 different Trudeaus.
For sure you have. Just look at his ears. The ears are always different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
oh yeah. I saw the reason why I was at is at least 2, because I've seen it about 3 or 4. I've seen it about 3 or 4 times, and out of the 3 to 4 times that I've actually physically seen him, I've seen the same one twice. So that's why I would say there's at least 2, because there were 2 that were different.
You want to get kicked off the fucking internet fast? Use this picture right here.
Hey, he's black. He's black.
I know that guy. That's the other Dean Clifford, I think. Isn't it?
Hey, you guys!
Oh, it's a guy from Goonies. Okay.
Yeah, he's holding a vaccine card under his chin, smiling with a thumbs up.
Right.
It's fucking awesome, dude. I got kicked off Fedbook for it, and the fucked up thing is I got it from Fedbook, and they still kicked me off Fedbook for it.
Hell, I just mentioned it. They kicked me out for 3 days. I couldn't get back on. They took my Gmail away, everything. Man.
All right. I got another picture of Hitler with his thumbs up, and it says "First to conquer a nation, disarm its citizens." And I got it from Facebook, and they still kick me off Facebook for posting it. So every time Fedbook lets me back on, I just post it, and they kick me back off.
Wow. Rumble's a good place to go. It is.
It don't.
I got some awesome freedom there. I mean, I did everything in that one time, and did I ever complain about anything? You know, Rumble's fantastic for freedom.
Corn bomb?
Well, I don't know about that. I never did that before. If I did that, they'd probably laugh at me. Oh, look at that thing. It's small.
We'll try it tomorrow.
Yep.
Mini spud.
What do you recommend for an off-grid internet?
At the moment, I'm using Starlink, but you know,
if two stoners could,
I would use Starlink and probably mobile as a backup if it's in the area. And there's a few other things that I'm looking into right now as well that show a bit of promise that might even be better than Starlink, but I haven't tested them out yet. We'll see how that goes.
Best thing is get the fuck off the internet.
quick question. Somebody was asking me to see if I could find somebody to do it on Starlink. What's your opinion of
I'll tell you what News said. He doesn't understand you.
Hey, for fuck's sake, you know, you're on the internet too, buddy. And no offense, but like I said, there's good ways.
But I'm a
and bad
hypocrite.
ways. There's good ways and bad ways to use this tech, and I know the things that I've done communication-wise with the tech is pretty cool if used in the right way. But I enjoy, you know, doing like these panels and stuff in the morning over coffee and stuff when I'm not being censored.
And a hypocrite not in denial, Reggie. At that. Right.
What?
Reggie said, yeah, but I'm a hypocrite. He is. Reggie said, yeah, but he's not. He's a hypocrite. To what you were saying there.
Hey, I'm lots of things. I'm trying to figure out exactly what the fuck.
Not you, Reggie. Reggie was saying himself.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, there's some inside words and some outside words. Interesting stuff. But yeah, I want to try to get a better internet connection so that I'm not getting dumped from the panel and stuff when I walk away to go check something.
Right. You know, you could give Starlink a try. It's a bit pricey though. They have promos now and again where you can start the service where the hardware is cheap or whatever. But you know, you're paying a premium for it. For the most part, it works pretty good for me, and it's going to improve. So, at the moment, that's my option. When your cell, like right now, you're good. Like when your cell service is working good, it's decent. But maybe experiment with it if you want. Starlink as well.
Yeah, I can't touch the phone or move it. It barely works out here. And the thing is, I'm not happy with the performance in town now. It's just straight.
I think you get what's the money back guarantee on Starlink? Starlink money back. Fine. 30 days. So you had to try it for a month, see if it works. If not, you get a refund.
Cool.
But it is pricey.
What's pricey?
Yeah,
Much.
it depends on what hardware you choose, but what did I pay for? Let me see what the current price is. price for Starlink hardware in USA. How much is Starlink hardware in USA? If you pay full price, it's looking $500-600. If you get it at a discount,
That's
sometimes
for the
it's
hardware?
for the hardware. Yeah, so,
And then
and
you
this
have
is
to pay a monthly fee as
yeah,
well?
and this is US. For Canada, it's a little different.
How much per month?
In the US, the monthly fee. Let me see. US Starlink. Mine is 156 Canadian, I think.
Holy shit. Do they make sandwiches and give you head for that as well?
Oh, fuck, man.
Remember, it's portable. I can go anywhere with that, including
Yeah,
the
that-
middle of bum fucking nowhere in the ocean. Starlink Standard is in US starting $120 a month. US.
So about
Wow.
a $700-800 startup fee.
If it's full price, yeah, but there's lots of promos.
Phone the
Sometimes-
government, just tell them to put a 5G tower on your property.
Sometimes I've seen some for half price. I've seen some for no hardware fee. I've seen some where half price and 2 or 3 months of free service. So it just depends on the promo. They come and go, you know.
Gotcha. I'll check into it a little bit because it's probably going to be necessary to do, you know, the thing that we're trying to do with mindful exposure. And I have a funny feeling that stuff is going to kind of take off. There's, like I said, there's all walks of life that are just had it. We're getting together like this, like with rights, you know, standing up saying, don't do this, don't do that, fuck that. And we're going to see a major turnaround just from that. I mean, these people are cowards, man. They're criminals, and no offense, but when they're wrong and you know it, like a cockroach, when you shine light on them, what do?
Right.
Scattered.
One more thing about Starlink as well. One place where it really comes in good is if you can share it with others, and if the others are not gamers, I mean, even if they are, it's still going to be pretty decent, especially for a rural situation. But a setup where you're looking for a group reliable internet access for all your normal things like streaming, YouTube, email, that kind of thing. One dish can provide for 5 to 10 people with no lag pretty easily. So it's pretty good there. So if you divide the fee amongst 5 or 10 people, then it's pretty cheap, you know.
Well, see, that's just it. And in a second here, I'll be done with the internet, you know, by the time most people get up. I get up 4 to 5 in the morning. Then by like 8 to 9, I'm getting off and I'm going to go be doing chores. But the thing is, what I'd like to start doing is my signal sucks when I take and touch this phone. So I'd like to be able to walk around while I'm doing certain things and record it. You know? Because I'm going to start taking ventures off into the woods to do this gold sluicing. And I'm just going to walk up to spots, literally start a camp and do like, you know, a fire start the old fashioned way.
Right.
Yeah, I'm touching base with friends and people that I know up and down the river to try to pick spots where I can just, you know, dock up with my canoe. Because I have a family homestead with, you know, I've got a pretty gnarly network situation that's really uncanny.
Well, I'm going to bounce because it's really starting to get bad.
What's that?
Not getting any better.
I think he said he's going to bounce. I heard that part. See you later, Chad.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
See you, Chad. Sorry you couldn't talk that much, guy.
Chad, you should get Starlink. You'll be all hooked up.
But the gold thing is going to be fun because like when I went down the river scouting, man, I enjoyed just that. That's why I think the gold thing is going to be a good fun run, and I'll be able to help a lot of people with that.
I think it'd be a very good endeavor.
Well, yeah,
I think that's probably I would be. That would be my. There's 3 segue options that are at the forefront for my recommendation to people, and that I think that would be in the highest of the top 3. Then there's some sub opportunities as well, but I think that would fit in the top 3, which you're looking at doing there.
Yeah, and like I said, it's fun. I'm in one of the hotspot states for it, so I figured take advantage of it. It's cleaner. It's going to make me feel better and everything.
Yeah, and you're at least you're in a nice environment with nature. You know, it's not exactly growing or foraging or anything, but well, it kind of is foraging in a way.
Yeah,
it's giving you the same benefits as if you were foraging.
Yes,
in that sense.
that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't want to deface the land too much either, and that's another thing too.
I'm gonna make like a baby and head out.
For like what you're looking at doing, I don't think, you could. What did you say, Reggie?
I said I'm gonna make like a baby and head out. I'm baked.
You're baked?
Okay.
Tired.
Oh, you're tired.
No,
you're
I
gonna
haven't
miss.
smelled pot in probably 4 months or something. Like that.
You're gonna miss the Karl Marx video.
Good.
Jeez. Yeah.
So we'll talk to you guys in like 4 hours or whatever.
Something like
I don't
that.
know.
Yeah, sure.
I don't know because my wife, she's going someplace tomorrow, and I gotta.
Pussy.
I can't say it.
You're the one leaving.
Oh, I'm the pussy.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't really say, but there's something's going on tomorrow with her. I gotta get myself ready, tuna oil. I just want to stay up as long as I could. Thank you. Yeah, I'm going to need it. Trust me. That's
Stop
just only
paying
one.
attention to the fear porn too. Stressing you out. I can hear it.
I love porn. I mean, okay. Oh, I love it. Beat me, whip me, chain me, handcuff me. Oh,
gosh, the perversions of pain.
Okay, girls. Good night.
Good night. Take care of my dog too.
Speak to yourself. It's fucking Massachusetts. I'm surrounded by fucking millions of Massachusetts everywhere.
Well, what do you expect? What do you think the fuck America stands for? An Necronomicon.
Right. Right, you freaks. And I don't expect anything. I expect exactly what goes hand in hand with lunacy.
It's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I expect. Because this is what it is. Go ahead, Mitch. While I set this up.
The lunacy aspect. Fuck, are they gonna throttle that shit full bore or what?
Haven't they already?
Oh, I didn't know if it was a Muppet show or not.
It is. This is the corporate world, and every time the political theater is discussed and pointed at, this is all I hear and see in my mind.
It's the Muppet Show with our very special guest star, Shirley Bassey.
It's time to play the music. It's time to light the light. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show tonight. It's time to put on makeup. It's time to dress up right. It's time to raise the curtain on the Muppet Show tonight.
Why do we always come here? I guess we'll never know. It's like a kind of torture to have to watch the show.
It's time to get things started on the most sensational, inspirational, celebrational, motivational. This is what we call a Muppet Show.
Camilla, your uncle's calling.
I like the end of the confrontational show. It's about right too. Confrontational is right.
They mock you with the mockery. Don't you get it? They're telling you guys are fucking retarded for paying attention to this shit.
Yes,
but you're
sir.
gonna do it anyway.
I studied into that stuff, and fucking all of our TV commercial and stuff like that was all Nazi torture shit for MK Ultra. All of it. Beatles.
They're telling you while you watch it, you're a retard for watching this, but you can't stop, can you?
I caught on to even more stuff. It's wild. I can't listen to music no more because of it. Nothing.
Slayer.
Fuck, man. I can't do it no more. I can't. Now that I know, and I used to love the stuff. Don't get me wrong, man. Just I can't do it no
You
more.
can't turn off. When you can see, you can see. You can't turn it off. You can no longer stick your head in the sand, even if you want to.
That's why I know I'm gonna be all right. I just kind of go with the flow on stuff. But there's certain stuff where I just can't tolerate it no more. You gotta say something. It's like, fuck that. You're an idiot. What? Even if you fight with the person, I just don't care. If they can't hang with the truth, hey, fuck you. It ain't my problem. You know? I mean, not to be vulgar or fucked up about it, but you know, I kind of like you say it. You know?
I was hearing my wife talk on the
being blunt is sorry, right? It's just my lag.
Go on.
Like it was mentioned earlier, it's being blunt is not arrogant. Not being blunt is arrogant.
Yeah, I can assure you, we'll be. It ain't gonna be easy getting where we need to go, but I'm sure we'll be all right. I refuse to bend and sway, and it's starting to work. Like things are starting. You know, it's not the flow of things isn't as difficult as each day passes by.
Anybody who wants to take responsibility in an honest way and go towards taking responsibility for themselves is going to be just fine.
Well, it's just like with the travel thing. I don't feel like dealing with messing around with fixing this little pickup truck up. I love this little pickup truck and everything. Don't get me wrong, it's perfect for where I'm at. But I don't feel like doing all the labor and stuff to bring it back up to par. And I got a buddy that can utilize the snot out of it, and it'll keep going for him forever. And he'll help me take care of my El Camino. So right now, I'm in the middle of figuring out the tow arrangements to have the El Camino towed from here to his shop. And then I'll sell him the truck with the spare marine motor that I got for dirt cheap. Yeah, for dirt cheap. And the thing is, when you walk in this guy's house, he's got like 6 or 7 different race motors on stands right now. So I get to pick one, and he's going to put it on my car.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
what were you going to say? Or sorry, Mitch. I fucking
Instead
lag.
of-
I'm telling you.
It's okay. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm listening to you guys. Go on.
Instead of
Wasn't
fighting
important.
and struggling uncomfortably with doing the El Camino out here, he's fully facilitated. So I'm going to sacrifice the truck instead of bumping heads with the law trying to travel with it. And then I'll get a phone call when the El Camino's ready, and I'll go focus on the river for a month or two while I'm fetching the gold. And it's right next to the family homestead, you know, and it'll work out.
Yeah.
And that's where the not flipping out about the news, about wars, this and that, and the other thing. Just don't worry about it. Go about your business. It'll get better, you know.
That is the solution, right? Because once you understand what the purpose of this fairy tale thing called government and the media, those two go hand in hand. So the media is the facilitator of the fairy tale. Without the media, the fairy tale can't be inserted into the mind of the distracted. So the media is the tool, the monkey tool, right?
Yep.
So you pay attention to the monkey tool, and then the thing that it's presenting becomes the distraction, and then you blame the distraction for distracting you while you're choosing to engage in it. Not seeing that you're choosing your distraction and you're paying attention to it, when the solution the whole time is to just turn it off. Turn it off.
Yes, and you know, it was a wake up call for me, because I was noticing it. Like I said, I was awake, but there's a video that I'm gonna put up on my community channel. You have to give me a second to remember and hunt it up. Vet rights for vet. But what I'm a musician. Okay, my whole life I've sat down with 3 to 5 buddies or more trying to make music. Do you know how much hard and how much time it takes to get 3 guys focused on the same beat at the same time, let alone 40 to 50, like an orchestra? Well, you can take your broadcasters and overlap 50 of your news broadcasters, and it's a fucking military op. To get these people to speak at the exact perfect same timing, the way that they're doing, is almost impossible to do without sitting there and coercing and working as a team. And it's fucking scary accurate with like 40 or 50 people. It's like such a military psyop. It's fucked up.
And they always use the same word for the date.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yes, and listen, it's almost physically impossible to do what they're doing without some form of a computer AI helping these people.
I would reckon that the they is the computer AI doing it, and probably already was for the longest time. And even the human, like I'm really questioning: am I surrounded by natural intelligence at all? Like even you guys, seriously, right? I've come out that far to look around and actually objectively ask the question: define natural intelligence, and then show me it.
Well,
that's a hard.
Because it sure as hell isn't sitting like a fucking robot, staring like a monkey at a fucking stream, and then a screen, and then participating in a psyop of mass millions doing the same thing, and then functioning like a monkey and a robotoid, performing all those things that the screen told them about. That certainly isn't natural intelligence.
Man, and you know what? They programmed us so good with the fucking TV.
Well, it's not just that. You look at the roads, your cameras. You know what I mean? Your machines that, what do you call that damn thing that registers your license as they're driving by automatically? I mean, they're looking for trouble. They're looking for revenue,
Oh yeah, well it's so bad now. They were, and that's what's crazy is they're showing everybody on the news. We got this new tool to fuck you in the booty, and they're like, yay, more enslavement.
We need more of it. Exactly. We're going to be safer.
I just look at the people and I'm like, do you know what he just told you? And I'm like, well, this and the other. It's like he just told you that you're a fucking slave and you're okay with that.
Right.
Oh, and
then they use it on a fucking monkey because he had the audacity to say, hey, that fucking hurts, right? Like a fucking, what do you call it? Taser, right? And then the whole audience is going, you shouldn't have fucking disobeyed. You should have just, when he said, do you want me to turn it up? You should have said yes.
I won't even take stuff to school for kids or nothing no more like that, because I took, one of my stepsons, I took to school in 2013, I think it was, and it was just like taking a little kid to the fucking county jail, man.
What do you mean, like?
It was.
There's a reason why it's called an institution.
Yeah, and I fucking just said something, and they were bragging about having a good cop that's at the school 24/7, fucking blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you're fucking nuts. They're just training them to obey while they're in the prison system. And he's like, what? I was like, man, you might want to look around, Peppy. How many people that I grew up with ended up going out to joint and sitting their time in prison? And he
Start
just
putting the
looked
rest
at me.
Start
He just
putting the
looked
rest
at me.
together. The entire operation of nation statism is just a soft, fancy cover word for militarization of civilianry. That's it. That's why I say citizen is a prisoner of war. Literally.
That makes a lot of sense. Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
That's what a citizen is. It's a prisoner of war status. Feudal serf, right? And the buildings don't even hide it with the structure and shit. Just take a look objectively. Look at a school and look at a prison.
Well, you know what I caught on to from the visual stuff and the mockery and everything that they do to us? Everybody doesn't realize we were only free for a split second when they started this country, or whatever you want to call it, and it was by tyrants and criminals. And the thing is, they sold us back to the Queen, and they mock us with Lincoln in front of the White House on the throne.
Right. Now, further to what I just said about look at a school and look at a prison. Here's the next thing. You ready for this? Look at an apartment building.
Yeah.
Same thing. Same thing. Slightly different because you got the keys to the door too. That's it.
Man. I'm even sitting there. Wow. Holy crap.
A city is a soft word for concentration camp.
Yeah, it sure is. Wow.
It actually Rights for Vet. I could show you some number stuff that I went through and figured out with the like matrix in multiple ways. And fucking that's literally what it's designed for. And they're micromanaged collecting our energy doing so.
Correct. Willing donors.
Yeah. Do you know how many Lincoln Parks there are in this country?
No, I don't.
80,
no, I don't.
81.
Go on a bit.
Yeah, I want to say 81 or 18, but it's a specific number for a reason. It's it's pretty wild, and that's where Guru was right. He said one day about something, yeah, but if you buy into that and you give them what they want, then you're still part of the matrix and the problem. And he's very much right about that.
Could you say, Nude, that you'd have to buy yourself your freedom? In other words, to buy seed, to buy land, to buy a home, to get out of the situation, to start making an asset for yourself and start eliminating the money slowly?
Unless if you're lucky enough to have somebody like me that you can piggyback of until you learn it all, you kind of are in a conundrum where you need to, use what you have at your disposal to segue out of it piece by piece, because it's a big picture to learn self-reliance, and it doesn't happen overnight. You can't just drop a domesticated animal, and that's what you are, in the middle of the woods with atrophied instincts and not know how to survive out there and just expect to do all right? So you're already in a predicament of being entrapped in the matrix. So yeah, you're in an interesting, very peculiar position where you gotta to divest out of it. You also have to methodically invest appropriately towards that, step by step, right? So yeah.
I'm going to have to wait, and hopefully my day will come, if you know what I'm talking about.
No, there's no need to wait. If you think that, then you will, but there's all kinds of intermediate things, and we've mentioned them before, and I'll cover them again. Intermediary things that people can do to advance that. And it starts whenever you decide you want it to start. There is no waiting. You can still do a lot of things where you are currently at.
Yeah, I know, but it's never mind. Okay, we'll talk about it later on. And I'll discuss.
Like on your counter, you could be growing microgreens.
Yes, you could turn a bedroom into a specific space, grow up, all kinds of stuff.
You want to say that one again? No, you got to see my bedroom. It's my bedroom. My computer. I have no computer room anymore.
Well, I can
My
show you how you can
God.
use PVC or some type of a tubing like that. Probably copper would be better. And you drill holes and you put the roots of the plant down the holes, and you can fit like 50 or 60 plants into a short piece of tube, and then water it from the top, and it trickles down the root.
The holes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what's
There's
good
a
about
whole
it?
there's a whole array of stuff, and it's all stuff that you have to learn anyway. And if you just start learning in small incremental steps, then it ends up being the same thing that you needed to do anyway to get to that sort of final end goal, self-reliant thing, such as just going out and foraging every once in a while, even for a couple hours. And then while you're there, take some of the harvest and the seeds while you're there, bring them home. Experiment planting them in a bowl. Just make sure you cut holes at the bottom if you're going to use a bucket this time. And have fun with the whole thing, and don't be afraid to try things out and experiment. And if your house burns down, well, build a new one.
Well, I got the foraging book. I just got to get my butt. I can't go nowhere right now, but I got the foraging book. All I got to do is look at the pictures and start taking seeds and make sure they're the right ones. And
right.
I'm on my way. It's just, I give up. Yeah, I understand what you're saying. You're right about that. I can do that.
There's that, and then the health benefits that you get from that. See, it's the investment compounds back in on itself far more than just financially, especially when it reaches the health. Because when it reaches the health, then everything else starts to fall into place holistically. You start having better energy, which means you're going to sleep better, which means you're going to have more energy, which means you can go out and be more productive, which compounds back, and it just cycles in on itself. And it all of a sudden makes sense that, oh, that's the path that I just need to be walking. And all of a sudden you're reversing disease on yourself. And that was that wasn't the forefront intention, but it becomes clear that what you actually did is you decided to take responsibility for a diseased path that you were going on in life, right? Which is the whole path of corporatism, capitalism, nationalism, all that kind of stuff. That is the path of self-destruction. The species competing and imploding in on itself. So, and you're going in the opposite direction now. And by being the solution, you're healing yourself.
Well, I can obviously say one thing. I don't.
By healing yourself, then you get better, and then you can continue to go down that path.
Right.
Well, you'd be proud of me. I still don't drink milk. I haven't had a bit of milk yet. No eggs. No cheese. Jeez, oh, man.
I was raised, trained, and educated by guys like you, and I love me a T-bone, steak and eggs. But
oh yeah, that's right.
Listen, the swap out value of what he is saying as far as health benefits, when you start doing that, there is absolutely no flipping price you could put on it, and you want to do it more. I know I do, so much to the point that I'm actually kind of addicted to the honey lemon water. I'm thinking I might be able to fast and go on a honey lemon water diet and do that for a fasting to flush. But again, since I don't have bees, it's the cost of buying that raw natural honey. It's a struggle.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They're expensive. Holy man, are they expensive.
So this is where you start putting the whole thing together. That cost should be looked at as an investment if you're going to go that way. And then if you want to take it a little further, if you really want to, what you do is you go and figure out a way to take your little petrol dollars and turn it into an investment where you can get access to those things as a return instead of being a consumer, which is purchasing goods and services. You buy the asset.
Well, for the gas part of it, I haven't drove in 3 weeks now. I hardly drive my car. Like I said, I got 43,000 miles. It's just a 211, vehicle.
And when you
So
buy
just
the
use-
asset, you take away the need to make money for the things that you want, that you need for self-reliance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all they wanted to be.
Hey, right? If it makes
Huh?
you feel better, I'm trying. My main goal with this gold thing is to get situated to where maybe I can help folks like you. If you're waiting and trying to get out, like.
Well, no,
There'll be-
just I'll get out of it one way or another. I'm going to get out of it. Trust me. If
hear me
everything
out.
works right, I appreciate that. Go on.
Hear me out. We're trying to get a conglomerate group set up to where we'll have people scouting for folks like you that are on the ball, smart, ready to do it, but you might be stuck because of a financial issue or this and that and the other thing. And then somebody will show up and help you so you can pick the location and get the heck out and do your thing. We'll at least help you get out of the city. That's going to be our main goal.
Well, every time I turn around, something goes on. Every single time. The biggest part right now is my wife's sick. So, big time. And she's getting better, but she's got surgery tomorrow, and I got to get ready for her tomorrow. But yeah, so she was in bad shape, real bad shape. So I got to keep an eye on her.
All right.
And this is just one of many that she might have to go through. Not surgery, but other tests and everything else with it. So, and it's in an area where they can't touch. What started it? Yeah, it's in an area that it's called a no man's zone. So that's got to find. It's called Ponds, PONS Ponds. So it's just one thing or another. But I just roll with the flow right now. But things are going to happen eventually for me. But anyway, I'm going to let you guys talk for a while. Okay, I got to get myself going. I got to get myself ready for tomorrow. You guys go ahead and talk. When you guys get done, I'll shut it down. Do me a favor though, dude. Leave your logo on so I know you're up there. So I know we'll shut it off like I did last time.
It's all right. Why don't we just wind up, because I'm going to get back then to finishing the editing.
Oh, okay.
I was just going to say I could fire up a stream too if you're interested in yapping some more of the Guru.
Well, if you want, there's still
I'll wait
also
for you.
that, what do you call it? There's still the, well, actually, no, because I wanted to show that to Rights anyway, so I can do that on another stream. The Karl Marx video about the legality stuff.
Well, if you play it, I'll watch it tomorrow. Give me something to do while I'm waiting for my wife.
I want to do it with conversation attached, give an opportunity for discussion, and yeah.
All right, I got you. My apologies. All right, yeah. Well, I'm sorry about this. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but new Guru's got to click on how to wake people up. It works, even if you think about it later.
Yeah, he does. He does.
It does. Listen, I think about some of the stuff this guy cracks off with all the time, and it's like it opens up doorways. It really does.
Which my nude, I might not be. Well, I won't be available tomorrow. You know that, but I'll keep you abreast of things. What's going on, so we can get back on again fast. Okay.
Yeah. Are you tomorrow evening as well? Like if I finish the thing tomorrow in the day for the evening, you got some time just to do the uploading part in the evening?
I'll see what the doctor says.
If not, it's okay. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
If I do-
just text me tomorrow and let me know if you got any room, and then I'll let you know if I'm finished or not. We can go for it. If not, we can
If
do
I
it on
can make some
Tuesday.
room, I'll make some room. You know me, I will. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I really will.
Yeah.
That sounds good. Mitch, thank you for showing up. I do appreciate it.
Yes, sir. I seen the headline. I was like, oh yeah, we got this one.
Okay. Everything else. Is there anything you guys want to say before I shut this thing down?
Mitch, if you feel like going for a little while, I could still stream for a little while before I get back to it, but it's totally your call.
I'd appreciate it, and I'm gonna fire up my channel. Give me just a second.
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me wait. Yeah, let me wait till you guys get done with. Make sure.
Listen, take care of your wife, but super hardcore. Start looking for alternatives. I know you're already on it. I'm gonna talk to a lady friend. I got a funny feeling that over a matter of a couple weeks for me, things are gonna change financially. So I'm gonna just
That's
focus
what I
on
need.
that. Yeah, I gotta get clean.
Okay.
I just can't do the automotive trash no more. There's no funds in it. Everybody's struggling just to keep the cars going, let alone pay somebody to work on them. I just can't do it no more.
I know it's a pain in the ass. Every time I turn around, someone's got their hands out, everything. And I'm like, damn.
I don't mind helping people, but I'm not getting where I need to be, and I need to focus on my health too. So
Yeah. Well, you're in a good start right now. I'm not even that far. You know, I mean, I got the money if I have to, selling my home here, but that's just about it. You know, and I wanted to start a place with New Guru, but apparently it ain't gonna look like it's working right now. So I just, I'll wait. But anyway, you do what you got to do. Go ahead and get that stream, and I'll wait for New to get to move out of here. Then I know you guys are connected, and I'll shut down.
yes, sir. Take care of the wife. I'll holler at you.
Okay,
later.
you too,
Bye
Mitch.
now.
Be good, buddy. Thank you.
I'll think about you.
Oh wait a minute, he's got to come back up here. How's he going to give you the link?
No, he's just gonna go start it up live, and then I'll see on YouTube. I'll just watch.
Oh, you got his. Okay, I got you. All right,
Yeah.
you tell me when you're ready. Then I appreciate you coming up here. Thanks, Newt.
No worries. It was very
Yeah.
interesting discussion and focus today. Caught me off guard a little bit. I didn't think you were going
Well,
live today.
I wasn't going to until I found out what's going to happen tomorrow. I went, shit, a little bit more in depth than I thought it was. So I said, I better go on tonight, just keep ourselves alive and afloat. You know what I mean? To tell people we're still here. So,
Right.
but I thought you guys might be talking, all night. So I said, well, I'll just let you guys talk. When I wake up, I'll just see where you guys are at. And, but I
One of
tried.
those things where we probably could have, but just as well, because I really got to get this thing done so that we can get to the next class focus, which it all coincides with what we're talking about anyways, but I want to do more of that just to again get people used to the format, that we're doing more of like isolated focus class sessions where we stay on topic to that and so on. So we're showcasing that and not only having people benefit from that, and also as a transition for people realizing that that's how the new Guru stuff is going to be. But anybody else who watches that can see that, hey, we don't have to just be a shit show. I've already actually seen some other people who tend to just focus on shit show change their dynamics of their stuff, and I'm thinking to myself, no, that can't be. They're taken after this already. But you never know,
Mm-hmm.
You never know. It is interesting.
You know me, I'm game to do anything. Let's do it. You know what I mean? Seriously, I'm with you. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go this far just to quit. You know what I mean?
Oh, we're just
I
getting
didn't
started.
yeah, I'm just going to do the best I can. What I'm giving right here. But yeah, we're going to get you until we get to your place, and then yes, then I can harass you. I'll take your money. Yeah.
You say that like that's something that's going to start or something.
What's that?
You almost say like that would be the beginning of that. That isn't the case.
Well, no, it's the beginning of your you know what I mean. You're oh, never
Yes. Yes, you can come. You can come over to my house.
Okay.
Right. That's what you mean.
Goody. Yeah, I'm anxious. I really am. I can't wait to get it started. That's going to be great.
We'll get there.
Man, you guys worked on that a lot of hours. A lot of years.
And many more to go. Many more to go. Probably another 10 to 20,000 hours more to go, and we'll have it together.
Do you see yourself at an end with this, or I mean, is this something you have to do the rest of your life?
Rest of life.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we're talking a lot of the stuff is very first time groundbreaking in the sense of nobody's, as far as I can tell, I don't see a place where anybody's put together the holistic overview picture in like a hub format. I just see it's isolated and segregated in pieces all over the place. It's there, but you still have to dig and research and find, and it's still the same thing as it was when I first started.
Well, see, I've been the way same thing you are. I'm trying to wake up people. This is not the life that you want, to be with these oppressors that are oppressing you. Get off the grid. You know, don't be being gun ho.
I'm not trying to do that though.
Well, I know, but you're still trying to help people though.
Yes, I'm trying to help people who want to help themselves though. They
Well,
already
that's what I'm more
want
or
to
less
help
saying, yeah.
themselves. That's the
And if
difference.
one-
I'm not trying to push people who don't want to help themselves to wake up and see something.
No, I'm not doing that either. I'm just more or less saying that don't go into the military. You know, get off the grid. You know, stay away from them assholes. They're nothing but killers, murderers. You know, and then listen to Nude, more or less. You know, that's why I have you up here as well, so you can correct me.
Right. And tell you that the government isn't killers and murderers, the people are.
Well, yeah, but they don't believe that. They don't believe it.
Right. Because they don't want to take responsibility for being the criminals, and they want to blame the government for the things that they're doing.
You said something to me, it was yesterday, and I seen it today. Where else did I see that at? That we're responsible for ourselves. We're the one killing off each other. Government
Yes.
don't care because that's what they want. Exactly what they want. And if you put the fingers to them, they don't give a shit anyway because we're the ones doing it to them, doing it to ourselves. Well, I forgot who it was, some senator. They're booing her, and she's just dancing around, didn't give a shit.
Here, let me put
know?
it this way. Let me try and
Wow.
put it another way. If folks are dumb enough to kill each other off, then they should kill each other off. And I agree with it. Right? I agree with that. What I don't agree with is if in your stupidity of going on a battlefield to wage murderistic war with each other, you're also going to kill other people who don't want anything to do with that. You people should die before it ever starts.
Yeah, it makes sense. It does.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about you fucking mercenaries who are willing to do these murderous terrorist acts at the expense of other people who don't want anything to do with it.
I'll tell you what, though, sometimes
you guys are the criminals, right? You guys meaning everybody involved in the actions of terrorist functions. And then on top of it, sit there and blame the government. Oh, the government told me to do it. Oh, you fucking morons. You listened. You did it. And you're still listening. And that's the problem. The root of the problem is right there. Blaming other people for what you're doing.
Can I give you an instance on what you said is correct?
Yeah.
When Biden was vice president, he tells everybody, hey, when somebody breaks down your door, shoot through the freaking door. Some guy did do it.
Right.
The cops looked at him and says, why'd you do it? Biden told me to do it. He says, no, he didn't. You did it.
Right.
You just listened to
Biden's
him.
not
Yeah.
the terrorist. He is.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's the point here. Everybody involved who's doing the acts is the oppressor. And everybody's trying to gaslight each other by blaming it on somebody else. That's narcissism. Everybody's a fucking narcissist on each other. It's not me, it's the government, it's this guy, it's the cops, it's this. You guys are all one and the same. You're all performing in the theater together. And then you got this other angle where I'm looking at the whole overview of it, right outside of it all. I'm watching. You just wait. The next class is the very first part of it. I'll give you a little tidbit. Okay, little sneak preview.
Mm-hmm.
The title, and it's actually going to be a head title of a series in the actual New Guru course. It's called The Clusterfuck.
Did you really?
Yes. That's what we're going to be, the next class is going to be centered around this thing called the clusterfuck.
Oh, I gotta see this.
And understanding what that is and who it is and who's doing what and how to unravel the clusterfuck. Which, and without giving too much away, you've been living as part of a clusterfuck your whole life.
Oh, that I'll vouch for. That I will vouch for.
Right.
I'm
And the
so-
government is not a clusterfuck.
You know,
The government is not a clusterfuck. But you've been living part of as part of a clusterfuck.
Mhm.
I'll say it again. The government is not a clusterfuck.
what would you classify a government? Fake
Intelligent people. It's a very good question, and now I have to give a little more away, but I will.
Oh, sorry. No,
it-
no. That's
I
okay.
will.
No.
I will. It's okay. No, it's a good question. I want to answer you. Intelligent people who are having fun taking advantage of people who want to be a part of a clusterfuck.
Wow.
And blame them for it.
Oh, that's heavy. Ooh.
It's true. It's true. If you're, it takes real objectivity to look at it and understand that, but it's true.
Yeah, it makes sense. It does. It does. Yeah, they're the intelligent ones. People think they're stupid or not.
No, they're not. It's the stupid man is, if I say drink some gasoline, it's going to do you well. And then go and bring it to your friends and drink the gasoline and do you well. Am I the stupid one or are you if you do it?
Well, the stupid one for drinking it.
Right.
Believing it. Yeah.
And then if you blame me for it after, who's even more stupid?
Me.
And then if you get mad at me for that, who's even more stupid?
Me.
And then if I say do it again and you do, who's even more stupid?
Oh my God. I'm a total asshole. Me.
Does that not sound like a clusterfuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I the
No.
clusterfuck or are you?
I love it. I am.
Right? You are. You're definitely the clusterfuck, right? But hey, if I can convince you to do that, right? If I can convince you to get mad at me for falling for my scam, because that's what it is. You fell for my scam. You believe that the gasoline was going to be good for you. By convincing you belief, trust, and faith was good and healthy and important. Your faith was so crucial. If I can convince you that, I get to make you dance like a puppet forever and a day and have fun watching you be a clusterfuck muppet. And while you sit there and pretend that I'm a legitimate authority over you because you believe me when I tell you what to do. And you believe that I have your best interest and that you should be listening to me as your authority. Why would you ever think that any other individual in your life is responsible for your well-being?
Mm-hmm.
And why would you ever blame somebody for you thinking that somebody else is responsible for your well-being? But if you do, the people that you delegate that towards get to rightfully rule over you because that's what you wanted. And the longer you give them your attention and delegate that attention and delegate that blame and anger and every single piece of focus attention that makes them relevant, they get to continue to watch you dance.
And loving it.
And loving it at your own peril. And you're doing it to yourself every single step of the way. That's what a clusterfuck does. So if the people want to be a clusterfuck, why not? Why not let them be a clusterfuck and watch them do these crazy clusterfuck dances with little strings and be a master of puppets, a puppeteer? Why not? If that's what they want anyway. Nobody's forcing them not to. Or nobody's forcing them to. Nobody.
Well, the way people act, you think they are. You know, the government's forcing us. The cops are doing it.
That's what a
IRS is
clusterfuck
coming after you.
does.
Right.
Yeah. That's what a clusterfuck does. It blames everyone else for the choices they make. It makes excuses. Why? Because if they don't do that, then it means you have to take responsibility for being a clusterfuck. We don't want to do that. That means we have to admit we're a clusterfuck. We have to look in the mirror and recognize ourselves as a clusterfuck. And then it means we have to stop being a clusterfuck and heal all the shit we did to ourselves because we were fucking clusterfuck. Who wants to do that? That's the root of the problem, right? That's the root of the problem. Not the government. All the clusterfucks who are being irresponsible about being a clusterfuck. That's the root of the problem. The people. The people are psychopathic. We're surrounded by psychopaths everywhere. Clusterfucks. That's a soft word for psychopath.
Well, basically, that is the big reason why I got out of the military, because I didn't like anybody taking away my life. You know what I mean? Telling me what to do, when to do it. I wanted to take responsibility for my life, and I'll be damned if I didn't go right into the civilian world, and they still had control over me, you know, because I didn't know any better. You know what I mean? I believed in them. It was my fault, not theirs. Motherfreaker, that just pisses me off. I'm so pissed. Oh, I wasted my life for nothing.
Right.
Unfreaking real.
What you're really mad at is yourself.
Yeah. I am.
Which I get that, but being mad at yourself and then projecting that anger towards those that gaslighted you is inadvertently the continuation of cluster.
Well, he can help me out, isn't he?
Yes.
I could tell them everything in the world. It ain't gonna do nothing. They don't give a shit. You know.
Well,
so
being informative is one thing. Telling the truth is one thing. That's not the same thing, though. There's a difference between telling the truth about things so that those who want to be objective can see it and maybe avoid and choose not to be part of the clusterfuck. That's a healthy position. But that's different than venting and projecting energy and anger into it, because what you're actually doing is you're showcasing to the other sheep-minded individuals, yeah, we got to be mad at the government.
Well, I didn't say that today. I just said, don't go in the military. That's all I said. Don't be a fool. You know what I mean? Don't help these bastards out.
The venting narrative. Why is the government bastards? Why is the people not bastards?
Well, if I said that, they'd hang up on me.
Point and blank. But these are the people you're trying to help?
Yeah.
Why? Why do you want to help bastards?
Why?
That don't want to help themselves.
Oh, well, like you said, if you get one, you'd be lucky to get one. And that's the one I'm trying to look for. I'm trying to just get one. If that's, like you did. You know what I mean?
If that's the case, the way to go about it is, number one, you have to have yourself correct. And then number two, you have to know what to present to the right mind as options and solutions, so that they're not stuck going, okay, you show me that that this is a mess, and yeah, I don't want to go down that path, but what choice do I have?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that's why we're a good team in this sense, right? Because I can help out in that part of the equation, because I can speak from walking that path. So there's where I saw opportunity a long time ago, with not just with you, but anybody else who wants to hear the truth and then wants to be serious and not lip service, to actually go down that. But it's very important for you and you guys, anybody else, right, who's coming to terms with this stuff, to do the whole way of getting yourselves right. And one of that is healing yourselves and not being angry, because that angry is not only doing yourself no favors, but you're actually causing more harm to yourself and potentially inadvertently projecting to others that that's what we got to do.
May I suggest or tell you something? If you want
Yeah.
to see Andrew, you should have seen me when I first came on YouTube. You would not have recognized me. I was just blowing up. You know,
Oh, I
me
did.
right now,
I did
I
see.
am. I'm oh,
I did.
am
I
confident.
went back and saw even on the other channel that the one that you don't have access to anymore.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I did. I went back and saw some of those and some of the streams you did.
So I mean, I cooled down quite a bit for as I'm saying. Yeah, you're right. I still got a little, like you say, beef with the oppressors, but that'll go away as soon as I get myself situated here. You know, which the fires will stop burning my wood here. But anyway, excuse me, friend. Where's Bish at? I gotta.
I'm still looking. He hasn't started his stream yet. I keep refreshing YouTube.
I 2-1 says he can't even do it. He forgot about it or something going on.
No, he'll start it out. He's just got to get his StreamYard hooked up and all that. He'll do it.
Okay, I gotta get myself sleeping just a short. I hate to cut you off, but
No, it's
I gotta
fine.
get up for tomorrow morning. You know.
Yeah, it's all good.
I'll wait another 5-10 minutes and see what happens.
Okay.
I don't want to leave you stranded by yourself here. You know.
It's all
I
good.
don't like that.
You can actually take off whenever you want. It's not a big deal. I just wanted to reiterate before you left for food for thought to really contemplate and think about that, because that's also the other day you had a couple breakthroughs, which was really, really good and healthy. But you're at that part where that crud, like I was saying earlier, in this stage of the indoctrinative stickiness, it's just so thick that it takes, typically hammering, multiple hammerings when you reach it, for it to unstick, and you can see fully, consistently right through it. And so that's what we got to continue to do right now until till the clouds part, so to speak. You know.
Well, like I said, I'm trying my best. I am. I'm not like, saying, yeah, not doing nothing. Believe me, I am. I'm trying my best. You know what I mean? I just...
No, it's just a matter of you remembering and seeing it clearly enough that it sticks, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's just replacing some of the current patterns of thinking and focuses that you've been on because of the tangents of... that the programming wants you to get you and anybody else who starts recognizing it sucked into, so that they inadvertently continue down the path of self-destruction. You know.
Well, you'd be proud of me. I have been feeding my wife the vegetables almost. And she is, she's cussing at me. I gotta go hit the John. So that's good. Keep it up. Oh, she's having a fit right now. She is having a fit. I gotta go again. Go. Don't tell me about it. Well, I'm telling you, I'm giving her, everything. Melons. I got watermelon. I got broccoli. Green beans fresh. Everything's fresh.
Yeah.
As much as I can get it here,
Right.
And I steam it. I try not to cook it, boil it. You know what I mean? Just a little bit where it's crunchy. And
what about smoothies?
What else?
The more any way you can make it raw, the best, right?
Smoothies. Okay, you have to give me a recipe on the smoothies.
Just okay. Here's the easiest way to do a recipe: 3 to 4 kinds of fruits and vegetables, and either 3 veggies, 1 fruit, or 3 fruits and 1 veggie.
3 fruits or 1 veggie, or 3 veggies, 1 fruit.
Right. Try out all different. Try out all different. Right. Try out all different combinations, but don't necessarily make taste a priority, especially at first, because sometimes flavor changes as you get cleaned out. Make the results of energy and the vitality of health the center of focus. But you can definitely find good taste in it. I mean, They taste good on its own. And yeah, sometimes certain combinations will taste a little wonky or whatever. So, but the beautiful part about this thing is you can't really go wrong, and you get to have fun being creative and trying out different combinations.
Oh yeah, right. When she throws a steel cup in my head, I don't know what happened. She didn't like it. Yeah, I know how you are.
Make one for yourself. See if it, tastes good, and ease her into it that way. And then when you get one that's like sort of, if you want to just boost her kick her boost with just like a green one, like say you want to do 3 greens and a little bit of a sweetener with an orange, like maybe spinach, spinach, kale, and cilantro, and then orange for the fruit. And then after you finish smoothing it, add a little bit of Udo's oil and a little bit of seed.
I got to get the noodles. I still haven't done it yet. Just okay. Yeah.
That's a huge thing. You definitely got to do that, right? So that's going to taste a little more bitter, but after you drink it a few times, it's going to taste fantastic, and you're going to feel so good from it.
Okay. Well, we bought some kale. I got that already. Well, I did have it. It spoiled on me. I used it I didn't realize that thing goes by that fast. We got it in a bag. Instead of like the plant size, was in a bag cut up. My daughter got it. I said, "No, get the plant. It lasts longer." Well, it one did on me. You just got to eat it once. Give it to my wife.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I'll have to buy it myself, I guess. So she likes spinach. That's good there. Cilantro, I'm not too sure she'll like that, and I'll find out. But
sometimes you can hide it when you put it that way, right? If you put it in a smoothie that way, and yeah, it's definitely acquired taste. But if you can get her addicted on the smoothie thing, and that becomes an accomplice to the salads, you've got a good foundation to actually set the stage where you can heal her, and she won't even know that that's what's going on.
Good. Well, I'll let her drink that pH water like crazy. Here, have another one. You have another one. He's having a freaking fit.
What about adding lemon to it?
I never thought about that. I could do that. Yeah.
Yes. Same things for you, right? Just add a little bit of lemon to the water, and she loves it. That'll raise her pH, help hydrate her. Let me tell you something. The root of oxidation is dehydration, and most people are chronically dehydrated and they don't even know it. So that's the 2 main things that lemon water does is raise your pH and set the stage for hydration.
She was really dehydrated when she went to the hospital. I mean, bad.
I bet.
And I thought she was drinking water because she kept hitting the John. Then I found out she wasn't, and I went, "Well, what the?"
The 2 roots of all chronic disease are inflammation, dehydration. That sets the stage for chronic oxidation, which is you're dying.
Jeez, oh man. Okay.
It's as simple as that. So, and the solution is just as simple.
I'll get some lemons tomorrow. Oh, I can't do it tomorrow. Shit. Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll find out. I'll do it sometime this week. I'll get the lemons, definitely, with the water.
Revert back to that thing that I sent you in text, and if you want, I'll send it by email. It's just a matter of you remembering that you had that to reference from, but I can send it to you again if you want to. That
I'm gonna have to put it on my computer too. Well, yeah, it will be on my. Yeah, would you please make sure, please?
We could do that. I could send it to a file, and then you can download it so that it's a file on your computer if you want. Then you could just call it up anytime you see it on your desktop.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'll leave it on my desktop is what I'll do. As soon as I get it, I'll leave it this because I don't touch my desktop unless I have to.
Right.
And very rarely. All right, dude. I don't know what's going on, but I got to
He's live. He's live. I'm good. I can dig.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
okay,
right,
Mitch.
buddy.
We'll be there in a minute. All right, Rights. Yeah, give me a text when you know your schedule, and we'll go from there.
All right. Is there anything you want to say before we take off?
Yeah, everybody else, save yourselves because nobody else is going to fucking do it for you. Make no excuses. Be your own Jesus, because Jesus is dead. See you later.
I'll write to you tomorrow. Bye.
Okay, man. Cheers.